measurement, anything, whatever you got.
Because I don't want to waste my time like going to. I mean, even though it's super easy to find 16 articles, I really don't want to go through my time and copy
Just
and
don't
paste
have
tons
anything,
of
man.
different articles into your DMs.
So you have literally nothing that you can use to show us that the Earth is indeed a globe.
Science. If
Science, that's just a
hello?
word. I don't even know what it means. Are you talking about the scientific method?
Oh my god.
Did somebody run the Earth through the scientific method to determine what
This
shape
is-
it is?
Bro,
I don't think you know what that is. On God, I don't think you know what science is. I think
No, I know
in
what
your
science.
head,
Okay,
I think
science
in
is a
your head,
lot of
it's a
different things, but
buzzword.
science. So if science
It's a
proves something,
buzzword.
listen, you're not listening. If science proves something, it's a fact. Especially if multiple
Oh,
scientists prove it.
okay. Now give me the science then that proved the
Okay,
geometry of the Earth
from
that
the
you believe.
from the AP Press, which is an incredibly unbiased news network, that it says the world is it's curved. All right, CNN says it's
Says it.
curved.
Okay, no, slow down. Don't get
CNN.
yeah,
Shit.
this guy must be kidding. I kind of feel like I'm being trolled, to be honest.
Yeah,
Says it's NBC. Says
Damn.
it's curved, and it gives the evidence.
NBC, he's gotcha.
It's and it gives the evidence. All right, and
bro.
then
Yeah, well, I'm waiting for
NASA
that part, though.
NASA
My recommendation: turn the fucking TV off and never look
Yeah,
at it again.
you just keep saying like CNN says it's a
Yeah.
globe. That's not evidence. That's just a source repeating your claim. There's no evidence to it. So what is the actual evidence?
The French Aeronautics and Space Agency, the German Aeronautics and Space Agency. Excuse me.
All right, you don't understand. So just citing a bunch of agencies and news networks that are saying the same thing as you are is not evidence for what you're saying.
Evidence for
It's
what
the
I'm
actual
saying. What the hell do you think a source is?
Yeah, it's just somebody saying something. What is
And
the
that's
actual
like
evidence part
multiple.
that your source is going to provide? That's what we actually care about.
Okay, yeah. So I've given you. I'll actually send you the pictures and stuff like that. But you need to send me your 8 sources, please. I'd like to see them.
No, I
And
don't.
and
You've got it covered already.
have to be like,
There's nothing I need to show you. You can just go outside and look at some
yeah,
flat level
exactly. Because you're
water at the
wrong.
beach.
Because
That's
you're
all you
wrong.
need
You
to.
don't have any evidence.
Yeah,
You're wrong.
but you're making a claim that goes against what you yourself experience. So just go
No, it's
outside and
not. No,
experience.
it's not. I gave you news sources. I gave you like
Dude.
visual, like what
Oh, I've heard enough. Somebody else can have some fun.
Did he get server muted?
Oh, it was just too stupid, man.
Man, I'm not even a flat earther, and that kid was wild. Like, for real, like, I mean, if you disagree with somebody, you shouldn't just be like, oh, you just are ignorant, you just suck, like, all your knowledge is stupid. Like, people base their beliefs off shit, bro. Like, even if it's wrong or you think it's wrong, like, you shouldn't just dog on it like that.
Yeah, no,
I
I'm
felt
really
dumb and
sorry
gay.
for him. You know, it's like he doesn't even know that he is stupid.
I felt
Like,
dumb
I
and
mean,
gay with him.
like, I don't even, like, agree with the flat earth model, but, like, you shouldn't just, like, fucking dog on it. Like, people have good reasons to believe it, you know, or at least you should treat it as though they do, and then maybe you could learn something. Like, you never know, but, like, god damn, that was so stupid. Like, my news agency, why do you think a news agency would be so trustworthy? Like, even if I'm not a flat earther, like, if I was a flat earther, like, that's the dumbest argument from somebody on the other side, because it's like they would be lying to you, because I already believe the news stations lie. So it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I felt pretty stupid engaging with it. I was like, that's almost as dumb as he is.
It's fine. I mean, maybe it's a little bit of a waste of your time, but I don't know. He came in here
It's
just
just like trying
acting all smart. What's your IQ? What the fuck?
I mean, it's sort of like trying to debate a 5-year-old or something like that. Would you do
Yeah,
that?
you already sounded like one. So
Oh, yeah. So I was asking in the the comments because I'm actually somebody who appreciates like knowledge and learning from people, even if I disagree. So like for me, like I've never like heard it from one of you guys who believe in a flat Earth model, but so like I bet you've seen like the experiments where they like go on a flat lake or something and they point a laser pointer at like a board
Yes,
and
we
then
have.
they level it, and then when you point it at the board on like let's say the boat or on the floating thing that has the measuring tape, I guess it's higher up. Like what's your guys' like opinion on how like that works? Like what's like the action behind that, like, or your main argument
I don't know
if you
what
have
you
any?
mean. It's higher up.
Yeah, so it's like well, I guess you haven't seen it, but like um they put a laser pointer on the ground or near like right on the shoreline, and they have a boat with a basically like a big flat piece.
Why do they use a boat? Why not another shoreline that is near?
Um, I think they use the boat because the water on a calm day is like the flattest you can get because water conforms to the surface regardless of
Yeah, it's a
I can't say the
wrong
word, sorry.
assumption.
So like what's your opinion on like the laser experiment? If you guys have it. Like I would just
I
love
mean,
to know.
it has to be properly done, you know. That's why I
Yeah, yeah.
mentioned not using a boat, for example, which has, it moves.
So like oh, I guess that relates to another question I was going to ask you guys. It's just like, so, and this is not like a loaded question trying to like prove you guys wrong or like get underneath your skin, but it's like a genuine question on like how you guys think. It's just basically, so when you are on like a boat, and I bet everybody's done that, and like you look out really far and you see those ships, and then like you see them dip down below the horizon. That happens like anywhere you are. When it comes to like being on the ocean, like why do you think that happens, and like why do you think there is like a circumference in at which all navigators of the ocean have to see. Like if the Titanic went down and I shot a flare up, or I didn't have any flares, like there's only a certain radius around the Titanic they could have,
Yeah,
seen it.
sure.
So like, what's your explanation for that?
Yeah, of course. It's due to the magnification of the
I would love
air
to
that is
hear what that
being
is.
you're looking through, basically.
So like you're saying like there's some kind of like magnetic property of the air
Not
that bends the
magnetic,
light.
magnification. Like
Magnification.
like a magnifying glass, for
So,
example.
so is it like a heat thing? Is it done via like density? Like what's happening there?
It has all kinds of properties depending on temperature, but regarding of that, it's on a flat plane. When you look into the horizon, you have a potency difference in the distance.
It's a potency difference. What is that?
So if you look straight up, you have a smaller potency of density of the air you're looking through
Okay.
because the layer of or the pressure of air uh, lowers the higher you go, and therefore you have then different elements which come with other gases for helium, argon, and you know all the gases that are above the air which reside thereon. You're looking basically then through them also. But if you look at a straight line or into the horizon, basically, you have only potency of the element of air you're looking through.
Okay, so it's like similar to like looking through a gas and it like bends the light.
Yes, exactly. And
Okay.
do
And
it
that's
due to the fact that you're looking on a flat plane into the distance on a horizontal plane, you have absolute potency of the element you're looking through. There's no difference of different gases that might bend the light in a different way, you know? So
okay, so that
therefore, you have a
okay.
constant magnification. Of course, temperatures, hot or cold, make a lot of differences then. So you have to take this also into consideration. So the best way in order to look or measure such experiments with a laser, for example, would be in an optimal condition. Mostly early in the morning, because you then have less disturbances due to the temperature raises, and therefore you can make more accurate measurements.
Yeah, that's interesting. I haven't really been told that by somebody who believes in a flat Earth. So thank you. Also, I wanted to ask, like, and anybody can jump in here. What's your like biggest thing that you've seen or like study or experiment somebody has done in a scientific way that has like proven to you or at least gave you the justification to believe in a flat Earth? Like what's that one thing you're like, how is that like not a flat Earth? Is it like an experiment? Is it just a study, or is it like more of a logic based ideology? What do you respond to that?
Well, I would say the laser experiment was the most providing for me, but either way, I've came to the same conclusion even without the laser experiment, even before I came onto flat Earth. I've made my own thoughts about this and how the world works and how I observed things. I came to the same
Yeah.
conclusion regardless of this test.
And not just like on the laser test, but is there anything else like that you found like interesting or like something that like blew your mind one day and you came to an epiphany of like,
Yeah, I mean,
oh
I guess the greatest understanding for me was perspective in general. When you know how elements works, like the magnification due to the potency. It's the same when you go underwater and see in a distance. If you have a super clear water, you say the same. You see the same thing. But if you see in the water outside on light sources, for example, or other objects that shine through, that are being able to shine through, you see that they are in different places. But when you go up and see where they actually are, they are at totally different places. And this is the same when you look through the air of potency. Therefore, the sun setting or rising in the distance. But the sun itself is at a constant height.
but it's the
It's
gases bending the light to make the sun at the edge.
exactly, yes.
And where does the like why does it get night then? Like where does the sun go after night? Like how is that happening?
Yeah, it's due to the radiation frequency that the sun emits.
And that
So
like
when you have,
fluctuates?
What?
yes, it has a specific reach or length, wavelength that our eyes can see. The further it goes, the lesser radiation we receive. And therefore, even the elements, the gases react to them due to the infrared radiation that the sun emits. The ionization of the elements like helium and such then react to it. Therefore, we see the sky starting to go blue because they are getting animated.
Getting animated? Like
Yeah, before we see the sun, the sky
mhm.
starts to go blue, and the horizon. Then you see the wavelengths of the lower frequency, which is then red. So you see the sky going red, orange, and brighter to yellow and such. And this is
Okay.
you're basically observing the frequency wavelength of the sun that is being able to receive your eyeball.
I see, I see. And then I also had a question. It's like, um, what's your like opinion on like when you see pictures of like the moon or like Mars or Venus? Like, are we a disk that they orbit around, or is it like are they disks that orbit around a disk, or like how do you describe that?
Well, since we cannot go there and cannot test things, therefore our observation is just based on what we see, we do not know. We only know that they are light sources. They are emitting light in some way or form, lower frequency or in different frequency radiations, or they do not have any kind of radiation.
And that relates back to your
Usually, yeah,
first point. Yeah. Okay.
yeah, if you look at fixed stars, for example, they have a specific frequency you can observe, but they don't emit any radiation whatsoever.
Okay, so that kind of related back to your first point. Oh, and then also my final question that I was curious to ask any of you guys, you can respond, but what's like a solar eclipse, like, or a lunar eclipse, sorry, not a solar eclipse, a lunar eclipse of when the Earth's shadow is shown across the moon. Like, what is happening there?
Yeah, this is, this is in question for us also, but we believe that there has to be another body which nobody describes, which just moves between either sun or moon on specific time, either lunar or solar eclipses.
So an entirely different body or area, I guess.
Yeah, it's like a filter basically that just moves before the light source, basically. That is what we
Huh.
are assuming. And we can observe it, but you know, we cannot prove it because nobody can go there. It's, you know.
Do you think flat Earth is based off of more of a religious connotation? Do you like solely think it's like a scientific way to view the universe? Like, I just would love to know
I would say it's
what you think.
mostly religious. It's based on Christianity.
Okay, so you base okay. So it's more of like what they say in the texts about the structure of the universe and things like that.
Yeah, in Genesis, for example, it speaks of the firmament, and
Oh, do you believe in the firmament, or is that like the
yeah, yeah,
atmosphere? Like,
yeah,
is
yeah,
it
I do,
glass?
I do.
Is it
Yeah, yeah, of course, our atmosphere is contained.
what do you think that is, like, contained by, like, some kind of like force? Do you think they're
No,
wrong
no,
in
it's
those
not.
texts?
No, it's not atmospheric pressure or magnetic force that holds the elements in.
You,
In terms
you
of
think
the
it's glass?
outer pressure. Say again?
So you think it's like some kind of glass?
Yeah, it's being described in the Bible, for example, as glass. Like, yeah, some kind of, but we cannot touch it, or nobody has gone there other than the agencies,
Is it
government and
possible to
such.
get there?
Yeah, I assume so. But the documents that are classified, they would never admit it to us because of
Why do
different
you think they're
other
hiding,
agendas.
a flat Earth from us? Like, what benefit do you think, like, they obtain from not giving us that knowledge? Like, if we knew all of a sudden, like, the Earth was flat, but everything stayed the same, like, what are they getting that we aren't getting, or what are we gonna get out of that is so, different? Like,
Yeah, I
what's like,
guess.
why would they hide that?
Yeah, I guess the only way they get anything out of this is gaining power from whoever they worship, basically. You
So it's
know.
like a religious thing for you. Like, you think the people that can reach that place are getting a higher, religious uh, grasp than you are, I guess. Is it that kind of perspective? Are you saying it's more of like
No,
I'm
not
closer to God kind of thing?
necessarily. No, the information they get and we have is basically the same, but what they get out of it, if they do not talk about it, they get power and money and whatever.
So whatever is there
But
that we
if
don't know about.
yes, and
Hmm.
those and what the spiritual being, basically Satan, Lucifer, or whatever you want to call him, gets out of it is deceiving the humanity
Yeah. Yeah.
that God doesn't exist, that space is vast and whatever. It's just like lies, basically.
So
Space is just
yours
like,
based off the Bible and stuff like that. Okay,
yeah,
thanks, man.
yeah,
I appreciate it. I just wanted to pick your mind about that kind of stuff because I
yeah,
love
no
to learn,
problem.
and yeah, yeah, and I'm not an asshole. Like, I'm not gonna ask you what your IQ is or shit like that. So I
No,
appreciate the
no,
bug.
that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Cool, man.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Hmm. So how many aethers are there?
Say again.
I said, how many luminiferous aethers are there?
I'm sorry. What? I had to turn my mic up. What?
I said, how many luminiferous aethers are there?
What does it
What
mean?
does that acronym mean?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I'm taking a look on here, reading about the luminiferous ether.
Oh,
And
the
I'm going,
ether. I don't
yeah,
know. I mean,
and I'm going on to read that in order for light to do what it's doing, since we know about different wavelengths and slightly different speeds, there would have to be a different aether for each wavelength of light, which is just completely irrational.
I guess it's just the same ether, but it has all the properties. It can react to different kinds of sounds and frequencies, you know?
Sounds?
Yeah, you can manipulate light also through sound.
What does the ether have to do with sound?
It's basically the same as any wavelength you're observing or can
No.
produce. You say no, but it's
Uh,
otherwise.
Sound can't travel through a vacuum. Light can travel through a vacuum. So what does sound have to do with the ether?
Because even if you have nothing, there still is ether.
But sound can't travel through ether, so sound is separate from the ether.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
It just behaves just like the quantum theory, you know,
No.
like particles in the distance when they are stimulated.
What? That doesn't answer my question about how sound interacts with the ether. That just sounds like babble to me.
I mean,
Uh, I
I
also
do
asked
not
for an.
know. I do not know much about it, but
I
I
can just
I told you.
I
Yeah,
can just
yeah.
confidently say that there's no evidence for it.
Of course, nobody has evidence. It's still a theory, you know.
Yeah.
The only thing to test if ether exists, if you could separate it and determine what it is, you know, make it manipulate without any kind of interferences. But this isn't possible because we have to have measurements or some kind of measurement devices that actually analyze what we are looking at. At least for now, you know, unless I guess we cannot make it spiritual, right? And determine.
Yeah, spiritual would be kind of a bad route to go down.
Yeah.
I'm just curious to see what happens in December. What flat earther they're gonna send. with what globe earther they're going to send to Antarctica.
Hi, every pony.
I casted my vote for Witsit because I think that'd be hilarious.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh,
What?
it's called the Final Experiment. They're going to send a flat earther and a globe earther, both with P1000s, to the South Pole to see A, a 24-hour sun, and B, being able to look south and see the sun, which would come
I'm a
with the
cat
24-hour
earther.
sun.
I believe the Earth rests on a cat.
Oh,
Of course,
what about the turtle?
of course, a glober will win. You know why?
Hmm.
Because there's no 24 sun at the moment at the South Pole.
That's why I
Because
said
of,
December.
yeah, it doesn't matter. The sun is at the lowest down there from the equator. So still, the measurement they are going to have there is negligent. It doesn't matter
What?
because the radius is far too big
What?
for the sun to be seen all the time.
In the south? In Antarctica?
Yes.
On the flat Earth, yeah.
Negatory, Ghost Rider. On a globe Earth, yeah. On a flat Earth, absolutely not. You're right. So I think you said it yourself, right? Like the globe Earther will win because they'll see a 24-hour sun. That's mean the Earth is a globe, or at the very least, Antarctica isn't an ice wall.
I mean, either way, they won't admit anything about what they are going to measure.
Well, hold on. If they go down there and both parties see the same thing, of course, because I don't think we're living in two separate matrices at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, it's not new. You know, it has been done on other times and dates and day and places, you know, with this same kind of people who believe in different kind of views. And they both never came to the same conclusion because one denied one of the other and made different claims of what they were seeing actually and what was actually happening.
Well, I think that the Globers would claim that what they're seeing in the video is actually what's going on, whereas I hear the other side saying the opposite, that what we're seeing in the video is not what's happening in reality.
Yeah, well, okay, now we need definitely. I mean, I'm not going there.
I
We
think it'd
have
be
done this over and over.
I think it'd be very dangerous for flat earthers if somebody were to be able to show a picture of the sun south of where they are in Antarctica.
You seen a black swan?
I personally think not, but
Well, it'd be well, at the very least, it would throw out any idea that Antarctica is an ice wall around all the other continents.
yeah, well, if you assume that the Antarctic is really just a small combined point where you can go basically as an island to there, and you have the flat Earth claim that there is an ice wall, basically going all around. So where do they going to land? Basically, are they going from South America, or are they going from China, or from Russia, or
We
from?
have to take a look. We'll have to see what they get planned, who they're going to send, and when they're going to send them. Of course, it's going to have to be in December. But where
Yeah,
that trip's going to be?
basically the only legitimate version for me would be if they would take from each continent someone who would go south.
Well, if they leave from South America, or South Africa, and they're heading south, and they can bring their little compasses with them to see that they're going south, and they run into Antarctica, and the sun is supposed to be in between, or sorry, the sun is supposed to be north of where they are because, of course, they traveled south. but they look south and they see the sun, I think that's an issue for the flat Earth, regardless of where they leave from.
Yeah, well, let's see then.
Because I can already point to a few pictures where looking south is the case, and they're seeing the sun from Antarctica, which is very, 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 I would say, impossible to explain on a flat Earth. Unless somebody else has a wacky theory to explain why we were able to look south in Antarctica and see the sun during southern summer.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see that also. Let's wait and see.
So this is the flat Earth chat.
You did it. You found it.
Wow. Really quiet in here. It's like really quiet in here.
Hello, pals. How's it going? Anybody online here or no? Everybody's kind of like,
Yep. Go
how's
ahead.
it going? Oh yeah,
That's
you're.
going
Are you a
great.
Are you a flat Earth guy?
Yeah.
Why?
Yee boy.
I'm just interested in why. I don't really have an opinion on it one way or the other.
Got no reason to think that the Earth curves into a sphere.
I understand. I
Zero
guess.
reason.
I
mean,
well, I mean, from
don't
my
you think that
experience.
water is
Oh, go ahead. I'm
demonstrably
sorry.
flat and level if at rest?
I mean, no. Is a drop of water flat and level?
Okay. So let's qualify it with, say, large bodies or anything, the scale of a body of water, in a glass, let's say, or a cup, up
It
from
it
there.
it fits a container due to surface tension.
Yeah. So would you say that that surface seeks its level?
So I mean, I'm a simple guy. I'm not like a scientist or some kind of
Yeah, but what
weirdo
I'm
who
talking
like
about
looks in the
is
shit.
really simple.
But yeah, no, of course, yeah. I'm not trying to overcomplicate it. But so I used to work offshore, right? I used to work out of Port Fourchon in Louisiana, right? So if I'm on a boat and I'm going away from the shore, the lights of Fourchon sink below the horizon once you get past a certain point. And
Okay.
it seems like for them to sink below the horizon, that would necessitate a round place, something that's round, or maybe not even round, but convex, I guess at least.
Yeah.
It'd have to be shaped. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to, and like I'm not trying to stir shit. I'm interested in like how you guys get your conclusions. Like I'm not an arguing fucking
That's okay.
weirdo from the server.
Yeah,
I'm
that's cool.
just kind
So,
of interested.
do they sink below you or do they just appear to do that?
I'm open to other explanations for why they go beneath the horizon.
Well, they'll just appear to ramp down in your perspective, right? Just due to angular perspective. You know that.
Sure, but I mean, like if I'm standing on a boat and I'm a 6 foot tall guy and I'm standing on a boat that's like let's say a 100 ton workboat. So I guess I'm above the actual ocean, probably like 10 or 12 feet, something like that. Depending on whether I'm hauling cargo or not. Hey, girly girl, love you. But the lights go. They seem to sink below the horizon. That's all I'm saying. It's like, do you have an explanation for that?
Well, I don't see them go below it. That's for sure. Because the
Have you
horizon's sort of the extent of what I can see. I just kind of see them converge into it.
have you ever? And I mean, I'm not trying to I'm not trying to be a dick. But have you ever like been in that scenario where you're on a boat that's like traveling away from shore, because the boats that I
Yep.
was on, they go like 200 miles out or something like that. They're not ships or anything. They're like work boats or crew boats sometimes, depending on what I'm
I've been on
doing.
different boats before. Yeah. I haven't been
But I
on
mean,
work boats.
yeah, well, yeah, it's kind of a shitty profession. Still kind of fun though.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But I
Well,
mean, if they sink below the horizon, then that would mean that you're traveling on a sphere. It would seem like,
I mean,
unless
do
you
they
have
actually sink below the horizon or is it just appearing like that?
what else would cause them to appear like they're sinking below the horizon besides actually
Well,
sinking below the horizon?
I don't know about the actual sinking below the horizon part because I don't see anything sink below it. I just see the stuff appear to ramp down in my perspective and then just kind of converge out of view.
Sure, but I mean, okay, so is the flat Earth is it like a solidly held belief? Is like or could it be like a convex Earth? You know what I'm saying? Like a
Well,
semicircle
that would be
on a
the same sort
platform.
of thing, right? The water would be curving in the same direction that it would be on a sphere, right?
Sure. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like I'm trying to give like reasons why it might
Well, I don't
be a flat Earth
see
still.
any
I mean,
demonstration of water actually doing that. Like, I get what you're saying, that you see some optical phenomenon, and then you think, well, that must be happening because there is a curve of that water. But I don't see any direct demonstration of that. Only people's inferences and interpretations that must be going on.
well, I mean that makes sense until you get to the point where it's like there's a certain amount of distance where that happens at. It's like I think 3 miles out is where the lights eventually go completely down. But I mean,
Yeah, this is
but if it was
this
a
is sort of
flat
the
Earth,
kicker. That's
no,
sort
I'm
of the
sorry. Go
kicker
ahead.
right
Yeah,
there, the
go ahead.
distance thing. Go ahead.
But I mean, like if the Earth was a flat disk, wouldn't it be more like a gradual fading out? Like because it's like I've seen lights that fade from a distance, like as you get away from them.
Yeah, that does happen.
Like whenever so if you're going to a rig that has an exhaust thing, I forget what they're called. I'm not a rig guy, so I don't know what they're called. But there's these rigs that have these big fire spouts on top. They're natural gas rigs, but like the fire is really high up in the air. It's like 100 feet up in the air. It's like I know what it looks like whenever something that's really high above me fades out of fades out of view because it's very far away. Because like you can see them when they're really close, and like they get hot. You can feel the heat off of them from like on deck, which is like 200 feet below where the fire is. But once you get far enough away, like eventually it looks like a cigarette, like a cigarette ember. And then as you get further and further away, it fades. But the lights in Fushan don't do that. They go beneath the surface. They don't fade, because they're at the same. They're relatively the same level as I am. So traveling away from them, it looks as though they're sinking below the horizon, and the only way that I can figure that would happen, and I'm not, like I said, I'm not a scientist, would be that I'm traveling over a curve, you know.
Yeah, but the below the horizon part is kind of getting me because you don't really see it go below the horizon, do you?
Yeah, you
I
can
mean,
watch
you
it
see it
like
sort of ramp down, sort of into the horizon, right?
well, no, I mean it actually goes below the horizon. It's like because so
So you see the horizon and you see the lights appearing below it.
you see no, you don't see the lights once they go below the horizon,
Well, that's
but
what
you
I'm
do
saying. You don't actually see anything go below, right? You just infer that that must have been the case. It went beneath something, but then you have a physical horizon, and that would have to be demonstrated.
Sure. But it seems like I don't know. It just seems like a simple man's perspective. Like if you're looking at a thing and it's like if you're on a curve, then the thing will sink below. Like I mean, maybe I'm not making myself super clear, or maybe I'm just explaining
No, I
things
get it.
badly.
I get it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah.
Sorry. So
No.
I'm not trying to be like. I'm just interested in like how did you get to the conclusion that the Earth is flat, or why did you get to the conclusion the Earth is
Well,
flat?
you touched on something which is a big point around here, which is the distance to it. You said it should be about 3 miles out for a 6 foot guy, right?
Well, yeah, I'm a 6 foot guy standing on a boat that probably raises up about 10 to 12 feet out of the water. So it's
Yes.
kind of
Well,
and that's
so
just a roundabout sort of thing, just depending on our cargo. Yeah.
so your elevation is going to actually give you the expected geometric distance to the horizon if the ball Earth is a real thing. So when we test that, we often find that the horizon is much further than those figures we
Baby,
put it.
get you some pebbles.
You still there?
I'll come lay down with you in a second, baby girl. I love you. Hey, good job doing so good at school, baby. Love you. I'll go hang out with you in just a second, okay?
Okay, I'm not going to get in
It's
on that.
okay. No, just that's my daughter. She did really well in school. She's like she wants me to come lay down and watch cartoons or whatever.
Yeah,
I will
that's
I will
fair.
in a second. But no, I'm kind of like I don't know. like I've heard about the flat Earth thing a lot. I've had people who I've known in my life, but like, frankly, the way they explain it is kind of like, not good, I guess. Because a lot of people, it seems like, especially like, I won't say especially flat Earth people, but like whenever somebody holds a conviction really strongly, they get really offended whenever you question it in a way that's like difficult or you know what I mean? It's like why are you giving me the fourth degree about this? You know, it's just
Yeah, we can keep it chill.
yeah.
Keep it
Let's keep
on.
it chill. It's
Yeah.
good to keep it chill.
So what would you
Fuck
think
Israel
though?
next to the borders. That's kind of cool.
So what
Okay.
would you think though? All right. So you've got the given geometric distances to the horizon, right? Based on the assumption that it's a sphere, right? It's going to be a certain rate of curve, and there's going to be a certain distance that you're going to get to the horizon, right? So
Yeah.
what if you're seeing that horizon much further than that distance? What are you going to think of that?
Well, I mean, okay. So this is just me saying this. I've never actually seen a lot of these phenomenon, but like there are meteorological phenomenon, which they call it that, but I'm not exactly sure how it works. But there are certain situations where you can see things further away, even though
Well,
it's
yeah, they're going to tell you the light refraction, right? The light is bending
yeah,
around the
it's like
curve,
yeah,
right? So
it's
that
light
you can
refraction.
actually see
Yeah,
further than the max geometric distance, right?
yeah,
Yeah, it's kind of just being like lifted up into view. So,
sure.
um, but then the problem becomes how would it have been measured in the first place? Because they claim that they did use optical means to measure it, right? But now you've got this conundrum where, okay, just tiny deflections of light through the air are going to distort it so that now if it's a ball, it's looking, 10 times, 100 times, whatever, 60 times bigger
Yeah.
than it's been claimed to have been measured to be. How do you do that in the first place if it looks nothing like what it actually is geometrically?
And as I said, I only have what I've seen to go off of. I'm like I said, I'm not a science guy at all. But I was interested in the question that I asked because it was like I don't know. A lot of the times when you ask people who are into certain things, it's like it becomes a question of like, don't believe your lying eyes. You know what I'm saying?
Oh no, I mean,
But like,
you believe, yeah, you believe whatever you want.
no,
I'm not here
of
to
course. It's like,
proselytize or.
yeah, we're just talking. No big deal.
Yeah.
So, how did you get into this? Are you a Christian, by the way? I'm interested in that specifically.
Nah,
No?
I don't really consider myself a religious
Interesting.
person.
Interesting.
It all comes back to water. That's it. Simple physics of water. I don't see any actual direct evidence that it does curve. I mean, I get like the inferences that it must, like, oh, looks like that thing went below the horizon. But any direct test of the water itself doesn't seem to show that. So,
So do you believe that do you believe that the Earth is a flat disk traveling upwards at a certain speed, and that's what gravity is?
no chance.
No chance. Okay. So what do you believe gravity is?
Uh, it's the glue for the globe model.
So what causes things whenever you throw them up in the air to come down?
I have no clue. What mechanism could you possibly test to show that it's the cause of that?
Well, I mean, I feel like it's a pretty important piece of the puzzle if you're going to say that like the Earth is flat, because like a lot of the people who say the Earth is flat, and this is just shit that I've heard from my friends who believe that the Earth is flat.
I'm going to say that
But
nobody knows the cause. Whatever anybody says, I don't think anybody knows the actual cause.
I don't know. I mean, no, of course nobody knows the cause, but at
You
the
could
same
you could
time, it's like
call it gravity, whatever it is, and I guess I would go with you on that if you just wanted to say whatever the cause of that is coming down. Yeah, sure, whatever. Put the label gravity on it. That wouldn't bother me.
you're yeah, of course, of course. You're kind of an odd guy. Also, do you have a Roddy Piper? Oh, okay. Sorry. I saw the glasses and stuff. I thought you had like a They Live
Oh yeah.
Profile picture. Yeah. But no, that guy is definitely not the guy from They Live. Okay, so I don't know. It's like, I mean, it seems like gravity is a pretty important part of that because it's like, from what I guess physicists say gravity is it's like literally it's something that's literally so heavy that it's bending space towards the thing that's this heavy. And I don't know, and like I said, I don't understand the science of it or anything like that, so I'm not really the one to argue about that kind of thing. But I know
Yeah, that's the
a lot of flat Earth
Einsteinian.
people believe that like the reason that things travel back towards the ground is because there's it's a disk that's traveling upwards at a certain speed, and that is what accounts for things falling back towards the ground, because it's like we're literally traveling upwards at all times. So even though you're trying to escape, like by jumping or throwing something up in the air, like the ground is always constantly traveling towards you. Have you heard this? Is this?
Yeah, I've heard it. It's Flat Earth Society nonsense.
Yeah.
They seem to be like a troll group run by Glovers, just kind of trying to, poison the well or whatever.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean,
I didn't realize you
there
guys had
actually are some
your
people out here who do genuinely claim that too. I
Sure.
don't know how they can possibly, back that up. I wouldn't say that. I don't think there's any evidence for that. It's definitely not a testable mechanism. It's not something you could test, the Earth rising up, to show that that's actually the cause of anything falling. I think it's ludicrous.
I didn't realize that you fellas had your own people who you thought were poisoning the well. That's interesting. Like you have your own concept of how things work, but also you have your own people who are like controlled opposition, I guess you would say.
Yeah, that's what it seems to be, because they just make all sorts of outrageous claims. They come out and go, "Hey, we're the flat earthers," and then they say Australia doesn't exist, right?
No, that makes sense. That makes sense to me. It's like, because like I may not think that you're necessarily correct, but it does make sense that like if there was like a mechanism of control, like a deep state or something, they would want like all sides who had a conflicting opinion to be seen as like crazy people.
Yeah,
And so that makes sense to me.
yeah, yeah. They're just trying to misrepresent us, basically. Well, that's
Sure.
what I would say, because everything they say is goofy, and I don't think anybody in this room who calls themselves a flat earther would go along with any of it.
You gotta get yourself some WD-40 for that screen door, buddy.
Sorry about that.
No, you're good, buddy. I'm just saying, get you some WD-40.
Well, I actually do. Yeah, I'm gonna get on that.
I
Don't
love
worry, I
that
got
shit. Yeah, hell yeah. No, actually, leave it. Leave it the way it is. That's almost better.
got character.
It got character. Yeah, exactly. You gotta have it a little squeaky. If you have a screen door, you need to have it squeaky. At least a little.
You got that right.
That's how you know it's home.
Yeah, I just don't get that home feeling without it.
Ah, we're mutual friends with the that one fella, that boom guy, the end cap fella.
Let's see, 42 ounce or whatever is, well, it used to be called 40 or something like that.
Yeah, we had an argument, a very spirited argument against some very strange people a couple of days back. I don't know. This server's a trip, dude. You can find almost anything anywhere. I had a boomer ban me yesterday. He's like, I'm a conservative, but I'm not a Trumper, and Biden's a good guy. He's probably the best president we've had. And it's like, like my head almost exploded. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
It could be a similar thing to what I was just talking about. Hey, I'm a conservative, but right.
Yeah. But it's just so strange. It's like I'm just not used to like. I mean, 'cause that guy's a boomer, so I don't take anything he says seriously. But I mean, like,
Just saying stupid shit in the name of conservatives for whatever reason.
yeah, of
Misrepresent them.
course. It's like it's weird. It's like the most, because I mean the uniparty perspective right now is like war is good. We should do war right now. I don't care who it's against, like Ukraine or Palestine or whatever. We have to do these things. We have to do these now. It's like, man, isn't this shit? Doesn't that shit seem silly? Isn't it kind of crazy that like the people who were claiming to be like anti-war like a few years ago were all like very pro, like, hey, well, they're getting tricked the same way they were back whenever 9/11 happened. Like they think some quadruple landlocked goat fuckers are coming to take their land or their way of life or something. It's so strange to me. It's like I don't like any of this shit. It's like I would prefer to be a more closed off country, to be honest.
Yep.
Stop being the world's police.
Yeah, that's probably a reach. I don't think it's going to happen.
It won't happen. It won't happen at all. Personally, I think we're probably in the end of days, but then again, everybody who's ever lived at some point has always thought they were in the end of days, especially Christians. But like, I don't know. I think we have a better chance at it now than we ever had.
Because we'll only find out when we get there.
Yeah. Yeah. Very true. Very true, pal. Let's see. Let's see. So why does everybody just like mute their mics on the server? They just AFK in this place?
A lot of them are just, onlookers. Spectators.
Oh, yeah, makes sense.
We got us a crowd.
So what do you think about the Northern Lights and being in Alabama?
That's
Pretty far
cool.
south.
Yeah. So I guess that's supposed to be like an interaction between the sun and the magnetic fields.
Yeah.
I don't really know why it would need a globe.
Well, no, it's not a globe thing. I'm interested in your perspective on it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I think it's kind of strange. It's like, I mean, 'cause I think I don't think it's as strange as people think it is. I think it happened like 20 years ago or something like that, where it got low enough to be in Alabama. But there's some kind of event that they say it is that's like an almost wipe out, like almost EMP all your electrical devices sort of event that people kind of freaked out about. What they do with solar flares, I don't know, dude. I'm not good at any of this shit. I come here to talk shit and have fun, but a lot of people here are very uptight. I'm glad that you're not that guy who's very uptight and high strung.
I've retired from being high strung.
Yeah. Why worry about it, right?
Yeah, unless I want to for fun.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fun to troll sometimes. I get that. I do that sometimes.
Yeah.
But what if the Earth is a globe or a disc? It's like, at the end of the day, does it really affect either one of us? I mean, in a certain way, I guess it might, but at the same time, like as a working fucking slob, is it really like something that's going to affect our day-to-day lives? Like if something actually happened that was like, balkanizing event in the United States, it's like it really doesn't matter if you're a
I guess you would probably have
person
more
or
immediate
whatever.
things to think about in that case. But
Oh yeah.
I don't know, and it's also kind of not whether it is flat or a globe or whatever that would affect your life. It's more the knowledge of what it is, right? How does that affect your life? Because whatever it is what it's always been and what you've been living with this whole time. So if it's flat and
Sure.
it's and if it were actually instead a sphere, that would probably change everything because you would literally not be living in the same place that you are. So it's more like a question of like, what does the knowledge actually do? And
Well, no, I mean,
that could change your. That's a personal question, right?
Of course, yeah. Well, I mean, whether or not it's a globe or a disc, it really doesn't change my like way of living.
I would get the disc thing out of your head though, because I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say it's a disc. I would just say whatever it is.
What would you call it?
Well, I would just call it the Earth. But I would say whatever it is. I couldn't make a shape claim to it because I would take measurements, and we don't have that. But what we have are measurements or observations of the surface showing it's not curving, which means it couldn't be a ball or a pear or a boulder or a potato or anything with a curved surface like that, right? But that in itself doesn't tell you what the hell the shape actually is. It just says, well, it couldn't be that.
So are you a guy with means or anything? I'm not trying to like shit on you or anything, but like, do you have like, are you a guy who's like, are you a
Yeah, I
working
like
class
memes.
guy or? No,
Oh,
I know. I mean,
yeah.
are you a working class guy or like, are you more of like a upper echelon fella? Like, what's your
Nah, dude,
status?
I'm a working class boy.
Okay. So I mean, like, so if you had the opportunity to get a pilot's license, would you try to fly around the planet if you could?
Well, I would challenge that word planet, but yeah,
just to
but
see.
well, I mean, what would that show either way? Because you're just talking about going around, right? You can go around
Yeah.
your yard. It doesn't have to be a beach ball to do that. You know, you just
Sure, but if you plot a course
navigate
as a
around the
straight
central
line.
point, just walk around your house or whatever. I've gone around and I've ended up where I've begun, but I didn't have to, traverse any balls to do that.
Sure, but if you plot a course, like, I mean, like, because like I had to take a really annoying celestial navigation class that I'm still not good at for my job. But like, uh, I mean, if you were to plot a course by the planets, like not by necessarily our planet or not our Earth, I guess, but like the moon and the sun and the stars, like, and you meant to go around the globe, would that change your mind if you try to do something like that, or would you think that it's like, okay, no, this thing that I did, like, I'm traveling in a circle, but not in a globe sort of fashion. I'm not going in a
Right,
straight
like,
line.
yeah. Well, in either way, you're actually going to be going in a circle, right? Wouldn't be a straight line
Yeah,
in either
sure.
case. Yeah.
So do you think that the Arctic is a ice wall?
Well, that's what Wikipedia says. It says that the shoreline is mostly shelves and ice walls. Now, I
Well,
guess the
no.
question is, does it encircle us, like, all the way around?
Yeah.
I
Like,
don't. That I
if you
don't
were
know.
if you were to go from east to west, and you were just to plot a course east to west, and you just continued going east to west, would you eventually hit an ice wall, or would you hit the edge of the planet, I guess?
Well, the ice shelves are down south, right? So you'd have to be going south to run into those.
But I mean, so you mentioned this, like, you said that, like, get the idea of a disk out of your mind. So if it's not a disk, I mean, and I'm asking you to, like, I guess, um, make conjecture. What shape would you say it is?
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I just can't answer that question because we need measurements to make a shape claim. We don't have such measurements to draw from. So it's
Well, you don't need
literally.
empirical verification. You don't really need empirical verification for a conjecture,
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't conjecture. I don't know. I would just tell him I
which
don't
is
know.
another. Yeah, that's a fair reply.
Hey pal, you are Gregory, Gregorn. Can I call you
Mm-hmm.
Greg?
Aye, Captain.
Hey, yeah, call me Mike, buddy. I'm not just, it's an internet name.
Hello.
Yeah. Yeah, but so what's your position on this thing?
Yeah, the surface of the Earth and oceans are parallel to a laser, so they're horizontal.
See, because me and Heretic here. Is there something I can call you besides Heretic? That's another. Call you John Doe. Just call you John.
I was almost about to give you my name. Maybe not that.
Oh yeah, your name's fine.
Call me Paul.
Paul.
His name is Heretic.
Hi, I'm Paul.
Hey, it's that monkey man from the Jimmy Neutron. Very cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's very cool. So me and Paul here, we were talking earlier about, like, so, like, I work offshore, or I worked offshore. I don't work there anymore. I'm working on diesel trucks now. But like, so if you're in a certain port, or the port that I was out of most of the time, once you travel far enough away from that port, the lights fall below the horizon. They don't disappear when you get further away. They sink below the horizon. You can see, like, because there's lights that are further away, there are lights that are closer, and the lights that are further away sink faster than the lights that are closer. Like the ones on the slip, we call it the slip. It's like a think of it like a runway for boats. So the
I get
ones
what
that
you're
are on the
describing.
yeah, so the lights that are on the slip disappear under below the horizon more slowly than the ones that are further away. But for them to sink below the horizon, that requires a curvature, does it not?
Not necessarily. So you can have bottom up obscuration. I didn't say that right. You can have
No,
bottom up obstruction. There we go. Of any object upon a curved surface or a flat surface. If on a flat surface, then it's an instance of the angular acuity between whatever is closest to the non-transparent surface. As it concerns the curved surface, it's being obstructed behind a wall, as it were, of whatever type of matter that the sphere is subsisting of course. In the case
well,
of the oceans and the Earth, especially the oceans, I'm about to pose the deductive argument as it concerns, especially the oceans, with two videos. One being from Nat Geo, which is a clip on TikTok, trying to prove this, what you just described, that there's bottom up obstruction of objects in the distance. Therefore, that indicates that they're being obstructed behind a water hill. But the deductive argument says the following: if oceans are wrapped around a ball, then the horizon, the apparent line in our field of view between the surface of the ocean and the sky, would be the tangible and fixed summit of a water hill. If the horizon is the tangible and fixed point summit water hill, then objects that move away from us in our perspective upon the water beyond the horizon would be obstructed behind the water in our visual perspective. If objects that move away from us in our visual perspective upon the water beyond the horizon would be obstructed behind the water in our visual perspective, then we couldn't see them with optical devices with zoom capabilities to see them again after they disappeared at a given distance with the unaided eye. We do see them again with optical devices with zoom capabilities after they disappear at a given distance with the unaided eye. Therefore, the horizon isn't the summit of a water hill wrapped around a ball.
so it's an interesting posit, but at the same time, it's like you also have things like radar, which work on you're emitting sound in all different directions, right? Or sorry, sonar, not radar.
Mhm.
So you have
Wasn't
sonar.
really talking about radar though. It was maybe
No,
if you address what he said, that might be a good start.
to be honest, to be absolutely honest, the guy's using words that are a little too big for me. I'm
He,
I'm a simple guy.
I
What
can
do you
help.
want me to say? Yeah, please.
So, what's your first question?
So a water hill. Can you define a water hill for me?
I'm just saying that, just speaking English. So supposedly we live on a ball, right?
Uh-huh.
And the ball is wrapped in gas and water, the oceans. So the horizon would be the peak of the water hill, as it were, wrapped around the ball.
Sure.
So there's that. That's what I mean.
Peak of the water hill is wrapped around a ball. But wouldn't that like if it's wrapped around a ball? I mean, it only seems to make sense if it's wrapped around a ball. If you're going, if the lights on the horizon are going below your vision whenever you're traveling away from them, it seems like the only way for that
Yeah,
to happen is if you're on a sphere. It seems like that's the only way for that to go down.
Incorrect.
yeah. Don't get confused by the phrase water hill. It's just said in a what's it? An analogous sense. You understand?
Sure. Sure. Yeah, I understand that.
So from point A to point B, especially upon the surface of the water, there's going to be, as it were, a bulge of water. So as it goes away from you across the surface of the water, supposedly convexing around a ball, right, or into a ball, then that quantity of water between you and the other point is going to be a bulge of water, as it were, obstructing the object bottom up. That's all I mean.
So when you say a bulge of water, like you mean like the water is like conforming to the
The sphere.
to the sphere, but it's not. You don't think that it's like it's It's taking a shape, like as in like a uniform shape over the surface. Is that what you're saying?
No. You're just getting a bit confused with the word choice. I'm just describing the fact that the convex surface of the water ball wrapped around the rock ball flying around in a cosmic vacuum is going to be what's obstructing the object bottom up. That's all.
Yeah. I don't think we're in disagreement on that. I think
Yeah, so there's that. So given
like
that we see objects with optical devices with zoom capabilities beyond that horizon line in our perspective, that necessarily indicates that it's not the peak of a water hill, right? It's not obstructed behind water curving in ball.
so you're talking about like so if I was to travel away from like Port Fujian and I was to take a telescope for instance, I would be able to see the lights that I'm from my
Always.
perspective, I'm seeing sinking underneath the horizon. You're saying I'd be
Not
able to see
always.
those lights?
Should you be close enough and should the atmosphere be in the right conditions? There's still particular conditions that need to be the case in order to observe anything, right? Especially at long distances. But it isn't obstructed behind a water ball.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
because
don't have the opportunity to test
so
that
the
anymore, but I would
radius.
like to test it.
Yeah. So the radius of the Earth is given the size of it. So you can work out with maths where the horizon should be. That's if you think the horizon is the curving water ball, and should always be in the same position. But what Gregory's
Yeah,
getting at
sure.
is that it's never in the same position, and sometimes you can zoom back in on things, sometimes you can't due to atmospheric conditions. So it's just to limit the when you see your lights disappear, it's a limit of your vision.
Well, no, okay. So I was speaking to Paul a second ago about this as well. So there are
Yeah,
also natural.
we all
So
know each other.
yeah, okay. Yeah. I was speaking to Paul earlier about so there's also natural gas rigs offshore, and we were talking
Yep.
about the you have natural gas rigs that have vent ports on the top, and they're like 200 feet off the water. They're like
Yep.
pretty high up. And what they do is they just blast far out. They just vent. So like they vent natural gas, and whenever there's too much built up, I don't know exactly how
Yeah,
rigs
it's
work, but I've seen them work.
too much pressure. It's
Yeah.
a
So
it's
they
a
vent
pressure
them, and
relief valve. Yeah.
yeah, they burn them. They burn off the gas when it comes off the
Yeah.
top. But
Yeah.
like whenever you travel far away, you see them for way further because they're higher up, and also they don't fade like the lights of Fushan. They stay like they don't go beneath the horizon. They fade like a cigarette. Like they go from like an extremely bright light that you can hardly look at, and then a little bit further off from that, they look like, kind of like a flamethrower, and then further off from that, they look like they're more of a they look like a cigarette, like a burning cigarette when you get far enough off. But they don't. Eventually, they'll fade beneath the horizon. But like you're gonna lose sight of the.
How far away?
Ah, so if I was, I've never actually measured it, but I guess you'd have to be six, 6 or 8 miles away before you completely lost sight of them.
You
Somewhere between
shouldn't
there.
that shouldn't happen if it's the curve of the Earth that's blocking it.
I mean, they're way higher than you are. They're like high
Well,
up in the air.
the curvature at 10 miles is 66 feet. So you're talking about that. You're saying these valves are 200 feet off the ocean.
Yeah.
And you should still be able to see it if the Earth was curving anyway, right? So that's saying that something else is coming into play. Why you can't see it?
Sure. Of course, there's atmospheric conditions involved. I mean,
Yeah, but what
so
I'm saying is it's not the curvature of the Earth that's blocking it.
no, not the ones that are 200 feet off the ground. No, I don't think
Yeah,
at
but
this
you're
point.
saying they disappear and you can't see them anymore.
They disappear because you see them fade out. Like I said, they fade out like a cigarette.
Yeah,
They don't fade out.
yeah,
They don't fade out below the horizon. They fade out as if you were like, um,
Yeah, so
You- you-
things can disappear due to atmospheric conditions. Yeah.
Sure, absolutely, but I mean,
Yeah.
but it's a different sort of disappearing than it would be if you were traveling away from shore.
Not
While
necessarily. If you had that, so
well, I'm just saying in my
when
personal.
something's close, yeah, I understand.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Man. I'm not fighting with you, man. But
Yeah, we're just chilling. No
yeah,
big deal.
we're just chatting, man. When things are closer to, so the horizon is where the Earth appears to meet the sky. Yeah, it's an apparent place, right? It's where everything comes together and converges into a horizon. It's a horizontal line, yeah, where the sky appears to meet the Earth, and in this case, the ocean, right? So as
Fair
things get closer to this line, it's harder for you to resolve anything in that line. Like it gets below the angle of resolution for your eyes to resolve it. So you can't see it anymore. As if something is higher above the horizon line, then it's easier to see because angular vision to that subject, to that object, is away from that horizon line. So it hasn't converged into that horizon line yet. Understand what I mean?
I do understand. It's unfortunately almost midnight. I do have work in the morning. Add
No
me.
worries,
I'll be
man.
back. I'll be back in this chat.
You're welcome anytime.
Yeah, I'll be back in this chat probably tomorrow or Saturday. But
What's your name? I'll keep an eye out for you. Captain Hands.
Captain Hands. Call me Michael though.
All right.
And
No worries.
yeah, we'll all talk again. It was nice talking to you, Gregor, or Greg and Paul and Australian fella.
Yeah, I'm Timbo, man. You can call me
Pleasure
Timbo.
too.
Yeah, it was
Check
good.
your
It was good
DMs
talking to you
too.
guys. Yeah, absolutely. It
All
was
right,
good talking to you
pleasure.
guys. I hope to talk to you
Thank you.
soon. Take it easy, guys.
See ya.
Good day, sir.
Was he a pilot, Heretic? Is that correct?
Nah, he just said he worked on boats.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't think he's ever thought about it before. Maybe that's his first conversation with a flat earther.
Which is why I've come into the habit of saying syllogisms more often.
What's that, Gregory? What'd you say?
Because of what you said right there, for the sake of giving the best impression possible, at all times, That's why I come into the habit of saying syllogisms more often.
Yeah.
Well, my visit right now is just a bit quick. I'll be right back. Well, I'll talk to y'all later. Peace to you.
No worries. See you, mate.
Damn it. We're missing out on
Nice.
entertainment now.
I saw you lighten up. Why? Because Gregory's gone.
Gregory's the most entertaining flat earther known. He's like he might be he's first and then Alpha's second. Alpha makes it really, really funny the way he talks to certain people. But Gregory's even funnier because Gregory's even funnier because the way he goes down, like he starts like being so combative sometimes, so it's even fucking more hilarious.
I hear you laughing in the background with me, mate.
I'm always fucking laughing at it, dude.
Me too. Sometimes I just leave my mic open just to laugh.
Me?
Funny.
Yeah, dude, I fucking leave my mic open and laugh.
I do the same thing. Yeah, but that guy last night was hilarious. I can't remember his name.
Yeah.
Maybe you left.
I think Haas is. I find Haas to be the funniest.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Haas, dude, old Haas. Bro, I always told old Hosford that he's fucking hilarious, dude. He's hilarious. He is fucking.
Did you hear them last night speaking to that Australian guy?
What Australian guy?
Oh, it was last night for me, so it would have been this morning, maybe for you guys.
I don't know. Probably. Oh, I got school this
it was
morning, dude.
old Hoss, crit, and
Oh, man.
it was pretty funny, man.
Dude, old Haas. I remember one dude joined in here, and old Hosford was like, "Did you see the sun, or have you ever seen the Earth orbit the sun, or whatever?" And it was just fucking hilarious. 'Cause the guy was like, "I don't know, like I haven't seen it," and old Hosford kept mocking him off the bat, and it was fucking funny.
Yeah, he's so patronizing, isn't he? He was telling this
Yeah.
guy. This guy kept on saying right. So after every like 3 words, Hoss would go right, 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 and then the guy stopped saying right, and he couldn't help himself, so he started saying okay, 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 and so I started saying right, okay, right.
That's the type of shit old Hosford does, man. I remember someone said, like, I remember I was referencing something that happened like a few like I think it was like 50 years ago or like 60 years ago. And old Hosford just kept saying like
Like
50 years ago. Yeah, like. Yeah, he kept emphasizing that. He makes us all look stupid sometimes, dude.
You're
it's
spinning
funny.
water ball chasing a dying star.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing he does as well. Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
Playing
he loves to
playing
say that.
playing moon buggy
Spinning
golf
water
on
ball
the
chasing a
moon.
dying star.
It
It's the
brings out
fact that
moon
he says
buggies every
chasing.
time.
Moon buggies.
Oh, oh, the moon
Because you saw
buggies,
it.
dude. He
Yeah,
posts.
because you saw it on TV.
Yep. Dude, he makes it's funny because it's not like he's not really refuting anything, but he makes our worldview seem like goofy.
Yeah,
That's the thing. He makes it
ridiculous.
seem
Yeah,
goofy.
it
He
is.
makes it seem more ridiculous than it actually is, and it's just
No,
like,
it
dude.
is. It's ridiculous.
But when he's saying like a spinning water ball chasing a dying star, like, dude, come on, dude. It's
Well,
funny.
think about it. If him just saying things makes your worldview look ridiculous, then maybe your worldview is ridiculous.
I mean, it's not that. I mean, it's just the truth, man. Not that ridiculous.
It's true. Where do you get that
It
from?
is true. Not that ridiculous.
What,
But our worldview has
the
like. Do you think you believe in?
view is true, or the ridiculous statement is true?
I think the ridiculous things that are seemed as
Oh,
ridiculous are true. I mean, you can make it seem more ridiculous, yeah, because like we do live in like what if we do live in a water ball that's chasing a dying star? Like it's not that bad, dude.
it does sound funny though.
It does, especially because he has like it's not even just him saying it; it's just his voice too, because he has like a unique voice. So the way he says it
Yeah.
makes it even more funnier.
Spinning water ball.
Yeah.
Did
It's
you
the
miss
fact that
Clay the
like
other
you'll
day?
be saying things, you'll be in an argument, or you'll be just talking to someone, and he'll like unmute his like background noise and stuff, and he'll just come in, he'll say something, and then he'll like mute his mic again.
Yeah.
Fucking hilarious. And then fucking Clay Underseal tries to make our worldview look more ridiculous too when he comes in and he's like spinning, wobbling, tilting space while flying, never explain a of darkness. Oh my god. People dissing their own planet, man.
I like how he's got like this older guy voice though, and he's like always yelling this ridiculous shit that he's saying about you.
Ooh, old Hosford or Clay Underseal? Old Hosford,
Haas.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You got the older guy voice, so it makes it even better. It makes it even better.
Have you ever seen
He's
that
like always
movie?
yelling at I don't know. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Timo.
You ever seen that movie, Grumpy Old Men?
I haven't.
He could be like that. I think it's Walter Matthau, and some other guy, and
Grumpy
they're
though,
always
usually
angry.
at least.
Yeah, they're always grumpy. Yeah.
I remember. I think it was like a week ago or 2 weeks ago, because he was kind of more active. I mean, I was seeing him a lot more, and I was like adding him in the chat, and I kept referencing that one clip I made of him when he was making fun of that guy because he was like talking about the Earth orbiting the sun thing. He just kept responding to that video because he knows it's funny shit. It's funny. It's sad that he's not always here though. That's sad, man. We miss out on the entertainment. We miss out. And Alpha's not even here right now. You got no one here today, man.
It'll ramp up.
Hopefully.
Darkness.
Yeah, there's a lot of there's darkness in here. That's fucking funny. And another thing old Hostard always does is like if you're doing something like actively in the voice chat, he'll at you like he sometimes he won't even butt in and like interrupt, but he'll at you in chat and he'll be like your incredulity is noted or your naive like you being naive is noted, stuff like that. He'll just at you and just say it in the chat.
Who's in here? John Celsius. John Celsius.
Who do you
You were
think is
duped
King
by
Flat Earther? Who
Moonbuggy.
do you guys crown as King Flat Earther?
You were duped by Moonbuggy TV shows. Relax.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Buggy.
What was the question, Matt?
I was saying, who do you guys think is King Flat Earther? Like, who's the best Flat Earther out here?
Everyone's got their talents, but like I'll give you a list of 3. Well, actually, I can't stop at 3. Some information wise, I've got Indio, right? I would not want to argue with AI. Makes you look dumb. Alpha's psychological, and Heretic's straight to the point. Got 4 there.
Where has Jedi been? Where the fuck has Jedi been? I've not seen that dude in a while.
Oh, Jedi. I forgot about Jedi. I haven't seen him in a while. That's probably why.
Yeah, Jedi I think is probably the most effective Flat Earther in the sense that like Alpha and Jedi are pretty effective. Like Jedi
Well
seems to know
spoken,
more.
articulate,
Yeah,
lots of knowledge. English too. I think that helps, to be honest.
Yeah, makes you
Yeah,
sound a bit
yeah.
smarter, doesn't it?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
fact that he's English. Yeah, the fact that he's English actually makes him feel or sound more informative. Like if he had like an American accent, it wouldn't sound that.
Yeah, it's a good style to put on it. Plus, he does have the knowledge and the
Yeah, he always seems to
articulation skills
know.
to back it up.
Exactly. He always seems to know like a little bit of what the fuck he's talking about. That's the thing. Like he always seems to like be
A little
aware of the
bit.
thing. Like if you're making an argument, he's already aware of the argument. He already has the refutation.
He's got class.
He's probably one of the top flat earthers out there. One of the king flat earthers. I don't know where the fuck he's been though.
He'll be back.
Just has some personal stuff.
Mm. You gotta put Apocryphon up there too, right, guys?
Number one.
I like his passion.
Indeed. He does have passion. There's a lot of passion. But it's just he's not a sniper, man. That's his only issue. He's not a sniper.
We don't talk about people behind their backs.
I mean, I'd say it to Apocryphon all the time. Dude's a goofball, man.
What? That's not very nice.
He is. He's a goofball. Just because you see not all of the buildings doesn't mean the entire Earth is a ball. That's kind of a what the fuck?
Wait, what? That doesn't even make sense. What's that again? Just because you see
It's what
not
Mono said. It's what the guy said
all
in
of
the
the
chat.
buildings, he's got a double negative in there. Just because you see not all of the buildings doesn't mean the entire Earth is a ball. Right. You might have
Not
to
the other
edit
Earth.
that.
Yeah.
What do you mean by entire Earth? It's got some flat bits, or
He's talking about the entire Earth. I mean, I think that image proves that the Earth is curving, man. I mean, it's supposed to be a long distance observation, which it is.
which
The fucking
one?
the Chicago skyline.
Why does it prove it's curving?
Doesn't you can't see the bottom of you can't see certain buildings and you can't see the bottom of the certain buildings as well, which you should be able to see. Like if you're gonna make a long distance observation where it's like, oh my god, guys, look here, we can't see or we can see too far, and then there's obstruction. It's just showing that there's curvature. The obstruction is like proof of curvature. That's what it is.
Okay, so from your knowledge, how far below the horizon line is the top of those buildings supposed to be?
As far as the horizon line supposed to be,
How much of those buildings should you see if the Earth is curved?
probably none of them. I think, or maybe the tippity
Well
top
done.
one, maybe the last one. Sure, but the thing is, the fact that I'm pretty sure you can't see it. The fuck is that?
All right, so the fact that you can see it is the fact that the Earth is curved?
The fact that you can't see certain buildings. So obviously it's a long distance observation and you shouldn't be able to see most of them, but then we have refraction, right? But
Yeah,
the
but
fact that
that's not.
even with
So you're just bringing
refraction,
in.
certain buildings
So what you've done is you just brought in an excuse of why you can see them without any evidence that that's happening. Now, you
well,
say
it's clearly atmospheric conditions. It's
that
clearly atmosphere. You
you
can't see the
say
same thing
that
every day.
image tells me that the Earth is curved. But if that image told you
Yes.
the Earth was curved, then you wouldn't see any of the buildings.
No, it's the fact that you can't see. Okay, like the problem with this long distance observation is yes, you can see the long distance observation. You can see refraction showing you the buildings. But even though you have refraction, there's buildings that you can't see, and then there's buildings that you can see that you can't see the bottom of because
Okay.
it's still obstructed by Earth curvature.
So based on angular resolution, how much of those buildings should you see if the Earth is flat?
You should be able to see. I believe all. I mean, it's not that far. How far is it? The Chicago skyline, or in Lake Michigan, to the Chicago skyline? I don't
60
know.
miles or something, isn't it?
60 miles.
I think
Yes,
something
60
like that.
miles. I would say that you should be able to get a telescope and see every building 60 miles away on a flat Earth.
60
That's
miles away? So you
yes.
think you should be able to see the bottom of those buildings on a flat Earth?
Yeah, I don't think they should be obstructed.
So the question I asked you was what, due to angular resolution, how much of those buildings should you be able to see on a flat surface?
All of them. All of the ones that are there. Like, look what I
Trying to
just posted. This is
understand
another one.
angular
I think
resolution.
this also is the. I think this is also the Chicago skyline, seen from Lake Michigan, and this is another one. And you see how certain buildings you can literally see out the bottom of, like the ones on the left, the ones on the right. You can't
So
see
you
the
don't
bottom
know
of.
what
Like
angular
that's
resolution is then?
everyone knows what angular resolution is. It's the angle in which you can resolve objects, cameras.
Okay, what is that? What is that angle?
What do you mean? What is that angle?
What's the angle?
I don't know. What do you
Well,
mean?
how do you know that you should be able to see everything then?
You're just saying angular resolution. Angular resolution is just like you being able to resolve. In cameras, angular resolution is you being able to resolve things.
Yeah.
Angrily, right?
Yeah.
Like if you should be able. There's no curvature. There's no hump like of water, like you say. So there should be nothing stopping you if you're at a decent observer's height, which I think the camera is. You should be able to see all of those buildings,
All
or
right,
in the bottom of them as well.
Let's go through it then. All right. So let's have a look. Let's both.
This is another one also, which is just another. This is just another one I'm going to post, which is another problem.
Let's do this together, Matt. Angular resolution. Angular resolution describes the ability of any image-forming device, such as an optical, a radio telescope, or a microscope, camera, or eye, to distinguish small details. Distinguish small details of an object, thereby making it major detriment of image resolution. It is used in optics applied to light waves in antenna. All right, let me find something else. It's not really saying anything. I'll see if in this.
It's basically the angular resolving power or resolution of a telescope.
Yeah,
is the
so
smallest
there's a
angle
certain angle that you can see at, right? Between this and that. Yeah? So you can only resolve below, above a certain angle. Right? Otherwise. Yeah.
Depending on what could be obstructing you, yeah, basically.
Okay,
You should be able to resolve everything.
Find me a citation of what you're saying then.
What do you mean of what I'm saying? We're saying the same thing.
Yeah, so, right. So, what should you be able to resolve at 60 miles?
On a flat Earth?
Yep.
Essentially, well, I don't really know how much you should be able to resolve, but they're counting in the fact that there's no curvature over water, and your claim being water is horizontally flat, and you're above that horizontally flat surface, you should practically be able to resolve everything in all those buildings. Like all those buildings, at least you should be able to resolve. Because that would make logical sense. Like if you're above sea level, like if your like eye level was above sea level, like just decently amount, like above sea level, right? You should practically be able to resolve the bottom of those buildings, unless there's a hump of water. Like if you look what I just posted in the chat, you can see that even one of those tallest skyscrapers.
Like
yeah, but a wave isn't going to do that. Like just think, look what I just posted in the chat, right?
You've got a wave that's a meter high.
Oh man, you'd have a bunch of waves. Like look what I posted. Look what I posted, right?
But listen, man, you're not understanding as well. But we'll go back to angular resolution. But you brought up waves.
You brought up waves. No, I didn't bring up waves.
Well, you said a hump of water. I'm calling that a wave.
I'm saying if there isn't a hump of water, then you should be able to practically see
what about
above
a wave?
it. Like Scott Mackey, huh?
Is a wave a hump of water?
Is a wave a hump of water? Sure, you can count it. But when I'm saying a hump of water, I'm saying like if there's no Earth curvature. Hold on, Timbo, man. What I'm saying is like if there's no Earth curvature, right? That's why I said hump of water. If there's no Earth curvature and you're above the sea level, like your eye line's above the sea level, you should be able to resolve all those buildings. Like if you see the newest image I posted, you can't resolve the bottom of that building to the far left. Can't. This just proves that the Earth is curving.
I'm trying to find something.
Got Mackie in the chat. But yeah, Scott
Of course
Mackie.
it
I
is.
find it funny when people post like things like the Chicago skyline. I remember Clay Underseal had it as his in his profile or something. As like a GIF or something. He had it, and he thinks it's like a trophy. Like those images, Scott, literally prove that the Earth literally prove that. It's funny. Like, why can't you
Yeah,
resolve a
I
bottom of that?
agree. It's like I don't know what they're doing
like,
either. I'm with you.
What?
Yeah,
What'd you say?
They're just posting some proof for us.
You guys are weird, man.
You got a picture of half a city missing. I mean, you got an explanation for it. I'm all ears,
Hey,
man.
you actually you know about angular resolution. I don't really know about it.
I know a
I'm
lot
looking
about it.
shit
Yeah.
up on the fly. So should you be able to resolve the bottom of those buildings from that distance if the Earth was flat?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I said too. Should be able to.
Really?
Yeah.
Isn't there? There's an
As long as your
equation.
eye level is above sea level, then you should be fine.
Isn't there an equation, Scott?
And there are all kinds of equations. Which equation are you talking about? But no, to answer your question, there's no equation that would say that we shouldn't be able to we shouldn't be able to see the bottom of those buildings.
Can you describe to me what angular resolution is?
Yeah, it's the angular distance between any given 2 points in the distance, or that you're looking at.
Yeah, that you can resolve. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what about when it goes below that? What about when it gets less than that angle?
They merge into 1 point.
Yeah. So if you've got atmosphere across a flat plane, then you're not going to see the bottom of whatever's being obstructed, are you?
No, of course you will. Yes.
What do you mean you will? You'll see through it.
As much as you can see the top of it, yeah.
You can see the top of it, but you can't see the bottom of it.
There's no reason why you could see the top and not the bottom.
Okay, if I'm at sea level and I've got a 1 foot wave that's a kilometre away from me, and what I'm looking at is 10 kilometres away, what height would be obstructed by that wave?
Depends on the refraction for the day.
No, we're just talking about angles at the moment. Don't worry about refraction at the moment.
I'm sorry, what was the question again then?
If I'm at sea level and there's a 1 metre wave 1 kilometre away, and the thing that I'm trying to look at is 10 kilometres away, what height would be obstructed by the wave?
Oh, nothing.
Hey, Scott, come on, you're the math man. Can you work it out for me?
If you're 1 meter away, if the wave is a kilometer away?
Yep, and you're at sea level, so down to the ground.
So if you're at 0 degrees or 0 feet above sea level,
I'm not
and
saying
there was
this is happening. I'm just trying to work
I
out what
know.
would be obstructed. Yeah.
Yeah, no. If you're at sea level and there's a 1 meter high wave, and it's a kilometer away, and you're looking at something 10 kilometers away.
Yeah.
Let's say 10 meters. Just off top of my head. I mean, I'm just trying to do. I have to draw a triangle and see if that's working, but
I don't think it works like that. No,
no, I think it does. I'm trying to think similar triangles.
That kind of works out, doesn't it?
I think so.
Yeah, that does work out.
But this picture that Matt posted, it's not a wave.
Oh, I'm not looking at
It's
any
not
pictures.
a wave. You should check these out whenever you can, Tembo. They're not waves either.
No, I know that. It was taken from an elevation as well. I think that was taken from some park somewhere.
Yeah, it's definitely a couple feet off the water for sure. You can tell by the close water. It's significantly
It's
above
at
it.
least 10 feet above the water. It looks
Yeah.
like, Scott. Like 10 feet, maybe
Yeah,
even
I'd
20.
even go 20 based on, my
I'd
experience of
say
being
20.
next to water.
When you're like, if you look down at the water, it looks like you're at a decent elevation. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
These are from two different elevations, yeah.
Yeah. Second one's like a higher elevation than the.
Yeah, so why do you see less of it at the higher elevation? Well, refraction.
It's a thing.
Yeah.
I even have a model that shows how it works. I mean, a little mathematical.
He was
I know what
demonstrating
you
it.
guys are going to say, but
Timbo, maybe it's time for you to start accepting it, man. Maybe it's time.
The
You're my
things I've
prospect
seen,
now.
mate. The things I've seen, mate, are I've spent a lot of my hours surfing, and the shit I've seen. I know you have too, Scott. But...
It's
Sitting on
interesting.
that board, I couldn't be any more than 2 feet off the water. I've seen some weird shit.
The Earth might be a sphere to you, Timbo. You might.
What, like
The
a bigger
realization
one?
is a big sphere, yeah.
Bigger than what they say.
Not a bigger sphere. It's just a sphere, like the size that it already is.
Well, that doesn't fit.
But yeah, I'm with you, Timbo. I spent a lot of time in the water too. And that's one of my major things, right? I'm telling you, if you can Google Huntington Beach, California, right? That's where I spent a lot of time surfing. City side, south side of the pier. A little bit, a lot of the state side too. But you can see an island called Catalina Island very clearly when you're there. And I surfed that place for 10 years before one of my friends who was a Boy Scout, Ted. Oh yeah, we often went, took a ferry over to Catalina, and there's a harbor right there with sailboats and stuff. And no way, because it's 25 miles
you
away.
can see it.
And I could never see that harbor. I would stare at that island for hours and hours and hours. When he told me there was a harbor right there, it's like, really? So, so I'm not
It's
sure,
funny,
what you
like
saw versus what I saw, but
you
I
get
never saw
down,
that harbor.
you get down to the ground on a flat surface, and you can only see a certain distance,
Yeah.
because you can't resolve things that get close to that line that you call the horizon. Yeah, they become unresolvable. Just
On a
kind of
flat surface, obviously, I think
all the
I'd
colors
expect to
just
see a lot
blur,
further.
and all the colors just blur into each other. Everything becomes blue.
Yeah, and even even there's another beach that's about 5 miles, another pier called Newport Beach, which I often surfed also. It's got jetty, so it's got a little bit better break. But you're sitting in the water, Huntington Beach. You cannot see even 5 miles down to Newport Beach. And this is why when you say you saw something 8 kilometers away, I'm thinking, really? It's like, well, maybe Australia, since the water's it's significantly colder.
I've seen it further than that away.
Yeah, but your water is significantly colder than ours in Southern California. It's about what it is in Northern California. Northern California is fucking cold. So
Yeah,
maybe it creates more refraction. I don't know.
I'm down south, so our water is generally between say like 14, 15 degrees in the
Yeah, let me pull up a
winter.
converter.
Yeah, okay. And then say ocean south in the ocean is probably gets up to about 19 degrees in the summer, so it's pretty cold.
14 that 57 degrees.
Yeah, it's
Wow,
cold.
that is freaking cold.
Yeah, it's wetsuit all year round.
Hoodie, booties, gloves.
Yeah, in the winter, of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
But in the summer, you can get away with a spring suit. It's not too bad.
Okay.
Yeah. But in the bay, I'm in a bay, so the water temperature in the bay gets up to about 21, 22 degrees in the summer. But once you go
Yeah,
outside of
yeah,
that bay, it's next stop Antarctica.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But what do we where it's like we're talking, let's see, 67 Fahrenheit to Celsius. Yeah, I'm in 19-degree water on a regular basis. That was cold in Southern
Yeah,
California.
consistent. Yeah. Yeah, that's our summer temperature down here.
Yeah. And so maybe that's the reason you saw so much more than I saw. Maybe it was the cold water increasing the amount of refraction, where I just, had regular old Southern California water.
Yeah,
But
you can
even
make
with
that
that,
assumption.
it doesn't take that much refraction to see a long ways. So
Also, could say there's no refraction. Makes you see a long way. Yeah.
it's possible, but how do we? No, that's the question, right? As you and I, we like to think of ourselves as reasonable adults trying to evaluate the evidence that we see in front of us. What do you think is the most reasonable response, or the most reasonable answer to what we've seen?
That the
I
Earth
think
is
it's
flat
Earth
and
curved.
stationary, and it's flat, and then when you get refraction, it makes it look like it's dropping away because the light's bending down.
So the
Right?
refraction causes things to bend away. That's okay.
Yeah. Well, that's what it
That's
would
true.
do if it was on a flat surface, wouldn't it?
No, it would still make it
Think
look like
about
it's
it.
bending up. It would still make it look like it's rising up.
No, no, it wouldn't, because it's whatever you see is bending down.
I can show you right now if you want why it would.
Right. So if
I
you're
have
on
a
a
little
flat
diagram.
surface, right?
Yeah, on a flat surface, I can show you how refraction would work.
Yep. So it would bend down to your right.
I'd honestly,
Right.
I can show
love
you
to
how
see
that's
that.
not correct. If you want to see
Go,
it,
go for it, man. I'm interested.
I'd love to see that.
Can you see your screen? Are you on
What
a
if it's
computer?
bending? What if it's bending up?
Are you on a
I can see
computer?
my screen now. Yeah.
Okay, hold
I'm on
on.
my phone, but yeah.
All right, let me share my screen and I'll show you. Hold on, let me
Oh, you want to
pull
share
up
your
my
screen?
file.
Yeah. All right.
Open.
The Earth is a ball, Timbo. The Earth is a ball. It's okay. The Earth loves you.
What the hell? Oh, there it is.
I'd be a liar if I'd said I wouldn't. I don't find all this stuff very interesting.
It is interesting, man. There is not a problem with questioning consensus, but there is a problem when things are explained to you, or things start to make sense to you and you still reject it. That's the thing. I think a lot of flat earthers, these things make sense to them, but they reject it. That's not honest with yourself,
What do you mean makes sense?
Like, for example, I don't think, like, if you were a flat earther, right? And I think if I was a flat earther, at least, and a lot of things weren't explained to me, a lot of things didn't make sense. I saw too far, but then I got all the explanations that were demonstratable and they made sense, and things like that. I think then I would have to be like, okay,
Like what?
globe. Like, for example, understanding refraction, seeing the Chicago skyline images and understanding that, okay, that makes no fucking sense on a flat earth, right?
I don't think anyone really understands refraction. That's a kind of a big claim.
We have a pretty decent understanding of
I
refraction.
think we do.
All right, I'm looking, Scott.
Okay, so anyways, it's flat Earth, right? I'm not faking you. I can zoom out, and this line is
Yeah, that's
flat.
fine.
I made it straight on
I
purpose,
don't know what
right?
you mean.
Yeah, I'm not going to trick you later and say this is actually a curve. Hold on, my daughter's looking at me. I think she's looking for a key for my car. Yeah.
Oh.
Hey, right there.
Insurance for that?
Huh?
Got insurance for that?
Of course. She's a good driver, though. But anyways, so this is basically a very simple idea of perspective, right? As I've shown you before. So anything you see is simply an example of the angle it's a result of the angle at which the light hits your eye. And so as you can see, I'm going to draw a little circle here just so I can drag it around because you can't see my mouse. Hold on for a sec. Let me just create a arbitrary little. No, I don't want to do that. Let's do this. Let's create a little dot, a point. Okay, there we go. Now I can drag that around, and so I'm dragging this little e around. So all of these lines, right? They're going to hit this black dot over here, which is the eye, and it's right now. It's at. If you look at my screen, I should turn off all this stuff. I'm going to turn off something real quick. I'm going to turn off auxiliary objects because they just clutter up stuff. Anyways. And so you can see that the eye height over here, if you look on the far left, is at 6 feet. And this is to scale. This is 6 feet at this last dot right here. This blue dot is at 12 miles. This boat right here is at 14 miles, as you can see by the third object down on the far left of my sliders. It says 14. And if I drag that object, closer, you can see how it moves closer to the eye. But that object is also now 5,000 feet high, which is kind of crazy. So if I make that thing 120 feet high, which is a more reasonable number of a thing, but it gets small, and that's the problem. That's why I had it so high. But I'm going to turn it back up just for demonstration purposes to show how light refracts, right? But if we zoom into this eye, what we see I've done here is I've just projected these light rays onto a receptor, and so I continue the angle. So the angle they came in is the angle they hit this receptor. And what I've done is on this diagram of I just converted each of these intersects of these lines with this black line onto a view screen. So that's essentially what your eye is. And so this screen over here, this gray thing, this is simply a reflection of that receptor. And so, as you can see, when I drag the boat distance closer, those pink dots or those red dots get further and further apart to represent, it's getting closer until it gets really big and goes outside of your field of view unless I look up. And so that's basically, so how those lines, each of these lines are hitting, which angle they're hitting is determining the height of these dots or the distance apart as the lines get closer together. But so anyways, what I told you is I'd show you how refraction works. And I'm going to pull this boat back out to 14 miles. And refraction simply does this, is it causes the light to bend downwards. But you notice what's happening when I'm pulling that up? See how it's making the boat seem higher and higher and higher?
No. Why is it bending up from the point?
It's bending up from the point because all these light rays are now hitting further down. And see how the light rays are coming in?
Bend down to the water.
What's that?
Why is it bending up from the object?
Because that's what refraction does.
Zoom out. So refraction on it. So we're talking on a flat surface here, right? So you've made it bend up so it can bend down so it can see it further. Now, if you go back to where it was straight, go back to your straight lines. Now, those lines, if you're saying this refraction bends, then on a flat surface that comes from that object and bends down to the water. So therefore, you would have to move closer to the object to actually see it. So the light is bending down into your eye.
I hear what you're saying, and you got a good point. The problem with my model is, what my refraction is a complete bending of the light, and I'm going up and down, and there would be nothing in an atmosphere. I agree. You're right. You're right. There would be nothing in an atmosphere to force those lights that bent up to come down. At best, I'll drag this little thing. At best, they would go up and then flatten out up here.
Yeah, because what it seems like you've done is
there's nothing to bend them back down.
You've got a flat surface underneath, but really you're accounting for a refraction on a curve.
Wait, so Scott Mackey, so
that's
if you
kind
of
correct. Yes, that's a good point. No, I got to admit to that. Yes, this is a problem with my model.
So if the refraction was happening, in that sense, then what are you going to see the boat in the sky then, or?
No, because all the water's going up with it. See how I'll move the refraction up and see how the water goes up with it?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
The blue is the
Everything
water.
moves up with it. Yeah, but the thing is, the reason the reason the last blue dot right here is so far away is because the last blue dot over here is so far away from this. If I move the boat a little closer to that last blue dot, right, it'll stay with the last blue dot. So now the blue dot and the red line and so they stay together here.
Yeah. So
But yeah,
if what I was saying it is like if we're on a flat surface and then light is refracting down towards the denser medium, then you would see things at a shorter distance. You know what I mean? You'd have to
yeah,
move into the light to be able to see it.
yeah,
So therefore, it would, as you move away from the light bending down, then it's gonna go out of your vision, like it's going over a horizon. Yeah.
well, this model kind of covers that too, because if you look at right here, right, I see the whole boat. It's 12 miles away in the distance. I'm at 6 foot. I can still see the boat. There's nothing, and I can even zoom in on this. And by
Yeah, but
the reason
if you put refraction on those lines as they are without making it go up, then you'll see the refraction lines dip into the water before the observer.
yeah, but there would be nothing to do that. I hear what you're saying. What you're saying is, for example, hold on for a sec.
I'm thinking I'm on a flat surface and you think you're
Yeah.
on a sphere. So when you do these things, you're raising up.
Yeah.
Because
Let me just
it's on
let me just verify what you're saying. So you're saying this line here would go boom
down into
and hit
the water.
into the water, right?
Yeah.
Well, what that doesn't, yeah, that one line would, but the problem with this diagram, and I knew it when I drew it, is that there is infinite. There's so many different rays coming out. There's a ray coming out this way, and there's a ray coming out this way, and there's a ray coming out this way, and there's a ray coming out this way, right? And the way that comes out this way, yeah, would hit the water possibly. But there's another one that comes out at a bigger angle, which is going to go and hit that eye.
Yeah, but then
it'll be a different ray.
Then you'd be missing the bottom of the boat, wouldn't you?
No, because if this
Yes,
ray
you
right
would.
here, right? If this
Because that
ray
ray
came
that's
out
coming from
higher
there is
and
higher
hit,
up on the boat. So you're going to be missing. You're not going to be able to see the bottom of the boat because the ray is high. The ray that's coming from the boat is the ray that's coming from higher up on the hull.
yeah. Well, you're giving me another thing I got to demonstrate. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
Because there's also a ray that maybe it does. Does it? Where's this? Oh, do I have it on the water, and that's why it's not reaching? Sorry, I was thinking that this red dot should be reaching, but I actually have it on the water, and so since it's on the water, it does not reach that eye at 6 foot. But it should, nevertheless. Something wrong with my math.
Oh, well. You're pretty handy with computers, huh?
Well, I've been doing it for a living for the last 28 years, so.
Oh, yeah, you work at Adobe or something, don't you?
Yeah, yeah. And like I said, all this stuff is just math, right? And
yeah,
the reason I've done this is because it's been really fun to revisit a lot of these mathematical concepts. Because the real fun one was, I'm going to show you one more thing. This one. Where is my cell nav stuff? Ooh, where'd it go? Oh, geez, it's up there, huh? I don't know if you can see all this stuff that I'm doing, but
I see this, yeah.
Doing this globe and figuring out all of the coordinates, converting from polar coordinates basically to Cartesian coordinates and all the mathematics involved in this stuff, which is really cool to revisit. You got a point here, which is m times r cosine of GP2 longitude cosine, and figuring out So basically where this, because I got these, I'm going to see if I can draw another point again so I can drag it around. Point. Give me a point. What's wrong? Point. Ah! Shoot. It won't let me drag it around. But all these points. Wait, this is not my latest one. Shit. It kind of is. Oh, that's the problem. I have my auxiliary object still showing, which is cluttering my screen. And so I can move this. So this point right here is the observer's point, and I can move its latitude around. And I can move its longitude around. And the reason I can get these this point on this mathematical sphere is because you got to calculate cosines and sines, and it's this really cool equation that it's not that hard, and then you can figure out celestial navigation, and I can show how it works. And the whole thing was to show how this works. And so if I got an OP, which is, I don't know why I can't draw just a simple circle on this damn thing. Can I draw a circle?
The computers still aren't as good as man, are they?
Yeah. But
You
the
can just
problem
get a
is,
pencil out and draw a circle.
yeah. I have my mouse around, and I'm moving my cursor around, but you can't see the little arrow, can you? It's not showing up.
I can't.
It
Doesn't show through.
Yeah, it does. It doesn't show through. But so, anyways, I have this GP1, which is at the North Pole right now, and you can see based on up on the top of this thing, I have 3 sets of things. One's in yellow, one's in green, and one's in red. And it says zenith angle 45.2 and zenith angle 67.34. You see those? And so this OP, the one with 3 lines coming out of it, and the GP, the one on the North Pole. And so the zenith angle is 45.2 degrees, and the and what a circle of equal elevation looks like if I move the longitude of this observer point. And so if I go all the way around the globe, you see it keeps, but if you notice in the yellow that the zenith angle never changes, because that yellow line is parallel to the GP line. And that's how celestial navigation actually works. It does not form triangles. It uses parallel lines. And a circle of equal elevation will therefore look like this. Where is my cylinder 1? Boom. That's a circle of equal elevation. But this is not tied to it. It's, shoot. If I change my elevation angle to 45.2, that's the wrong one. 45.2 of this one, you'll see that my circle of equal elevation then hits 45.2. It then hits, no, it's 47.2. That's why it's not hitting. There, come on, 45.2 right there. You see that circle elevation? He hits my point, and that's how celestial navigation works. And then we do 3 of those things. And so if I turn on the one at GP3, and GP3 is 71.18 degrees, so I set, or GP2, I'm sorry, 71.1, and if I set GP2, which is right here, to 71.18, hit enter, and then turn on my cylinder, bam, second circle equal elevation coming off GP2, and then the equal elevation of GP3 is 66.4, so I change this to 66.42, boom, and then turn on that one, and then I got, come on, turn on, 3 circles of equal elevation where they intersect is my point on my globe. And that's how celestial navigation works. And this one, making this was fun as hell. Because I got to do all kinds of polar coordinates and converting, and anyways, sorry, just wanted to share.
I'm glad you shared it, man. I'm glad you shared
And someday I'm going to get Jedi online, and I'm going to show him this, and we're going to talk about how celestial navigation actually works, rather than his understanding or his complete misunderstanding of how celestial navigation works.
Dude, whenever Jedi comes back, because I haven't seen him in a while, but whenever he does come back, you need to definitely present this to him. 100%.
Yeah,
I'd love to see
because
how
it's
that's gonna
this
work.
simple. Yeah. And so if I turn off those spheres, boom, clean up my screen a bit. Because what we see, and this is the reason I put those 3 text groups up there, is as I move the OP around, so if I change the latitude of the OP, get it closer and closer to the North Pole, what we see is that there are three numbers, 3 values up in those yellow circles. There's a zenith angle and there's a great circle length. And I can turn that on too. And the great circle is where great circle 1, boom. And you can kind of see the little yellow line that popped up between the yellow dot and or the GP1 and the OP. And that is just simply the mathematical distance on the circle between those 2 points. And the third thing I have there, the zenith angle times 69, that's calculated, and it's based on the zenith angle is the angle between, damn, I can't show you, but if you notice when I'm moving this this OP around, there's a yellow line and a black line, in addition to a red line and green line, but we're focusing on the yellow line and the black line. The black line is the zenith angle, and it turns, but the yellow line keeps parallel with the GP. So if I move it right close to the GP1, ground position 1, you see that yellow line? And so the zenith angle is the angle between that black line and the yellow line. And if we take simply that angle and multiply it by 69, we get that third number in the left group, the yellows. And we can see that that number is 3408. And it is essentially the same numbers of 3413 as a great circle length. And that's all there is to celestial navigation. That is the distance between your point and the GP. It is simply 69, which is the zenith angle, times 69 miles. And I know they're not exactly, they're slightly off, and that's a problem with the radius of the Earth. It's inconsistent, but I've chosen to leave it there because I'm not dishonest. I could have adjusted it so that those numbers match exactly, but that's dishonest. But you can also see that if I move the longitude of the OP, move it closer to the GP2 and the GP3, that the certain great circle angle, based on nothing other than the zenith angle between the red line and the black line and the green line and the black line, you can see that those numbers in the second and third text groups in the top stay pretty much the same. Is that, I've got 1736 and 1734 and then 2228, 2225. And you can see that those numbers, the distance between the great circles as calculated mathematically, is the same as the zenith angle times 69. Whether we change the latitude or the longitude, those numbers stay the same, because that's how celestial navigation works. And it requires that the zeniths between the observer's position and the ground positions, the 3 ground positions, are diverging from each other. That's the only way we get zenith angles that have any meaning whatsoever. And that's how I know the Earth's a globe. I absolutely know it. There's just no more question. It's
No doubt.
yeah, and I can, I played with a celestial navigation on a flat Earth, flat celestial navigation. We'll discard all the changes I made and if you
Dude,
do something like
imagine.
that,
Yeah.
sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, imagine you show this type of stuff to Nathan Oakley in an open debate where he can't mute you or try to kick you.
Yeah.
It'd be great.
But we do the same thing on a flat surface or something. And what a lot of flat earthers have told me is there's got to be a way I can draw a frickin' point. Oh, let's see if I can do that. Point there. Well, I got to put it on the surface, don't I? Well, then I can drag it around. But it won't leave the surface. But it comes close. So you can see that little A point driving around, right? It won't leave this plane. It's a feature of the app. But anyways, so I have an OP right here, which is pointing up, and what flat earthers say is that the reason you have a zenith angle is because this angle is diverging from this angle because it's pointing to a star, because all these zeniths, this zenith and this zenith and this zenith, are all parallel to each other. And so therefore the only way you can have an angle between the yellow and the black is if it's pointing away and creating a triangle. But the problem with that is when I did put in a number, I can't drag it over here, but if we look, so if I raise it requires a certain height of this celestial object, and it requires a height of this celestial object, and it requires a height of this celestial object to make this actual distance. And the calculated distance, if you look at the text boxes, those little groups where it says zenith angle, actual angle, and calculated angle. And so when I create a particular height of the GP1, if I change that height, it changes all those numbers and makes it wrong. And so the actual distance doesn't change at all, but changing the height of that thing and basing it off the calculated angle, in order to get the right distance, am I going up or down? I need to set that to a very particular height, because I know I'm at the 45th parallel, or I'm at the 32nd parallel, but anyways, the actual, and this is not working. There we go. I'm going up. Trying to get it back to 3105. Once I get that back to a close number, so the actual matches the calculated, the moment I move the OP anywhere, those numbers no longer work. Now the numbers are radically off. Whether I move it on latitude or move it on longitude, the numbers don't work. And so all the numbers that matched in the green and the red text groups are all completely wrong. Well, I guess the green one's actually pretty close right now, 3375 and 3337. But the red one's way off actual distance, 7499 and 55,081. But if I move the longitude a little bit closer to the red, it's going to make those numbers way off, and the numbers for the green are going to be way off. But yeah, it doesn't work unless you readjust the heights of the stars. And that makes no sense whatsoever, because you have no idea what the heights of the stars were when you're doing your calculations. So if all you have is a zenith angle, there's no way you can calculate your distance on a flat surface. It just doesn't work. And the other thing that's really interesting, of course, is that you can take your OP latitude and push it all the way to the South Pole, and you can still see the celestial object that's above the North Pole based on our previous height. And it's only got a zenith angle of 75 degrees, which translates right around to 15 degrees elevation angle. And we know
the
we
actual
can't
distance is off from the calculated one.
Yeah.
Tremendously.
Yeah, and we know we can't see Polaris, which is at the North Pole, from anywhere past the equator. And right here, we should be at 0 degrees elevation, and we're just not. And this is why when people tell me, but you can make this math work on anywhere, it's like, no, you can't. If you think you can, do it for me. Here's my model. Tell me what I need to fix. How do I fix this mathematically?
You need to join Nathan Oakley's server, dude. I can invite you to it. If you're not already in it.
I don't. I have no interest in talking to Nathan Oakley. Zero. I've heard him talk on Gems a few times, and I've heard him talk here a few times. He's just an asshole. And that's I mean, this is how I think about the world. Yeah, I'm sure he does.
I'm pretty sure he has like He has like he makes $300 and something off his Patreon. So whatever debate you're gonna like run into him with, whatever you're gonna prove, whatever is definitely a fact. I don't think he'll ever accept it. Dude has an audience behind him. He's one of the top flat
I know.
earthers, and he has
Yep.
money from it. There's no way he's gonna ever give up.
Yep. I know. I don't have hope for flat earthers changing. That's not why I'm here. I'm kind of curious to see how somebody reacts to something like this, because part of I go through working hypotheses of why a flat earther is a flat earther, and sometimes I hear them talking, and it feels like, but I don't know if you've heard, but yeah, I studied psychology as both an undergrad and a graduate student, and I've studied
I'm pretty sure you
educational
told me that. We had like a
yeah.
conversation like months ago about that. Yeah.
Yeah. And what we're trained to do is to try to really figure out a good way of discerning what is causing the faulty reasoning. And sometimes what I think I hear is an inability to visualize these things. And this is why I created this. It's a very simple visualization that I think it's very difficult to deny. And if I showed them this, does this help them over the curve? Is this what they need, or will they reject this and come up with some reason why this is not accurate? What's wrong with this? And I'm curious to
Yeah,
see if that response comes.
Yeah, you should show. I mean, I know you've shown something like this before.
Yeah.
When there was a decent amount of people here, and then like I think a lot of the flat earthers a lot of them didn't really have much to say
They went
about it. It was
silent,
kind of
didn't
just
they? Yeah.
yeah. It was a little bit. It was a little bit of silence when you were showing how refraction works, and no one really had
Yeah.
a lot of contention with it. So even psychologically, I don't know what it is. I think maybe it's because a lot of them been in a community with each other for so long. It's like a family with them, and they don't want to.
Wait,
No.
Matt. Hey, did you understand what I was saying about that model of refraction on a flat plane?
No, you're right about that. Sorry, go ahead, Matt.
No, I mean I kind of heard it, not really. But yeah.
If you're on a flat plane and you have refraction, then that light will start to dip down into the water, so you won't see it until you can get to a position where the light is refracting into your eye, therefore creating it to look like it's disappearing bottom up.
Well, I will. Sorry. I'll do a model of that too, and I'll show why that's not the case. What it would do at most is flatten out the light and raise it to eye level.
Incorrect.
I'll show you. I'll build something for you.
Yeah.
Based on what is it, Schnell's law, and how light would refract. There was nothing that would push that light back down into the water. Once it reached a level of in the density gradient that was parallel to it, and it would stay in that density gradient, which is basically your eye level, right? It would continue in that path forever.
I'm actually saying light always goes to your eye level. Is that what you're saying?
No, the light's going to hit your eye one way or the other. One of the photons, because the
Not
photons
always.
come out. The photon from any given point comes out in every direction, and there's billions of them, right? There's cajillions of them, and one of those photons going to hit your eye, and the only question is which angle does it hit your eye at? That's my next model I got to show. Yeah.
What is your theory?
You get your model ready, and then do an experiment in reality demonstrating this, and we'll look at it.
That's fair.
Did you ever accept that the Earth is a globe after, Timbo?
Well, I can't give you future proof, man. I'm not going to look into the future and say, I will do this or I will do that.
Do you ever question whether or not the Earth might be globe or not? Do you ever like sometimes be like, maybe I'm wrong?
I haven't for a while, but yeah, of course I did.
You did, but you haven't for a while. Like even in the last few months, you haven't maybe thought you're wrong.
I always question myself all the time.
But Timbo, in response to, I just saw your text chat thing.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just mucking around,
that's
man.
fair. No, that's fair. That's fair. But yeah, I just use these to show how I see the world. This is what happens in my brain when
Yeah,
I think about these things. Yeah,
that's fair enough.
yeah,
Everyone's, like
yeah,
I if I didn't respect your guys' opinion, I wouldn't be in this chat talking to you
yeah.
guys.
I get you. I hear you.
I think like I visualize even when I was trying to like talk about the moon thing, right? Obviously, a lot of people don't agree with me on that one, but I try to do like a 3D representation to visualize it, just so people know what I'm talking about. Like I'm not saying
I got a question for you
what
about
we
that
see
moon
on
thing, Matt.
3D.
Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with you. What? So why would it
Yeah.
change like 3/4 of the way when you're in England or somewhere up? Why? Because at one point you're just going to change your direction, right?
So should we go back on that? I mean, I can show you again if you want, since there's no real flat earthers here anyways.
No, but just, no, it's just I know you
What'd you
you
say?
can't
There's
do
no
this.
real flat earthers here.
There's one.
So
There's
don't
there.
do that,
Come on.
man.
I mean, but if you want me to, I mean,
But no.
I think you've
Just
already
walk me through it verbally because I think I can follow you.
Okay.
So I'm at.
Are you okay with it, Timbo? If I walk him through it, are you okay with that?
Go for it, man.
But just hold on for a sec. So I'm in Australia, right? And I'm looking. I don't even know where the moon goes. Does the moon basically go over the equator? Where's the GP of the moon?
It's over. Yeah, that's the thing with the flat Earth.
No,
The
it
moon
changes. It changes all
Does
the
it?
time. Yeah.
How much? I don't even know. This is how little I know.
It's a fair bit. Like, because I was looking last night and
Give me a
the
second.
moon was southeast of me. And it was a full moon.
Rising?
And I'm 40, rising. I was 40 degrees. I'm at 40 degrees south or 38 degrees south. So I haven't seen it that south before.
But okay, so but just for the sake of the discussion, then Matt, so you're in Australia, you're looking towards the equator, and you're going to see it in one direction, right? But as you walk a little bit further north, say we get to Malaysia or something, I don't even know where the equator is on the globe, and you're still going to be looking north, right?
Like Indonesia.
I'm back.
Yeah. But you get to Indonesia, you're still going to be looking north. Your head just going to be tilted further up until you get to the equator, where you're going to be on your back one way or the other. So you're either on your back with your feet facing north or your feet facing south, right? But either way, it's just a complete flip.
I imagine your feet would be on the ground.
No, you got to lay on your back in order to see the moon. If the moon's directly above you.
So here I'm accurate. We have a flat, basically it's a horizontal surface. We can't flip the moon. We can be right below it. We can be above it. We can be sideways. So the argument is basically like this, right? No matter where we are, say you're looking at it from this. Let's say this is north. This is south. This is Australia. This is somewhere in the North Pole. Like this would be the North Pole, basically, in flat Earth, right? You're just looking at it from the other side.
But your moon's spinning around.
Yeah,
we're seeing the dark side.
One of the argument is you'd see the backside. That's one of the arguments, but that's not really the main thing.
Okay.
The main thing is the patterns on the moon from north to south are flipped. Now on this horizontal surface, we can't make it be flipped. So how is it possible that they're seeing it flipped? Right?
Yeah, no, I understand how it's flipped. I don't understand how it's half of the way flipped. I don't understand how it rotates 90 degrees. I understand rotating 180 degrees. But in the graphic that you showed with the rows and columns of moons, that one. Why is it on one of them 45? So it said one direction it's 45 rotated, 90 degrees rotated, another 45 rotated, and then 180 degrees rotated. What are the 45s and the 90? I understand the top,
Oh, I
the
see what
top
you're
and the
talking
bottom
about.
one.
Even I see what you understand the gradual progression, but like it's a little flip too. Like I think is it the London one or is it which one is it?
Yeah,
Oh,
no, but either way, it seems to me that anytime you're in the northern hemisphere, you're looking south, directly south. Anytime you're in the southern hemisphere, you're looking north. The only way it'll flip is if you turn kind of sideways and you're looking at east or west.
yeah. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't mean even in my 3D model, I just don't see how it worked. That's the thing. I mean, we don't
Yeah.
have a model for the flat Earth of like how the moon traverses, but like this is 3D. This is spherical moon. Like no matter where you are, no matter how you see it, this moon is never going to appear upside down to you ever. It's just not. I don't see how that happens.
Well,
In
unless you
southern
flip yourself
hemisphere,
over.
Scott. Yeah, unless you flip. That's exactly what I'm saying. And so when you flip yourself over, I'm pretty sure I already showed the example.
No,
Hold
but
on.
no, I get the top, and I'm just looking at the full moon row or column, and I get the top one and the bottom one. I get how they're 180 degrees flipped from
Yeah,
each
you're
other. That
looking
makes
upside
perfect
down.
sense. Yeah, I don't understand the
Well,
45,
Yeah.
90, and 45 one.
I don't understand it too, but I think it's
Okay.
something to do with the moon's like traversing the Earth as the Earth is spinning. I think that's something to do with it, like a little bit something to do with. Because the moon's orientation can look a little different from your northern. I mean, no, from your western and eastern
Uh-huh.
sky. A little bit, but like, look what I posted. Like, this is the main thing, right? The
I
complete
get
flip
that
from north
one.
to south.
I get that.
That's the big issue. That's the big issue that is just the thing that they
But you
can't really
take
solve.
but you take that person on the top and walk them 45 degrees south, or 45 degrees towards the equator, and you take the person on the bottom and walk them 45 degrees to the equator. They're going to still see the same moon. The moon's going to stay in the same position.
Yep.
That's my only contention with your argument. But other than that, I understand it,
w-
and
Yeah.
I agree.
why wouldn't it?
Mm.
Yeah. Like, when you expect it to
I mean,
stay in the
that's the
same
main thing I
position,
have that I
like you
don't
haven't.
understand is the complete flip north to south. That's the main thing. And let me actually post this other video, Scott Mackey. This might actually help a lot of people understand. Also,
No, what do you
it's
see it?
uploading in the
Yeah.
chat.
Like, if the model's correct, wouldn't it be upside
Yeah,
down
like
from the?
that's the thing with a globe. One dude is North Pole, like another person the South Pole, and even that even London, the equator, it looks a certain way, and in Sydney, it objectively looks a certain way, right, Scott Mackey? And in South Pole, it just flipped. So even the progression, like you can't explain that on the horizontally flat Earth. You can't explain the gradual progression of that happening. So, and that's the video, Scott Mackey, that kind of helps you visualize.
Hey, Matt, Scott doesn't even agree with you.
He said he agrees. He literally
No,
said it.
he said he disagrees, but he knows what you're saying.
Scott Mackey, can you clarify? Since he's saying you
Please
disagree, even though
clarify.
you said you agree.
Yeah, I understand. If we just back to your diagram that you posted one after the hour, in the full moon column, I understand the top one North Pole and the bottom one South Pole, and I understand how those
Yep.
are 180 degrees from each other. What I don't understand is why the one in Sydney is not the same as the one at the South Pole, and the one in London is not the same as the one in the North Pole. I would think they're the same. You just have to look further up. But it seems to me they would not be
Yeah.
rotating. An equator would just be a coin flip of where you happen to face yourself before you laid on your back and looked up. If you laid on your back and pointed your feet south, you'd see one. If you laid on your back and pointed your feet north, you'd see the other one.
Mm-hmm.
But it does. I wouldn't think there are 5 different views. There should just be 2.
I think it's just because of your, like, I don't know. I think it's just because of your spot on Sydney that really makes it look the way it does.
Yeah,
I don't know.
that makes no sense to me.
Me either. But then we still have the gradual progression, which I think you'd
Yeah.
expect, slowly but surely looking more upside down.
Depends where
Unless
the
this is.
depends
Sorry, go
where they've taken what part of the like the moon's position in the sky in Sydney as well. So if they've taken
Yeah.
it on the east side of the sky or the west side of the sky, that would make a difference on the orientation of where it sits in the camera as well.
And also now that I'm
They shouldn't
thinking
make a
about it,
difference.
whether you took it and when it's above you, I was thinking all this time it's at directly above you, right? No, if they take this at moonrise
no.
or moonset, okay, this makes sense at moonset and moonrise. Yeah.
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 Well, who's mumbling?
Also, because when you're south
It's
pole,
truth.
like when you're 90 degrees south pole, like you're actually like as south as you can get.
Uh-huh.
Like it's gonna just be flipped from you from North Pole, 100%.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about
No,
it.
they should say something on this diagram that says that moonrise.
Yeah.
It'd make more sense.
So would you relatively agree? You would agree that this?
If it's moonrise, yeah, I would. But then again, I don't know.
And that's another thing. Like there are a few things that are still like iffy, but the explanation on the flat Earth is like really where I'm getting at, right, Scott Mackey? Like North Pole to South Pole, flip moon. How the fuck do you explain that on the flat Earth, right?
Well, yeah, you and I already
one's
agree.
looking north, one's looking south. Yeah.
What about it? Does that change? Like, how does that change anything? I have the 3D model right here.
Changes your position of how you're viewing the moon.
Yeah, but you're still looking up on the horizontally flat surface just to see at the moon.
But you're not looking up from those positions.
You can look anywhere.
You're not
you can look anywhere.
You're not looking directly up to see the moon.
Yeah, not directly, but like kind of like this, right? Like kind of how like I'm representing it here in my diagram.
Yeah, I'm not looking.
Well, Scott Mackey sees it like something like this, right? Scott Mackey,
Yeah,
it's not like right above your head.
Yeah, but the problem with that, then,
you only see the part of the moon that's lit up. So that's what anyone only sees.
Yeah.
All right, boom. We have the part of the moon that's lit up on the horizontally flat surface. Now, how do we make it appear upside down?
Well, what do you mean? It's in that's in front of you.
Sure.
Is that on the horizon?
Where would you put it to make it flip then? Like even like where above a horizontally flat surface would you put it to make it appear upside down? Even if one face always faced you.
Scott, can we just clear this up? Would you agree that if the moon was going across the equator and I'm in the south, I'm facing north, and someone else is in the north facing south, they would see it flipped from each other? Can you just?
No, absolutely not. Scott, does that make any sense to you?
Scott,
if it were
spatially aware here, mate. So
if it were a frisbee-like thing, a flat, luminary, yes, it would, but you wouldn't see it as a sphere. You would see it as an ellipse or an oval.
We do. We don't see it as a sphere.
No one's seeing it. No one's saying it's flat.
Well, I know, but
you only ever see the side of the moon that's lit up. That's all anyone sees.
I agree, but if we're going to concede that it is a physical sphere moving through the sky, and that depending on how far it is away from you, if it's relatively close, you in Australia would see a different part of it. You would see like 45 degrees of it.
Close? Wait, who said it was close though?
Well, but okay, so then
it would actually have to be closer for it to flip.
No, it wouldn't have to be close to flip. It would have to be close to.
That's another problem. Like not
hang
only
on,
does
I need to talk to this other guy.
Oh, go ahead.
You're mistaken in what Scott's saying, dude. He's not saying it would have to be close to flip. He's saying it would have to be close. He's just saying if it's close, then you'd see it as a disc or an ellipse. Yeah. Or if it's close and it's a sphere, you would see other sides of it. Yeah.
Yeah,
you would see it as a sphere. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, and the upside down thing is one thing, which kind of makes no sense.
It's not upside down though. It's not upside down. But it's a perspective flip.
A perspective flip that makes no sense on a horizontally flat surface. Now the other problem that we have, Scott Mackey.
Scott, can we clear this up?
Holy shit.
everyone, even flat earthers, globe earthers, not one person agrees with Matt.
Scott
and
Mackey
he's
literally
still
agrees.
going on
I
about
don't
it.
get what you're saying.
He doesn't agree with you.
Echo
It's okay
agrees with
just to,
me.
it's okay just to call me Scott.
He's saying he understands
I
what
gotta
you're.
put that respect in
He's
Scott
saying
Mackey's
he
name.
understands what you're
No, you
saying,
don't.
but if two people are viewing it from different perspectives, they will see different.
That makes no sense either. Okay.
The moon
Okay,
orientated
Scott Mackey.
in a different. Oh my god, man!
Holy shit! If the moon is flipping itself, yeah. Like, what the fuck? How
What
does
do
that
you
make any
mean the
sense?
moon flipping? The moon's not flipping.
Holy shit, Timbo! It's crazy how you're saying things, but there's no way you're gonna be able to demonstrate this ever because it makes no
Neither
fucking
can you.
sense.
You
If the
can't
moon is
demonstrate this
traversing,
either.
first of all, north to south, you'd be implying that someone can even see the back of the moon. No one sees the back of the moon. So what
What
the
do you
fuck
mean
are you talking about?
traversing north to south? When is that happening?
On the equator, and someone's north or someone's south, right? It's going to be
East to west.
facing one person's direction. It's always facing one side. You're always seeing. So no one's going to be able to see the back of it for you to claim anyone's going to ever be seeing it flipped.
You don't know how far away it is.
Doesn't matter how far away it is. It's still never going to appear
If
flipped to you.
If it's really far away, then we all see it, right? It's in the sky. You have to look towards the equator from the north to the south. Put a 6 up on it, right? You go to the north, turn around here, you're going to see a 9. That's exactly what.
So we can see. Okay, for the 6 and a 9. The 6 and a 9 only works
You see
if
it
you
from
can
a
see.
different perspective. Do I need to
6
start
and a
muting
9
you, Matt?
only works if you
in
can see
case
the back
you
of
keep
something.
talking over the top of me.
6 and a 9 only works
What
if you
do
can
you
see the
mean?
other side of it.
If all right, let's say for example, the moon is 243,000 miles away, right? Do you expect to see a different side of it?
I mean, we have the moon tidally locked to us. We have the moon tidally locked.
That's not the question I asked.
We know we don't expect to see different sides because the moon is tidally locked.
Okay.
So the thing is, you made an argument.
So if
you made an
I'm
argument that
looking
makes
at
no
it
sense.
facing north, it's pretty easy. Get underneath the moon.
What the fuck? Wait, Scott
Get
Mackey,
underneath
jump
the
in,
moon.
jump back in, Scott
Get
Mackey.
underneath the moon. Look at it from one direction and then spin around 180 degrees and look at it from that direction. It's going to be orientated 180 degrees, is it not?
I'm doing it. I'm doing 360 actually for you.
Yep, it's going
Scott
to be
Mackey,
orientated
maybe you can
180
try to
degrees.
Matt. No, I don't. I know, but I don't want to be in the conversation like this. I mean, if you want to have an argument with Timbo, have the argument with Timbo. But
we've been having this.
No, I mean, I'm trying to give you the chance to help him out.
No, you don't. I don't need help because I can understand spatial awareness.
You can't, though.
No, you can't.
Because if you could, why would you be saying? That's what I'm trying to say. Like Scott Mackey, like help this guy make reason of himself. Because how the hell are you telling us that the moon only faces us from one side, but then someone's supposed to be seeing it different from north to south?
Dude. I'm not the one that needs help in this situation.
You do. If the moon is on the equator and someone's looking at it from north to south, that person looking at it from north is not going to be seeing it when the person is looking at it from south, right? I mean.
Mate.
Right?
Not one person has agreed with you yet.
Scott Mackey agrees.
He doesn't want to be involved in the argument. Because he knows you're wrong and he doesn't want to say that you're wrong.
You're in a discussion with me.
Oh, I haven't interrupted him.
You don't have to interrupt him.
He doesn't want to tell you that you're
what Scott
wrong.
Mackey mainly agrees with is the north to south flip. That's what he mainly agrees with, and that's the one thing you're trying to make sense of that you can't.
Ask him that.
Scott Mackey, do you agree the north to south flip is a clear demonstration of Earth curvature?
I agree with the north to south. No, the north to south flip, in some twisted way, could also work on a flat Earth.
Some twisted way. Can you explain that twisted way, though? Is the thing.
Yeah, because there's other things that, cause in my mind, when I see this thing, I need to, think of the entire picture. So it's either close or it's far. right?
Is
We
that
have to pick one.
clarification for you, Matt?
Yeah, but we have to pick one, right? If it's close, we're going to see certain things, or we would expect to see things we don't see, and if it's far, we would expect to see things we don't see. Now, what those things are, we can go into what those things are, but either way, it doesn't work because, yeah, neither close nor far works for me because I don't see what I would expect to see given those situations. But if I ignore those things, the flip still happens on a flat Earth.
How?
Well, because if it's, in a circle rotating around you, in some kind of a track
That's if it's
above
rotating,
us.
though. That's if it's moving. That's if the moon's flipping itself.
No. Because if you're looking south, like they said, you're going to look at the 6-9. But like I said, it's gonna look like a ellipse rather than a circle if it's a flat thing. And if it's a spherical thing, you're going to see parts of it in the north that you're not going to see in the south, and vice versa, which we don't see. And so that seems to indicate that it has to be far away because no matter where you are on the Earth, you see the same parts of the moon. But if it's far away, then you don't get moon sets or moon rises because the math doesn't work out. There's no, just if it's far away, the angle and elevation is still really high at moonset, which doesn't make any sense.
You would agree with north to south flip. It's completely flipped from north to south. North pole 90 degrees, south pole 90 degrees.
Well, yeah. This is why this is one of the many reasons I believe Earth is a globe because I can't make it work on a flat Earth. No matter how hard I try, I can't make it work.
Exact point. You can't make this work on a flat Earth, which is why it just another demonstration that the Earth is a globe.
Well, you can make it flip though.
You just twisted his words around, Matt.
You can make it flip. You just can't resolve all the other problems that happen.
You still can't make it flip. You got it. If you could, Scott Mackey, if you could make a model of it, I would love to see it too.
He just disagreed with you. That's another person that disagreed with you, and you're telling
it's very
him
simple.
now that you can't make it flip. No, Scott Mackey's wrong now as well, Matt.
Take that.
Listen.
Matt.
I'll agree with
Scott
Mackey if he makes a 3D model with a moon that's a 3D and flat horizontal surface, and he makes it happen. Yes.
Here you go, Matt. I'll do it for you with your own image. The one you posted at 1 after the hour, the people sitting at the dude at the North Pole and the dude at the South Pole looking at the moon. Just take that round Earth and make it a disc. Sorry, I know it's not a disc, Timbo, but make it flat so that it's going from the northern observer to the southern observer. Flatten it so it's like a vertical pizza. And then have those two people laying on their.
I can do that for you.
Yeah, and have those two people laying on their back. Yeah, but have those two people laying on their backs on that flat Earth, looking up at the moon, and they see exactly the same thing that you see there. It's a flipped moon.
All right, look. I love this one. I love this because it doesn't explain the gradual progression. I love this one. Okay, look at my screen.
I'm looking.
You see?
Yep.
Is this what you're talking about? Like this?
Well, we imagine the Earth is not a globe. You flatten that thing out, and it's all those people are laying on their backs on a flat Earth.
One guy's seeing it flipped, and the other guy's not. Right? That's you know what I mean. These guys are vertically up and stuff like that, and they're on the opposite north to south. Okay, that makes sense, right?
Yeah, and the one guy's leaning towards the North Pole, and the other guy's leaning towards the ice wall.
That's not to scale.
Okay. Now, as this guy walks closer, and this is what happens, right? As this guy goes towards the South Pole, the moon should slowly and surely be, you're not going to be seeing it flip. You're only going to be seeing it flip when you finally turn around and look at it. That's the one issue we have.
Flatten the ground out, Matt. Flatten the ground out and look at it from that perspective.
No, but this is what I was saying. At some point, when you get towards the equator, right, you're looking further and further up, and your neck's starting to hurt worse and worse until at one point you pass the equator, and now the moon is behind you, so you got to flip around and start walking backwards, right? Exactly. And as you walk backwards, you'd have to look further and further up. But at the equator, you flip around.
He's disagreeing with you, Matt. You're not getting it.
Yeah. At the equator, you flip around, and the moon should already be upside down. But that's not even what we see. Equator's the moon's not upside down at the equator. So what the fuck?
But no, on your globe,
the equator.
But on the globe Earth too, draw a guy on the equator and tell me which way the moon looks to him.
You can't, because it depends on which way you're facing.
Put an equator man and show me which way he's facing. How is he looking up? What's his head doing? Is he laying on his back at the equator?
It's really hard to visualize.
Which way are you facing?
No, he's going to be laying on the equator. He's got to be laying on his back. He's going to have to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, the one thing with this vertical thing that I'm showing right here, Sky Mackie, is to say this is a disc, right? And this guy's walking north to south, right?
Yeah.
The one thing it doesn't explain is the what I posted up there is that gradual progression of slowly it flipping upside down as you're going north to south. That's the one thing it doesn't explain. You agree with that?
But that's the problem with this picture. That doesn't work on this either, right? If the sun, if the moon is there and you guys right there, the guys you have are walking on this Earth, and this guy in the south. The guy on the right starts to walk towards the equator. At what point does the moon start to rotate? No point.
It's not that the moon starts to rotate. It's just that it's going to appear more upside down because he's on a curved surface.
No, it's not. He's just looking further and further up. He's starting to hurt his neck as he walks to the equator because, oh man, this is really killing me. I'm just trying to look straight up right now as I'm walking.
Did you see the visual that I posted in the chat? That guy with the camera?
Yeah.
And that just shows it.
Well, I don't think you're. It doesn't. You're not. Okay, well, work with me. So this guy in the South Pole walks 45 degrees north. What does the moon look like at 45 degrees north? To me, it's the same thing.
Same thing for what?
So the guy in the South Pole walks 45 degrees north. Does the moon change its rotation at all?
Huh? I can barely hear you. Your
compared to the Earth, or?
Oh, sorry. Is my mic sucking?
Yeah, it's kind of like just laggy.
Don't know what to do about that. So if the guy at the South Pole walks 45 degrees north, so now he's at 45 degrees, and he has to bend his neck at 45 degrees to see the moon, does the moon change its rotation at all?
Not really.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Not at all, right? It's just further up in the sky.
And even here, if we have a disc and we have these guys like straight up and not sideways like the way they are, and one guy is walking north to south, it doesn't explain the gradual progression. That guy at one point, as he's right here, he's going to be looking up and he's not even going to be able to see.
No, but that's because your image is wrong. It's not a good.
I know. The placement, the ground, like the position of the moon, faulty here, Scott Mackey, and this is one of the actual bigger issues. And this is why you can't do a disc here and a moon above, because you'd have to be literally looking directly up to see the moon, and we don't do that.
No, what you need to do is
it's really far away.
No, what you need to do is put that moon lower down. You know, if you were to rotate that picture 90 degrees in the y coordinate, which is the one going up, right, and then rotate the moon 90 degrees on that y coordinate, so that everybody's looking at a moon rise. Because right now that moon is at maximum height for those two people looking. And it's right over the head of the person at the equator. And if you changed your visual to a moon rise, you would have a much better explanation of what you're talking about.
And we can just look at my screen. We can just look at here, and this just explains it better.
I'm looking at your screen. I'm looking at your screen. That's the problem.
This is a better one. Here we have it. Here we can do everything with it. So.
But you have no Earth reference anymore. You don't have where these people are looking at.
Yeah, but we still. But Earth now is just a plane, like they claim it is. It's just a plane. But the one thing is, you know, when those guys would be seeing this if the moon was this, or a disc, or whatever the hell they'd be seeing, because if they're looking directly up, this is how the moon would look directly up. They can't do that, so they have to look at the moon like this, and this proves that the moon is like super far away, like we say it is. What quarter million miles away, right?
There's lots of things that prove the Earth is super far away.
The moon.
It doesn't. Yeah. But that's a different question. The question is what is the explanation of your gradual rotation? And the only way that works is at moonrise. And so if you want to show a picture of people at the North and South Pole, you have to show them looking at the moon during moonrise. And then you should show a person at 45 degrees and at the equator, and they're all looking at the same moon on the horizon.
Let me see if I can get an image for you, Mackie.
Because that's the only thing that rotates each of them in reference to the moon. They all have to be looking at 0 degrees elevation. Or maybe 5 degrees elevation.
This is another image that I have. But I'm trying to find the moonrise one. I have one from moonrise and moonset.
This shows exactly my point, right? They're in USA and Uruguay, right? And that moon is 180 degrees from itself. Each of those pictures. And these people are not North and South Pole. They're you know, depending on where in USA, you're at most 45 degrees, and you go down to probably 30. In Uruguay is very constrained, but those moons are 180 degrees flipped. That's what I'm saying.
What do you have to say to that?
What do I have to say?
Mm-hmm.
I just said it. Could you not hear me? Is my mic going that bad?
Well, I mean, you just said it.
Yeah.
I didn't know what your opinion was. Like, actually.
But those moons are 180 degrees. I agree.
You agree?
But we're not getting the 45 degrees thing that you talked about. And my guess is if they took those pictures of the moon at moonrise, you would get those other angles. They would not be 180 degrees. Whereas they took it at the maximum moon height for the night, you're going to get 180 degrees. Which is probably what they did with this picture. They took it when it was high in the sky. One person looking south, one person looking north. Boom, 180 degrees.
I don't know. I mean, I'll always die on this hill that this is proof of the curvature of the Earth, 100%.
I agree. It is proof of curvature. If those pictures are taken at moonrise.
That's it. I'm
That's
trying
really
to find
important,
you
though.
one with
moonrise is important. Moonrise is important in this.
Okay. So
example.
you need moonrise. Okay, you need moonrise North Pole and moonrise South Pole, right?
No, moonrise is the only way you're going to get the different angles based on your latitude.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Because somebody at negative 45 or 45 south will get one rotation or one orientation of the moon. Somebody at 45 north will get 90 degrees different, and that'll be 45 degrees off the people at the south and north pole respectively. And the person at the equator at their moonrise will have another 45 degree shift or rotation of that moon at moonrise. It's really important.
Matt Nuclear back with another bomb.
I think this.
But then the interesting thing, moonrise and moonset are going to be upside down for the same person.
The Earth isn't real.
Would this be moon? I think this is moonrise, right, Scott Mackey? I don't know. This is, I think.
No, it's pretty damn close to land. Looks like it to me, yeah. But yeah, if you can take, moonrise from the north, does the moonrise even rise in the North Pole? I don't even know. Is there any place where the moon is always up?
No clue.
Yeah, me either.
It goes through an analemma just like the sun does.
If we have
And then we
moonrise, North Pole, moonrise, South Pole, we can settle it that way, Scott Mackey.
Yeah.
You missed it, Alpha. Scott Mackey was just trying to teach Matt Nuclear about the perspective of the moon, and he's still not listening.
You didn't miss anything. We're still at it. We're still talking about it. It's not giving me the comparison that I want. And from North Pole. Has no one just... Let me see.
The Earth isn't flat, it's a triangle, bro.
That would be. I mean, we have Timbo down in Australia. He can take a picture of moonrise, and I can take a picture of moonrise. So you can take, and we can compare the two. Full moon,
Comparing
right?
dick sizes are funner.
Maybe if you're in middle school, but for us adults, we've long past that. You still look to see if you even hit puberty yet, or you past that at least.
I'm 19, bro.
Okay, so have you hit puberty then?
Nope, I have low testosterone. It's been a problem for me for a while.
Yeah, it'll be okay.
But yeah,
anyways.
I have hit puberty otherwise,
Yeah.
but just not my voice, unfortunately.
Yeah, testosterone's really not that important in one's life. But that is but now that you got me thinking about it, Matt, that is something we could do. It'd be very, very easy on a night like tonight. I mean, we got a full moon for another night, right? Someone in Australia can take a picture of a moonrise, and we can take a picture of moonrise in North America, and just look at the two
I'll give it a
images.
go tonight. Should be up in a few hours.
And maybe we can say, look at that, they're different. It's 90 degrees off from each other.
Are you guys saying that the Earth has multiple moons?
Yeah, that's exactly what we're saying.
Hey, Scott, did I hear you say that testosterone is not that important to men's health?
I was trying to...
Oh, you were being facetious.
No. I was trying to be consoling and, help, not...
It's probably the most important hormone to men. Regulates all bodily functions.
The point is, he was just trying to be nice, bro. I don't want to hear any bullshit. I understand.
Yeah, well, I'm not that nice, so...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I can tell you sound like an inbred incel. So keep talking.
Inbred. All right, mate.
19-year-olds, man.
Yeah, I know, they're funny.
Their attempts at insults are kind of funny sometimes. They don't realize
like,
that they don't realize we're already married and we already have kids and we have kids. I have kids older than him.
Like, you know what? I understand. I understand.
Yeah.
If my voice was deeper, I would sound a lot more intelligent. I just hate.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. It's really weird. Yeah. I don't like it.
And my oldest is 20 and my youngest is 19 or 18. No, he just turned 18. So.
Jesus.
Yeah, we got 25, 2 at 14, and 1 at 11.
You have a 25-year-old?
Yep.
Whoa, dude, you started young, huh?
Very.
All right.
Impressive.
Guess your testosterone's working just fine.
Yep. Still going.
Yeah.
But because never mind.
What? Say it. I'm not insulted, man.
It's an inappropriate conversation.
25. Wow.
I think I just nutted too much. I can't lie. I think that's why my voice sounds like this.
I told
Then again,
you I was 43, yeah, Scott.
my brother was a grandfather at 50, so.
Would you say that my voice sounds natural?
Yeah, naturally feminine.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
I'm only joking, man. You did call me an inbred
Incel. An inbred incel.
incel. I was just getting you back.
Okay, well, that was a serious question.
It didn't sound like a question.
Didn't sound that serious.
I understand that you wanted the tap back, but the get back was just hurtful.
Okay.
Oh, at that, I'm gonna go make some food. I'm getting a little hungry. A late night snack.
Yeah. Hey, mate.
Pizza!
Go.
Shut up, nigga turtle.
Okay, two people need a bannon, don't they?
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
I'll unmute you if you stop making that stupid noise. All right? Oh, well, you've gone.
Bro was opera singing.
It's funny because I'm pretty sure Alpha has like his earpiece, and I don't know if he's at work, and it sounds like he's just listening to these dudes saying random ass shit when they join in.
They were talking to me. I'm actually him.
I feel bad for Alpha, man. Listening to this shit.
I mean, we're having perfectly normal conversations right now, bro. Yeah, I want to cut off my tongue, bro. This fucking speech impediment shit is bullshit. I sound like a woke fucking lesbian with like her bra strap like plugged into her like I don't know left titty. Yeah.
Are you actually a like are you actually 19 or?
Absolutely.
Yeah. You're old, man.
Yeah, but I don't sound like my age, nor do I look like it. When somebody actually relieves me by saying that I actually sound like my age, that would be the happiest day of my life. But that won't happen anytime soon, so. Let me ask you adults. If there was anything in life that you couldn't do before you did it, what would it be?
Well, that was for you.
Go into
Alpha?
space.
Go into space.
Yeah, that non-existent place.
You know it exists. Come on, Timbo. Don't fool yourself.
I don't
Actually,
exist. I
the
have an
funny
aura
thing
of
is,
sounding like a retard.
huh?
What?
No, I'm just explaining how I feel.
Why? Why do you feel like that, man?
Because my voice sucks and I feel like an actual sped monster.
Here's what your voice sounds like.
I think the fact that you mention it is just
Yeah, no one would even
notice
talk
anything.
about it. Yeah.
No, I understand that it's targeting. It's just like I personally like I get called gay all the time, and like I, I don't like it.
Maybe make a joke of it and like grab whoever calls you gay, just grab their ass. And then they won't call you gay again.
Oh yeah.
Yeah? Like reverse psychology, man. Like
You're
you're
very
gay. Oh,
wise.
you've got
You're
a nice
very
ass, and grab his ass and fucking put your tongue out and you'll never do it again.
smart.
Yep. Sometimes you gotta be an asshole. Just do it.
But what if
Be an
it's a
asshole
girl?
sometimes. Well, you can't grab their asses anymore,
I'm
can you?
joking.
You're done for fucking sexual harassment or something.
uh,
Different. It was
that's already
different in my
happened.
day.
It was
Yeah,
different in his
what's
day.
some of the
So wait, Tim, how old are you, man?
43, man.
42. Damn. So you
old
started
fuck?
having kids like at what age? Like 20,
The
22?
first one was 17 when we had our first one.
You were 17 when you had your first kid?
Yep.
Like when you welcomed your first kid, or when like I don't get it.
Well, yeah, when she was born. Yeah.
Damn, dude, I'm 17 right now.
Yeah, man. I had to grow up very quickly.
What were you doing at 16, 17?
Not gonna lie, bro sounds like he's 25, but he's 17.
Who sounds like they're 25? Me?
You do, Matt.
Yes.
Uh, I sound a little bit older, man. I used to actually have. I think I used to probably have low testosterone because I used to be short and I used to like have a squeaky voice even at like 15 and shit, 16.
I still have a squeaky voice, so yeah, type shit. My voice is more clear, like, throughout the day, but, like, I feel like when I'm fucking hungover and I'm, like, tongue twisted, I can barely even, like, make sense of myself. So, I'm probably just overly drunk, just saying dumb shit.
Very insecure, dude.
You grow on
Grow some,
insecurities
grow
and you
some,
meet
grow
people
some
that
balls,
actually mean
man.
their
Fucking,
insults.
Moses telling you to grow some balls.
No,
Dude,
I have
you
big
gotta work
balls.
out
That's not the issue. It's just my voice.
yeah, well, stop being so insecure and fucking telling yourself that this is the way you are. Just
It's
why don't you
it's
tell
not
yourself
it's
why
not
don't
I
you
hope
tell
you don't
yourself
necessarily
go
that
how
I'm
you
around.
being
think?
insecure. It's just I'm just accepting my insults
Well,
because
it is,
people who
man.
actually say things mean things.
Yeah, okay. Just tell them to get fucked. Who cares?
I hope you don't actually like. I know you're expressing this here where there's like a bunch of guys, no girls here, but like I hope you don't like tell girls that, you know, like girls that you might like or find attractive. I hope you don't tell them your insecurities. Yeah,
Obviously not.
Sounds like he does.
sounds like you might be doing that. I don't know.
No. I meant like seriously. No, I don't. I make sure that they don't know anything bad about me on my weak sides, and then I just go with it.
Oh, you left. Mm.
I was just cleaning my car. You wouldn't know, would you, Matt? About cleaning cars and shit like that. Mowing the lawns, doing the gardening, making dinner. Know about any of that stuff, would you? Make it last, man. Live at home as long as possible. All right. Anyone got any evidence the Earth's a ball? Or flat? Triangle, like someone said before? Cube. Would anyone like to tell us where the idea of a sphere came from? The Earth being a sphere. Who first thought of this idea? Welcome, King of Silver. You believe you live on a spinning space ball?
Also, nothing is flat because atoms are round. You guys didn't know that? So I just totally debunked this whole thing. You're welcome.
What's the latest in here, boys?
Turned up. Oops. Scott Mackey.
I was gonna clean my room, but then I got high. Ooh, oh, I got
Wow, I got unbanned. Hi, guys. And nobody's here. Bad.
Hello.
Oh, hey.
How's it going? You alright?
You a flat earther?
No, mate.
Oh.
You?
No. Because I'm not retarded.
Sorry?
No.
Not very nice, mate.
You're so deeply Australian. I'm having trouble hearing you.
I said that wasn't very nice, mate.
Oh, well,
I'm
whatever.
English, not Australian.
I don't care. I'm not a nice person. I'm a very mean person.
Because you think you live on the globe, innit?
I mean, I very much want to fight some flat earthers right now. You want to go?
Not a flat earther. I'll give you a fight. What do you want?
Go ahead.
What you got?
What? Wait, you're asking me to tell you something?
Yeah, what you got? Why'd you believe in the ball?
Why do I believe the Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
Oh, a really easy explanation there. So if you hold a dime or any kind of literally change in your hand and you put it out at arm's length with the moon, right? You will find that the shape and size of the moon does not change ever. That's probably the easiest proof that I could possibly think of.
The moon doesn't change size. Therefore,
So
it is
if
on
it
a
was
globe.
a flat Earth, right, and there was a fucking phantom moon just orbiting a flat plane, it would obviously be smaller as it came into view than when it's directly above you, right?
Why does the moon look bigger on the horizon?
It's an optical illusion. But if you use literally what I just said, the coin method.
Coin. Any old coin, yeah?
It literally works no matter what.
So what about with the sun? So that the sun and moon, they're roughly the same angular size in the sky.
What about the fucking sun, dude? The sun would be tiny as fuck on the horizon.
Hold on, let me
If you were to look at it, come on, man.
So if the sun and moon are roughly the same angular size in the sky, are they? Can you do the same with the sun?
I don't think that you actually understand angular size, but go ahead.
Are the sun and moon not roughly the same angular size in the sky?
Yeah,
from your perspective. Oh, they are. Okay, so I was right.
Yeah,
Lovely.
That's how eclipses work.
Right. But you think one of them's bigger than the other?
Yes, I think the sun is bigger. I think the sun is bigger than the moon. Like,
yeah. Why would you think that?
Because it is evident by our observations.
How is it evident?
Dog.
So
like,
our observations
goddamn, I'm
are.
so fucking tired of flat earthers. You're so goddamn stupid.
That's not flat. It's ridiculous. The sun and moon are roughly the same angular size in the sky. We'll start again from there. How would you tell that one's bigger than the other?
The sun, as far as I can tell, is around 980 million fucking kilometers wide.
And you can fit how many Earths inside of that?
I think if I were to estimate, around 9 million.
I thought it was 1.3 million, but never mind.
I might be wrong. I might be wrong on that one, to be honest.
Yeah. So what else do you not know about the globe?
Dog, come on. Earth is obviously globular. Like, there's no way around it.
What's so obvious about that? Sorry, what's so obvious about that? When you go outside into the natural world, what tells you that you're living on a globe.
You can literally see the curvature of the Earth
Where?
from a plane, dog.
A plane? No. Sorry, the horizon's
you
horizontal. Nope.
No. When you're at 30,000 feet, you can tell that the horizon on your right and your left are lower than straight.
The horizontal line, the horizon. All horizontals are parallel to the horizon.
Oh my god. You're gonna give me
Are they
that
not?
shit, huh? You
Are they
fucking
not?
idiot.
Are they not? Show me a horizontal that's not parallel to the horizon.
No, if I have a height
Show me
enough
two
above,
horizontals
if I have a
not
height
being
enough
parallel to
above
one
the
another.
Earth, left and right are gonna be lower than straight.
Straight line. What do you mean lower? It's a straight line. Well, where it is, it's straight.
Oh my god.
The horizon doesn't rise to eye level, as some people seem to say. Yeah, it's on
What's it
another
like?
level. It's not going
What
to
is
rise,
it
is
like? Hey man, what's it like having 80 IQ? Tell me.
So, do you want to start again? Another reason why you believe you
I
live on
don't
a
need
globe?
to start shit.
So the
You're a
horizon's the
waste of time.
horizontal.
You're a fucking dumb motherfucker.
Now to the moon. That tells you you're on a sphere. What else is it?
How far is the moon?
I haven't a clue. Couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you the size of it or distance of it. I couldn't even tell you the composition of the moon.
Have you ever looked at the moon in a telescope?
Yes, I have a telescope. Do you?
I do. Do you
Excellent.
think that it's just an illusion?
It's definitely there. It's something in the sky.
It's definitely spherical as well, by observation. Just by straight up eyeball observation, dog. It's quite clearly spherical.
2D, we look through telescopes 2D. How do you tell it's spherical?
What the fuck are you talking? Dude, you can literally look at
How
it.
do you tell any of the objects in the sky being spherical, please?
The shadows on the
Look at
craters.
the moon with that telescope.
The shadows on the craters indicate that it's spherical.
I've literally witnessed the moon in multiple phases with a telescope. It's quite clearly spherical.
Fair enough, mate. I respect you. Respect that, mate. That's what you think?
But what do I do with that? Like, how do I even like continue the conversation from there? Like, you really think it? What do you think it is?
I don't have a clue what it is, mate. Sorry.
Oh, so you just think it's like some alien fucking projection? Like,
No, so no. I'm told it's a giant rock falling, getting further away each year. 5 centimeters.
What?
I'm told it's a giant rock falling in an orbit, getting further away each year.
It's not falling. It's actually moving further away from us at the order of several centimeters a year.
What happens in an orbit?
What?
Tell us about an orbit. What happens in an orbit? Why is something orbiting something else, and what happens? Do you know much about orbits?
Oh my god, dog! Like, do you really want me to get into like the deep shit in astronomy?
Deep shit. Astronomy, deep shit in astronomy. Go for it. What you got?
So, as far as we can tell, something impacted the proto-Earth before it became the Earth that it is now. on a wide angle and continued to orbit us. Like, that's it. It's that simple.
It's awesome, mate. Awesome. How long have you believed that for?
It's not a belief. I literally can witness the moon, dog.
Witness what? You can see it through a telescope with your eyes. And what? What else?
Correct.
You're not going to exactly get about to get to it, are you?
Okay.
Can't verify anything about the moon, can you?
And?
So what else you got, mate? About this globe we live on?
Is your literal point, you can't fucking go to the moon, so you don't know that it's real.
Real? Ooh,
yeah.
Right.
No, that's your point. That's your point,
Definitely
isn't
something
it?
in the sky.
Yeah, that is
Definitely
actually your
something in the
point,
sky.
though, isn't it?
I don't know exactly what it is. Its size, composition, distance.
Okay, explain what it is then to me. Explain it to me.
I'm not sure you understand what I'm saying. I've just literally said, don't know what it is. Its size, distance, composition. I have no clue. But I am told it's a giant rock falling in an orbit, getting further away each year. 5 centimeters.
Okay.
Yeah. There's no way of me confirming
And
that.
so
Verifying
you're
that
admitting to me that
whatsoever.
you're retarded.
Oh, nice. You're a really nice person, aren't you? Good, this
I mean,
Trevor.
there's no way around it, dog.
I know
Like,
you so I can listen to this.
you literally observe a physical object that you can literally see with your eyes.
It's a good point. It's a good point. Is the moon in Earth's atmosphere?
No,
It's
it's
the moon.
not. It's not
It's
even
not.
close to Earth's atmosphere.
Is
Not
it
even
not?
remotely
It's
close.
official. It was official a couple of years ago. They stretched the Earth's atmosphere past the moon, bruv. You need to keep up to date with your
No.
beliefs.
No.
They stretched that shit. Honestly, it's in their atmosphere. You can go up there and just breathe now. What else you got for this globe of yours, bruv?
I
Come on.
literally don't know what to do with literal fucking 80 IQ people like you.
I'm mental in it, eh?
You're a waste of you're literally a waste of oxygen. You shouldn't
He read
even
it
be
on the
breathing right now,
He
you
read it on the
fucking waste of
internet.
space.
The moon is
Fuck you.
238,000 miles away. You have 3 astronauts.
Literally kill yourself.
Listen, I cannot take you seriously, fella.
You should.
What else you got?
Because
What
you
else you
should
got
kill
for this
yourself. You're a waste of oxygen.
What? Oxygen. Oxygen. Here we go. Who's oxygen?
Yeah, suck my dick, you fucking stupid Australian fuck.
Whip it out, big boy. I'm from fucking England, you twat.
Oh, pull down my
Australia,
pants.
mate.
Now
You
I
like-
want you to go ahead and just suck on this dick.
There's no some proof there's oxygen in the air.
Yeah. Yeah, now we're going
What-
to the
what a
oxygen
waste
side
of
of things.
time.
We need to stick with the model
This is why I was
The
banned
model
from this channel,
afflicted
because you
channel.
guys are fucking retarded. You're literally not worth the mental effort it takes for.
I'm retarded because you can hold a coin up to the moon and say you're on a sphere. What else you got for your globe, bruv? Come on. Why do you live on a globe? Is he gone?
Even
I think he left.
not high enough.
He's gone. Sorry?
You're not high enough on the plane to see the curvature.
There is no curve to see, but yeah. So Lars Tyson would say that.
So you're not high enough.
Yeah, they don't listen to their officials.
No.
They pick and choose what they want to believe in. Bless them. Anyway, I'm out.
So for the record, like, I don't think he's a representation of like globe earthers.
Yeah, I hope not. I don't know.
Yeah, because I'm
Definitely
I'm a globe earther, but I don't agree with exactly like how he's going about his.
Yeah, I don't blame you, mate. Don't blame you.
Is this a globe?
He's a glober, yeah, but he seems a bit more polite, yeah.
Is he knows the moon is in within the
Oh, did you know the moon's in our atmosphere? That they stretched our atmosphere, sorry, past the moon. Did you know
Yeah, I
that?
think, like
You
they're
did.
redefining you know what the atmosphere is like, how far out,
Yeah.
like, you know, are there trace particles that reach the
You
moon?
think that would
I don't really know.
sorry you're butting in, but you'd think that would change things with like trying to work out how to get to the moon, surely. Come on.
Come again? Sorry,
I'm
repeat
assuming
that?
you believe in moon landings. Do you
The
believe
moon
in moon
landing.
landings?
So yeah, it depends what you mean believe. Like I'm not 100% certain, but I think it's yeah, more. I think the evidence makes it more probable than improbable.
Right. Yeah, you and I could only ever believe in they happened. We're not going to go out and find any proof for it. It's only ever going to be a belief.
I don't claim to know anything to 100% certainty. Like when I say believe, or when we use the word believe, I'm not
accept, maybe
using it as a black and white statement.
Well, maybe accept then. Is that a better word? You accept the moon landings. Yeah. 12
Yes.
men. 12 men in 3 to 4 years have been up and down. They've played golf, driven a buggy, and all sorts. I think it's absolutely ridiculous. Myself, personally.
Do you let me ask you this? Do you say with 100% certainty, or just a high certainty or a high probability that there was no moon landing?
Extremely high probability, no moon landings. Obviously, I couldn't prove either way, but to me, they are the most embarrassing thing people could believe in. That's just my opinion.
Okay.
I do not believe there are little robots in a helicopter on a light in the sky called Mars either. In fact, how would you prove any of the luminaries in the sky being a solid object? Or otherwise? We could not prove any of it, basically. So,
like, I'm not a rocket scientist. I think, like, if we get to escape velocity, then once you're in space, like, there's not a lot of there's not like air resistance impeding you to go far distances.
No proof for that either. I see space and all that. For me, space is the distance between physical objects. It's all around us. Outer space and space travel is science fiction, fantasy, in my opinion. Don't believe in it whatsoever. I don't believe in all these light years, 5.88 trillion miles away being a light year, and things being millions of light years away. The whole thing is a complete model, and that is it. It's not reality, it's a model.
See, can I have a...
You want to chat? Oh, someone wants... Sorry, I've got someone here. Can I have a chat with you if that's all right? Question.
Answer about the... Have you seen the... Hi, my name's Chaba, anyway. Have you seen the bloke, the NASA engineers, talking about we can't leave... If it's official video, we can't go beyond Van Allen belt, whatever that is. So how did they go? They didn't know about it, you know, it's like everything dies because radiation, everything. You seen that video?
Are you guys two people? Sorry, is your
This is one of my workers.
Colleague, yeah.
Come for a chat.
I've seen a video on an official NASA channel, the engineer talking about we can't go beyond Van Allen belt. That's the next big step for humanity, to build something which withstands the radiation and everything beyond through the Van Allen belt.
The blonde fella.
Blonde fella.
Yes, the blonde.
We can't go through.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Have you seen that, mate?
Remind me, like, I know the asteroid in Kuiper Belt. I don't remember what the Van Allen belt is.
Oh, that'd be worth share the link. We found it.
I'll try to find the link.
I need to watch this and then think about it. And it's interesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, do the bit. Yeah, sorry, just wanted to chat. He's quite interested. He's a flat earther himself. I work with a few flat earthers.
Do the rest of you know personally or just virtually other flat earthers?
Personally, yeah. I work with some, live near some. Yep. Well, quite a few.
Yeah. So we spoke about the moon. I presume you also, well, based on your other conversation, yeah, you're a flat earther too.
No, I don't call myself a flat earther. It's ridiculous. No, I'd say that if we go geometrically, we measure elevation changes, so it's not flat. So, which may seem silly to some people, but it cuts a lot of absolute crap and silly questions. Just stick with reality, what you and I can demonstrate to each other in reality. Go outside together, whatever. We can have a look about for ourselves, can't we? You can look at the horizon, see it's horizontal, all sorts of stuff like that, you know? I just don't feel the need to chuck flat everywhere like they do. And then a lot of them, a lot of them from America seem to be biblical, So they say that this and that. I've never been religious. I don't follow the Bible. What else?
So you're neither a flat earther nor a globe earther? You're
Yeah,
neither
neither,
a flat
mate.
nor a globe earther?
That's right. I just live in reality, mate. I don't have a model. I'm not model afflicted. I don't go around saying silly things like flat earthers will say there's a dome or there's this and that, and or globers think they're flying around the sun and all that sort of stuff. Just ridiculous things that I don't want to argue about. So I'm neither, but I can talk about reality quite easily. Test things in reality quite easily.
Well, I think like when people make claims, they're often, as I say, they're not really saying, they're just implying that it's the best explanation at this moment. It's not necessarily that they know for certain something to be true.
Is that the whole heliocentric model? Is that what you've just said? It's just the currently accepted model. If you go to your science textbooks, or at least my son's ones, it actually states in there that this is just the currently accepted model. Something could come along tomorrow and change it all.
Yeah, but currently accepted because it's like when something's currently accepted, it's not necessarily for nothing. It might be currently accepted because it currently is the best, or the has the strongest current evidence.
What they've put forward to, yeah. But when you actually go in and have a look at all these evidences, I don't know. Have you ever looked over some of these evidences?
No,
have you actually looked into living on a globe? Like, have you actually tried to prove that you live on a globe, or you just accept that you live on this globe? This is what we've been taught. You're born into a culture, and then you're fed a narrative through schooling, this, that, and the other, TV, and you're happy with that?
Well, for example, I've flown. So according to some people's models of a flat Earth, it would be an airplane couldn't have enough gas to fly from South America to Australia, and I have done that flight a few times. So according to that model,
Yeah, see, that's the thing, using planes, things like that, you don't know how much fuel's going. I've never watched a plane being fueled. I don't know where the fuel's kept, maybe in the wings, but you don't actually know certain things to come to that conclusion, if you know what I mean.
To come to the conclusion that I left South America and landed in Australia?
Well, no, that the amount of fuel, you only had the amount of fuel to get there. What if airplanes literally just needed fuel to get started and then something else was happening with compressed air or anything like that, you know? So you couldn't really use that. But I've flown to Australia myself via Singapore. There's nothing that tells me that I flew around a ball or a globe or anything like that. I took a gyroscope on the plane. There's no deviation. I stayed on that level. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean fuel, but also combined with the time it takes. Like according to some models,
time, fuel, speed. You're not actually going to know all of it, are you?
Well, I suppose the captain could have intentionally, tried to make
I'm talking about just you and I, like going out trying to prove things. You flying to Australia.
Yeah.
Just saying that you had the amount of fuel and we got there, therefore it's a globe. You know what I mean? It's no. I mean, I actually time-lapsed my whole flights as well from the window, and you fly up to altitude and then you fly level.
Or putting fuel to the side for a minute, like I've flown transatlantic in the northern hemisphere and trans-Pacific in the southern hemisphere. One, according to certain models of the flat Earth, should be a lot, like 10 times longer than another, and the flight was not nearly 10 times as long as a transatlantic flight in the northern hemisphere.
We're going by models. You're going by this is what should be on this model.
I'm not saying you subscribe to that model. I'm saying
leave models out of it. Stick with reality. Forget the models.
No, I'm not contesting that point. I'm when you ask me, how do I perceive the the Earth to be round, I was specifically addressing the people who believe that model. So that wasn't a contention with you. It wasn't a contention with you. Yeah.
No worries. I just said like why you thought you were on the globe from flying to Australia. That was all. Because I didn't myself. I've got a time lapse of me flying to Singapore and either a time lapse of me going to New York and back, and there's nothing me flying somewhere that tells me that I'm flying around the ball.
Yeah, I mean it's hard because I know some people.
You'll end up in like free fall. You know what I mean? You ever seen a parabolic flight?
I know that some people use the whole window distortion thing. So yeah, unless I suppose I open the window and look out, I guess I can't see with my bare eyes.
Well, no, but the plane's flying level, isn't it? The plane just flies level. There's no altitude data that says that plane is accounting for any type of curvature. Plane gets to desired altitude. I mean, in the olden days, they got bloody old mechanical gyroscopes. So the plane would get out to desired altitude and spin up the gyroscope to help keep see where they've deviated from the plane that they've spun the gyroscope up on. So that plane doesn't fly around any balls; it literally flies level. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I think one of the sensors of a plane can detect the air pressure, so it will naturally fly at a. It won't like drift into the into space naturally if it goes in a quote unquote straight line, because it kind of it detects to maintain an altitude. It because the air pressure below it is denser than the air pressure above it.
I see what you're saying.
It follows that line. Yeah.
What, the airplane just does it?
Yeah,
Just
so
flies
the airplane, if it flies, quote unquote straight, it isn't going to, drift into space because of the curvature of the Earth. It'll still maintain that altitude above the surface of the Earth because the air pressure is because you need to get escape velocity. You need to go a lot faster than an airplane to get outside of.
Hello, fellow gay earthers.
Hello. Say it. You wanted to say that? Sure.
Yeah, so there is some degree of trust in the numbers. I don't have the time or the desire to get super granular on everything. So I don't claim to know anything with 100% certainty.
Sweet. Never heard anything planes. Huh? Never heard anything like planes. Makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, pressure down below. No pressure. There's no machine that'll tell you that. I can't. Need to look it up. I never heard something like that. When the planes adjust for pressure differences. Maybe, but page. Can I go? Yeah, go on, mate. I'll pause up. Yeah. Interesting. I can't get a phone.
Here's my number. So call me maybe. It's hard to look right at you, babe.
Get on me, baby. We've heard loads of stuff and it's
Hello, dickheads.
Hey, Nobby! Anyone mentioned something but blame the adjusting for pressure differentials and never heard it. No. You could have done or something like that until I'm said. How's it going, Nobby? You alright? Yeah. Oh. Do. God, the Vikings in there now.
like baby, baby, baby. Oh,
Very good.
baby, baby, baby. Oh, like baby, baby, baby. No, like baby, baby,
Come on, put
baby.
more into it.
Oh, thought you'd always be mine, mine. Oh, for you, I would have done whatever. And
Yeah,
I just
boy.
can't believe we ain't together. I wanna play cool, but I'm losing you. I'll buy you
Fuck yeah.
anything. I'll buy you any ring, and I'm in pieces. Baby, fix me and just shake me till you wake me from this bad dream.
No,
I'm
do all the
going
words.
down, 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 and I just can't believe my first swallow mirror. And I'm like, baby, 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 oh, baby, 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 no.
Very good.
Oh,
Oh, we still
thought
going.
you'd
Sorry.
always be mine, mine, baby, baby, baby. Oh, baby, 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 no, baby, baby, baby. Oh, thought you'd always be mine, mine. When I was 13, I had my first love. There was nobody that compared to my baby, and nobody came between us.
Oh, here we go now.
She had me going crazy. Oh, I was
Love it. Get all sorts running through here, didn't you?
No perspective to actually counter my perspective.
Do you have any direct validation of curvature of the Earth's surface so that you can show us that it is the thing that you imagine blocks sunlight?
Yes, a round shadow on the moon.
That's not a direct measurement of curvature. That's your inference from watching something happen on the moon.
So I'm
Sorry,
taking this as you guys don't have an explanation for the eclipse, so now you're going to try to ask me.
Yeah, you're kind of brick, dude. So you're going to take this as we never had an explanation to begin with. You did, and then you attempted some kind of silly burden reversal because I guess you were not very confident in the explanation that you came with.
How did I reverse the burden when I'm the one who asked
That's
the
exactly
question?
what you did. You have,
Well, explain how.
You have a story about how eclipses work, and then you go, how do they work? That's you reversing the burden because you're the one with the claim, and you're trying to get us to make a counterclaim before you've even proven your own.
I'm just asking for the explanation here.
I don't have one.
Why do they
I don't have
happen?
It's
Can
your
you prove
claim.
that your
Why they
explanation?
happen is
Can you prove?
why they.
What do you
Can
want? A
prove
picture of an eclipse?
It's your claim why they
prove
happen.
your
Stop doubting
explanation.
it.
I'm asking you
Prove your
guys how it
explanation.
works.
I don't have one.
I'm
don't
not
have
even
one.
here to
I don't have an
argue that my
explanation.
explanation is correct. So you don't have an explanation. Okay, thank you.
I don't.
We never made
You
a claim.
proven yours?
You did.
Well, that was
Have
the
you
question. What
proven
is the
yours to be true?
explanation? He's saying, I don't have an explanation. Thank you for being honest, Twad. Whoever the other guy that was arguing heretic.
Have you confirmed
You were
your
not being honest.
explanation
You're
to
just
be
trying to
true?
shift the burden onto me while also
No.
accusing me of doing that.
That's exactly what you are doing. You have the claim. You've already offered it. None of us ever made one. So you're the dishonest schmuck trying to pass the buck off on us.
So if I ask a scientist, how does evolution work? And they say, oh, you're just trying to shift the burden of proof on me. I don't have to prove how evolution works or explain
No, that
it.
depends. Here's
Does that
how it
sound
works
like a
with-
reasonable
Here's how it works
scientist to
with
you?
burden shifting, dude. When someone makes the claim, then the burden is theirs. We never did that. So if a scientist makes
Nobody made a claim in the first place, dude.
You did. You did. You
What
gave me
claim
the
did I
claim.
make?
You did. You told me that the Earth gets in front of the sun, blocks the light to the moon. You did.
Yeah, that's the explanation on the round Earth, which you haven't disagreed with.
No, I challenged it. I didn't agree with it at all. I challenged
What's the
it.
challenge? What's the alternative explanation?
Requires motion of the Earth to be valid. Can you demonstrate that?
So you're trying to shift the burden on me.
No, you made the claim. You took the burden upon
dude.
yourself, you schmuck.
Oh, I just said that's the explanation for it.
Just a second. Wait a
And you
second.
have
Do you
no
think that the merit of an
counter-explanation, so
explanation?
why would
do you,
I reject
hey,
that?
wait up, dude. Shut up for a minute. Do you think that the merit of an explanation depends and hangs on the merit of another explanation, an alternative explanation?
Well, I'm not gonna believe in a non-explanation.
We could just give you an explanation, then we can say it's true by default because we have an explanation and do nothing to validate it exactly like you did. I could say that sky magic causes it. Shadow planets cause it. I could say whatever I want and then be like, what's your explanation? That's all you've done. It's sad.
Well, yeah, that makes you unreasonable. You have no reason to be found.
Exactly. That makes me unreasonable doing what you just did. Hence, you're unreasonable. Yep, you got it.
I'm unreasonable for believing in eclipses? Okay.
Yes, you just shellacked yourself.
At least I have an explanation for
No,
them, unlike
no.
yourself.
So you're being unreasonable with what you just said, though. That's straw man. Because I never said you're unreasonable for believing in eclipses. I said that your claim about what they are and the way that you argued it is unreasonable.
Which you failed to demonstrate, so I have no reason to believe
I
you.
demonstrated it in spades, but I guess you're the only one stupid enough here to have missed it. So your loss. You're going to go on being as stupid as you are now for the rest of your life, probably.
So
Your schoolyard
just ad
mentality,
hominem
dude.
fallacies? Is
What's
that
with
it?
your schoolyard mentality?
See, all you do,
My
all
dad's
you want to
bigger than
talk
your
about
dad.
is me here.
At least I have a dad. That's what it is. That's what it boils down to. At least I have an explanation. You haven't shown it to be true.
Well, yeah, the question
So
was,
what if you've
what is
got a
the flat
story?
Earth explanation for eclipses? Which you admitted you have
Who
not.
cares? Who cares?
I do.
Explanations are worthless without proof.
Come up with one then, since you care. We don't. It's not our burden.
I don't
It's not
need
our
to come
problem.
up with an explanation because
Yeah,
I
neither
passed second
do
grade.
we. Neither do we. Yeah, you passed second grade. You learned to regurgitate really well. Second grade, what? I mean, you've got like a remedial level of English or something, and you think that you're some hotshot who knows what's going on in the cosmos at large. You're just an idiot, dude.
No, I seek the truth,
I'm
and
more-
I seek evidence for said truth. And if you have no evidence, you have no explanatory power. I have no
No, you
reason to
don't.
believe you.
No, you
Do
don't.
you have any
don't
predictive
sense
power?
non sequitur because
Like,
you don't
what
have
can
any-
we
you don't
predict
have any
with Flat
evidence
Earth model?
What model?
The Flat Earth model.
Which one's
What
that?
can we predict?
Post
We
it,
can
and then
predict
I'll
that
answer your
globies
question.
like you will come in spiral every single day, failing to prove the globe.
Well, this is my first time here.
Yeah. And you're doing exactly what we predict. How do eclipses
Oh,
work?
that's your
I
prediction?
don't know.
Is that people will disagree with you?
Not
Wow.
disagreeing with us. You're asking questions about things that you don't know, thinking that it's an argument for your beliefs. That's all you're doing.
Yeah, I asked for an explanation that I don't know exists and confirm that it doesn't exist.
You don't
Compared to you coming in and saying, I have verifiable empirical evidence for the cause of eclipses. Do you? Do you want to know what it is? Like, that's not what you did. That's not what you did at all.
So does that make me
That's not an
wrong?
argument. That's not an argument for the globe.
Well, I'm not here to argue for the globe. I was here to understand a flat Earth.
Okay, well,
This
there's
isn't
no curve.
24/7
The Earth is
globe
flat.
Earth
There you
Central.
go. And
This is quite weak arguments.
it's not an argument. There's no curve, so there's no globe. That's the point. That's reality. What's
Yeah,
the
that's
argument?
a dogmatic statement. You're just stating your belief as a
Dogmatic?
fact.
No,
Benjamin, do you know the slope of a
factual
horizon?
geometry.
Benjamin.
You understand?
Wait, hold up. This guy actually sounds smart.
Yo, do you know the...
Don't cut off Cyclone, dude.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. I just want to chime in before I clock in. I'm
No, you go
supporting...
for it.
I just wanted you to Benjamin, just reflect on the horizon. The slope of the horizon is 0.
What does that mean?
That means it's a straight line. Hence horizon,
Yeah, that's
horizontal.
just stating your belief as a fact again.
That's not my
That's called
belief.
dogmatism.
That's what it is. It's a straight line. You observe that.
Wait, so you can demonstrate that?
Yes, you just look outside. You just look outside.
It's just so big that it looks flat.
That's so
No, it just
ridiculous.
looks flat,
What
Benjamin.
measurement? To make that claim, you have to have a measurement.
Okay, where's your measurement of the Earth?
I never claimed that.
Yeah, you claimed the
I
horizon
just
slope was
told-
0.
It is 0. You observe
Okay, now
it
where's
as
your
a
measurement?
straight line. You see it. You see the sun, right?
Well, you don't have a measurement, so it can't be right.
I don't need a
according to you.
measurement. You see the sun. You see it, right?
Yeah, I see the sun.
Great. You see the horizon?
Yeah, I've seen it before.
Great. It's over.
Yeah,
And Benjamin, you agreed with him.
Okay,
You
so
said
you
that
said you need a measurement for me to be right, but you don't need a measurement for you
If
to
you
be
see,
right.
if you
So
see
that's a double
something, right?
standard.
No, it's not. You see a horizon. A horizon's only apparent on a flat surface. It makes no sense to be on a ball and seeing a horizon.
Okay, so if we were on a ball
no
and I
sense.
looked out
Makes no
really
sense.
far away, what would I see?
You would still see the horizon. You always will see the horizon, no matter how
So
high
then how
you
does
go.
that not make sense? You just said I would see the horizon.
You always will, because you're on a flat surface, bro.
Even on a ball, if I was on a ball, what would
You're
the
on a ball.
horizon look like?
There wouldn't be one. There wouldn't be a horizon if you're on a ball.
Why would you assume that you're on a ball to begin with?
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah,
It's
his
called a
reasoning
question.
basically is you wouldn't be able to tell it's a ball, so must be a ball.
Yeah, Lo-Fi Guy, he agreed with you. He said that it just looks, he said it's so big that you can't see it. So he agrees with you that the horizon has a 0 slope.
Oh, that's dishonest.
You just
It's
sound
true,
like
that's what
you're
you
triggered,
said.
Benjamin.
Yeah, so I'm trying to understand. You're saying there could be no horizon on a ball. So what would the horizon look like? You said there's no horizon. What does that mean?
Because you couldn't see an apparent horizon if you're on a ball.
Okay, so if I looked really far, like 5 kilometers away, what would that look like?
You would see the ball. You'd see the surface of the ball that you're on, but you don't see
You
a
don't know what it
curvature.
would look like because you don't live
I mean,
on a
yeah,
ball.
hypothetically, yeah. And I just think about it like if I was on a big ass basketball and I was on the basketball and I looked out, you would see the curvature beneath you. Beneath you, you would see it. You don't
the
see
Earth
it.
is so big, though. Like, the Earth is huge and you're so small.
Okay, how big is the Earth?
Pretty fucking big. Oh, it's part of my
Yeah, how
language.
big
So.
Yeah, I feel like that's
Hello.
just failing to take into
Hello.
consideration the perspective,
Come
the
on,
size
guys.
of the
How
Earth.
big is your Earth? Educate us.
Dude, I'm not like a mathematician. I'm just straight
Yeah,
common
okay,
sense.
You
stop
don't know.
derailing. Yeah, so Benjamin's trying to take into account the scale of it. What scale? How big?
I don't know.
So what are you arguing for then? Why are you here arguing for something that you don't understand on a very fundamental level?
Well, that's exactly why I'm trying to understand.
Well, if you want to understand, why don't you try to understand the globe that you believe in? Or at least you claim to believe in. How can you believe in something if you don't even know what you're believing?
Because I know what I believe in, just not knowing the
Okay,
size
how
doesn't
big
mean
is
I
the
don't
ball that you
know.
believe in? You don't know, exactly.
Just
So
because
you
I
what you
don't know the
believe in.
size doesn't mean I
Yeah,
don't
so you
know
just
what I
believe
believe
in a
in.
vague ball that you
Yeah,
know
it
nothing
does.
about.
So
does
you're saying
mean
the
that.
way to
That's
understand
exactly what
flat
it
Earth
means.
is to go understand globe Earth.
The way to understand if your belief that you live on a giant spinning, wobbling, tilting space ball is to actually understand what they claim that is. Yes, that's fundamental, basic. A child would understand that.
Like, I'm going to say to my child,
Of course,
Santa
you're going to
Claus
believe it if
exists.
you don't understand
I'm
it.
going to say, who's
So how
Santa?
big
Who's
is the
Santa Claus?
Earth, Twad?
And they're going to say, and I'm going to say, I don't know. What's he look like? I don't know. Where does he live? I don't know. You expect
The
my child to
irony,
believe in Santa Claus?
Okay, so how
Man.
big is the
irony,
Earth according to you guys?
yeah, okay, according to you is who it's according to, and the irony is you said you guys are failing to take account for the scale of it when you haven't done that yourself because you can't even answer what it's supposed to be. So a bit of the old projection. So your claim is it's a 3959-mile radius, by the way. Hope that helps.
Okay, I don't know the size of the Earth. Now we can concede that. So how big is the Earth? Heretic?
I just gave you your claim, bro. Keep up.
Oh, so you don't know?
The fuck,
Wow, the
dude.
guy who doesn't know the globe claim is now saying you don't know. That's ironic, bro. Projection's weak.
Yeah,
No, I think you guys were projecting because I just asked you
You're
4
projecting.
times
You
how
didn't
big is the
know.
Earth, and
It's
none of you could
supposed to
answer
be.
me.
I did.
So you guys are
Fair.
just
It's supposed to
again
be your
pushing double
argument, Benjamin.
standards,
I
being a
did,
hypocrite.
Benjamin. I gave you your scale claim. It's 3959-mile radius, and then you said you can't answer after I told you.
Oh, so now you're answering.
No, I already did.
3959-mile radius? What did you say?
Got it.
That was right? Okay.
But like, if you were to take a plane from where you are right now, fly all the way around the world, you're gonna end up back where you were, right? Or are you just gonna teleport back and like, I just don't get this shit.
Well, when did you do that?
Dude, you could do it anytime. Just go from like
Well, when
where
did
you
you do
are.
it? Where did you do
Never.
it?
I don't have to.
Oh, right. Okay, so you've got no idea. You're just talking shit.
Dude, you can
You
just
could do that any
go
time, you know,
straight.
hype. Just go do it for
Yeah.
us, real quick.
Yeah, but you could just
Yeah,
go
just go and do it.
straight, and then you're just gonna
Let
end
us
up
know
back
how
where
it
you
goes.
were.
Cool story,
my
bro.
God.
Yeah, like Pac-Man.
I don't know, man. I think it's just common sense and like knowing of
Yeah, it's kind of insane. You
perspection.
guys are just counting off ideas that you don't even know the basic claims of the globe, how big it's supposed to be, how it's supposed to work, and you're in here talking like anyone else is deficient in knowledge when it's only you.
Dude, it's like, or my bad, gang.
So what's the actual evidence?
People do it all the time.
Like not
Why am
just
I gonna,
saying
like,
one word and then saying that's evidence. Like what's the
am I gonna like
actual
run into like
verifiable
a glass
evidence?
wall or some shit?
What,
Yeah.
for the
Fall
globe?
off the world.
Yeah, there
Go
is
into
no
the
evidence
void.
for the globe.
For the flat Earth.
Oh, just reality. Go outside.
Oh, okay, I see. That's a very well established argument.
Yeah. Any observation, any measurement, any practical usage, it's going to be flat and motionless. What else is there? You want
The
to
way
turn on the
you'll
TV?
observe it, it's the way you'll measure it, and it's the way you'll use it.
Yeah, you even
Yeah,
told us
so
that yourself.
reality.
You're like, doesn't look like a globe. Too big. There you go. There's your evidence. Now give us the evidence to the contrary for your belief. It's too big, meaning it's a ball.
Amazing. You need some evidence for observable reality, but when they tell you the Earth's a spinning ball, you don't need any evidence. You just accept it without question.
Yeah. Disregard your own experience.
Eratosthenes measured the Earth in ancient Greece.
Oh,
So
Eratosthenes measured
how do you
the Earth,
guys
did he?
explain that?
Some quick
What did he
Googling.
measure exactly?
Sticks and shadows.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
walk
not
us
the
through his
Earth.
method.
Is that another thing you guys can't explain?
Walk us through his method. Can you explain it? Let's see.
Well, he took 2 sticks and then measured the shadows that were like thousands
Oh.
of
Oh, you
kilometers
said he
apart.
measured the Earth. But he measured shadows.
Yeah, that's how you get the radius of the Earth.
So he didn't measure the Earth.
Yeah, he measured the Earth's radius.
No, you said he measured shadows, so which is it?
Is there no explanation for that?
Not from you.
For measuring shadows.
Okay, so we found two things that flat earthers can't explain:
Another
eclipses, the radius of the Earth,
What radius of the Earth? You didn't measure it. You said you measured shadows.
the one that Eratosthenes measured.
You said you measured shadows.
Yeah, he used shadows and giant
Oh, right,
sticks
so he
to
measured
calculate the
shadows.
radius of the Earth.
So he measured a shadow. He measured shadows, or he measured 3,959 miles to the center of an imaginary ball Earth. Which one is it?
Oh, he measured shadows to get the radius of the Earth.
Ah, so he measures shadows, and then what does he do?
Add them up. I don't know the
Yeah,
math.
because you're retarded, bro. Stop acting like you have any idea at all about
I
this
mean, you guys have
globe.
already
You don't.
conceded that you can't explain it.
Wow.
You
Check that
conceded.
out. Just
You can't explain the thing that I don't know anything about.
here's his method
you
for
did.
measuring a radius that he hasn't even confirmed the existence of in the first place. Take two shadows, add them up. You get a radius. Can you explain, since you're so big on explanations, how you get a radius from that process?
Oh no, I'm not a mathematician. I was just
Yeah, you
wondering
can't
if flat
explain
Earth could explain it, but it seems you guys can't.
What's there to explain?
The radius.
What radius? He didn't measure
The
a
one I
radius.
just told you about.
What, the one he didn't measure?
Oh, he did measure it.
No, he measured shadows.
Oh
and
wait,
then
sorry, he calculated it since you want to play the word game.
Oh, calculated. What's the difference between a calculation and a measurement? You know?
A math problem?
What?
The math
Bro,
problem?
you're out your depth. You're out your depth. You should really just chill. I mean, it'd be cool if you were just asking questions, but when you're trying to pretend like you have some level of knowledge and other people in here are dumb, we're just going to make you humiliate yourself. So
Yeah, go back to the
So
shallow
that's
end.
fine, because I'm here to learn. I'm not here to prove
The
global.
lifesaver. And swim back to the
But it
shallow
seems
end.
like you guys
You're
cannot
not here to
really
learn.
back up your
See,
own
if you were here to
position.
learn.
So
See, if you were here to learn, you would have said, I don't actually know what the claimed radius of the ball I believe in is. I should go and look this up and figure out how they measured it. That would be what an honest person trying to learn would be. You're here Googling and trying to preach religious dogma that you've just looked at 2 minutes ago and you've never heard before. It's obvious.
I
You see
did
it all the
hear
time.
about it in school. That's just completely dishonest. It's not like you know my brain and know what I heard of before.
So how come when I asked you what he did after he's measured shadows, you don't
How
know?
come every time I ask for evidence, you shift the conversation to me?
Because the globe is the positive claim, and that's what you don't understand. And the reason you're just pushing
Okay.
for flat Earth evidence is because you don't want to know that the Earth isn't a globe because you're emotional.
Okay, so let's just forget globe Earth.
No,
What is the
let's
evidence
not.
for flat
That's
Earth?
what you believe in. No, that's what you believe in. You believe in the globe, right?
Yeah, I can be objective. I
So
don't have
why would
to
you forget it?
say my
Why would
beliefs
you
are
forget
true
it?
just because I believe it.
So you don't really believe it that strongly then?
Oh, I've doubted it.
Why do you doubt it?
Oh, mainly because I'm a Christian and I think it's plausible. Or not plausible, more like possible. I don't want to be the type of guy who just thinks blindly because I was taught that in school. I was an atheist for 22 years and realized
stop using your
Christianity was
brain
true.
then. Start
And now I'm
interrogating the
actually
globe then.
investigating flat Earth. But
Right.
when I
Well,
investigate,
then you need to look at the globe.
I just
then.
get four. I don't want to say that word. I just get four very aggressive people who don't actually have any evidence for their worldview.
No. See, this is where you're confused. Right. It's not being aggressive to try and focus your attention to the fact that the globe is what you need to start with at the very least. I mean, we can talk about the nature of water, the physical nature of water, how it's flat and level when contained and at rest. And this is just basic reality. You've never observed anything else. We could talk about how you've never experienced motion of the earth, never have, never will. No one's ever measured it in human history. Same with the curvature. We could talk about how gas pressure requires a container. It can't exist next to a vacuum with no physical separation between the two. We can talk about how all these things are obvious and apparent, that the earth is a level topographical motionless plane. But if you're still in the headspace that in the 1960s, America sent men to the moon to play golf, and that they're sending Canadians up in tin cans playing David Bowie songs dressed up as gorillas, floating around with the Russians. If you still think all that dumb shit, you're not going to understand any of it. You're not going to be able to look at a body of water being flat and understand what that means if you still are under the impression that an ancient Greek 2,000 years ago measured 3,959 miles to a core of a ball Earth. So you need to actually think about what you think you believe and what evidence exists for it, and be able to think about reality at the same time. And it sounds like you're kind of too emotional about it, and you're just kind of looking for gotchas, like, oh, you can't tell me what the sun is made of, that means the Earth's a ball, because that's kind of what it sounds like you're doing. You understand?
Could also try going out and
understood
seeing if
the
you can
last
find the
part,
curvature.
the ad hominem fallacy that you did.
Yeah, see, so you didn't listen to the fact that water's level at rest.
No, I understand that. I also believe in gravity.
Okay. You believe in gravity. Okay, good for you. The water's still level at rest. So what?
Right, I agree it's a level on the curve.
No, level is no one part higher than another. Horizontal. You know what level is, right? You ever leveled something?
Oh yeah, like a mountain sticking up higher than another mountain is not level. But water going flat across the entire ocean, across the entire globe, I would consider that level. I mean, if you want to play semantics, then sure, it's not level.
So the ocean's flat.
It's just curved. We'll just say that.
No, we won't say that. Who's measured that?
Well, you don't want to say it's level, so I'll say it's curved.
Yeah, I'll say it's level.
How about that?
Level is horizontal.
And we can see the round shadow on the moon when there's a lunar eclipse.
About round shadow on the moon. Don't be a moron. Water is level. Yeah, you've never seen water bend around the curve. What are you talking about?
Well, of course, I don't see water bend around the curve. I see water float towards the middle of a planet.
Yeah, what are you talking about? Water float towards the middle of the planet? Are you on?
You act like you've never heard of this. What are you talking about?
Towards the middle of a planet. Does anyone know what the hell this guy is smoking? Water floating toward the middle of the planet. What the fuck are you on about?
Bro, we've discussed the same thing over and over again, and all you can do is comment on me instead of what I'm saying.
I just quoted what you're saying. It's retarded.
Yeah, but you can't say why it's wrong. You can only say I'm retarded.
Okay, show me water floating, for starters.
Yeah, look at the ocean.
It's not floating. What, in the air? What the fuck are you talking about?
It's floating.
Dude, you're so fucking lost, man.
Jeez, oh, Benjamin. There's probably not much help for you.
What do you mean floating after he says that it's floating? I doesn't know where he is.
No. Doesn't know what level means either, apparently.
And so your main argument, Cyclone, was an argument from ignorance, saying that because the globe Earth evidence is so bad, the Earth must be flat. That is the argument from ignorance fallacy.
I told you. Water's level. No one's ever measured curve. No one's ever measured motion. Gas pressure requires a container.
Yeah, it falls downwards towards the center. That's so easily explainable. Like, that's not evidence. And evidence is a body of facts that indicates something is true.
You don't have any curvature.
You are just telling me one word, two words, water level, and saying that's a body of facts.
Bro. Yeah, it's simple, bro. You don't have any curvature. Simple.
Go out and find it.
Then why is there a round shadow on the moon during a lunar eclipse?
Who told you it was a shadow? Shadow of what?
Yeah, it's a round shadow.
Shadow of what? Who told you that?
The Earth.
Who told you that?
Second grade.
Oh, so you were told it in second grade, therefore it must be true.
I mean, are you denying that it's real? Are you saying just Lunar eclipses
I'm
don't
saying
even
you don't
happen?
know that it's a shadow of Earth. Obviously.
What else would it be?
You don't know that. Oh, well, what else would it be is not equals must be shadow of Earth, is it? You don't know.
So your argument is, I don't know, therefore it must not be?
It's a statement of fact that you don't know. It's not an argument. It's just pointing out that you don't have an argument. We're talking about the nature of water, and you go and tell us some children's stories about the moon. From
Yeah, I
second
bring up
grade.
actual evidence and you just say 2 words.
No. You brought up a story you were told in second grade as a child that you believe still.
Because
So
what
you're gonna bring
else
up
could
Santa
it be,
Claus
right?
too? Who else could be leaving the presents under the tree, Benjamin? If not Father Christmas, jolly old Saint Nick. Where did the cookies go?
Well, it could have been your parents.
My parents? Yeah, right.
Well, see,
All the parents have to be
I
on it,
actually
Benjamin.
offered an alternative, but you guys
All
just
the
say,
parents have
"Oh,
to be
you
on
don't
it,
know,
Benjamin.
therefore," which is the argument from ignorance, like I said.
No, well, I was told
There's
in
a picture
second
of the
grade that
lunar
it was
eclipse, so
Santa, therefore
therefore I
it must
know it's
be
true.
Santa.
How do you
So
guys
you don't
explain
know that
this?
it's a shadow. So therefore, well, it's irrelevant because you don't know what the moon is to begin with. You don't know what the eclipse is. All you know is the
Yes, I do
water is
know what the
level
eclipse
and that there's
is.
no curve.
You
I'm
are
saying
the
you
one
don't
who
know
does
what
not know what the
causes it.
eclipse is
You don't know
because you
what
have no
causes it.
explanation for it.
You don't know what causes it. That's
This
the
is
point.
called
You can observe
projecting,
it.
is when you tell me that I am what you are.
Oh, very good, Benjamin. Could you get hold of your feelings for a second if you want to actually learn something? Because you say you want to
Yes,
learn,
yes,
then
please teach
all
me.
this fallacious bullshit. Okay, there's no curvature of the Earth required to make it a ball. Very simple.
What's the evidence?
There's no curvature measured, observed,
Hitchens razor.
detected anywhere. Yeah, exactly. So a claim made without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So the claim of Earth's curved, a ball, which has no evidence to go with it, is dismissed. Exactly, you get it.
Yeah,
So
just
you
like
make
your
the
claim is
claim.
dismissed.
You make the claim an ocean is curved, a lake is curved, and then we say, "What's your evidence for that?" And you say, "I don't have any." So we say, "Okay, Hitchens razor dismissed."
No, I have the evidence. It's the lunar eclipses.
Oh, okay. You measured a curved lake.
Evidence does not have to be solely measurements. That's not what evidence means.
So you're going to try and tell us that the observably perfectly flat lake is actually curved because you were told a story about the moon in second grade. That's what you're going to tell us.
No, I'm telling you that I know it's curved because I can see the shadow of the Earth on the moon during a
Yeah,
lunar
so exactly
eclipse.
what I just said. So you're going to repeat a story you were told in second grade about the moon to explain how the observably flat lake is actually
No,
curved.
not
Yeah,
at
that's
all.
what you're doing, Benjamin. That's exactly what you're doing.
See, you can't
Because we
actually
observe the lake to
respond
be
to my
flat.
argument, so now
I
you
can.
are trying
I'm
to
just
form a straw
burying
man
your
argument
argument.
and
I
talk
am
over
very
me
Never
at the same
presented an
time.
argument.
No, I am 100%.
You made an assertion,
saying
not an
what you're
argument.
saying.
Well, I
I've
can
said
see the shadow of the
you said the
moon, or
lake
the
is
shadow of
flat.
the
You
Earth.
see that the lake is flat. You said I observed the lake is flat. We agree it looks flat, but you're saying it's actually curved because you've been told a story about the moon.
No.
That's it. That's your argument. That is literally what your
You know what
argument
the
is.
shadow of the Earth
See,
looks
that's a
like.
straw man argument
How do you know what the shadow of the Earth looks like?
because I can see it on the moon. It's
Do
right
you
there
know
in
that's the
VC
Earth's
chat.
shadow? How do you know it's the Earth's shadow?
Because the sun is on the other side.
How do you know that?
Well, that's just where it is. You can observe it there.
Really, in the
What about
Self-evident.
Selenelli eclipse? Selenelli in eclipse, Benjamin.
What was that?
What about in the Selenelli eclipse? You heard of that?
I don't know what that is. Could you explain?
Okay, so it's called the impossible eclipse, and it's a lunar eclipse that occurs when both the sun and the moon are seen above the horizon at the same time, so not in a syzygy, and the moon eclipses from the top down, right? It's called the impossible eclipse because it doesn't work in the globe model geometrically, right? You need to have that alignment between the sun, earth, and moon to cast the shadow. But with both the sun and the moon above the horizon, that's forming more of an upside down triangle with the earth at the point at the bottom. So you can't cast a shadow from the earth up onto the moon when the sun is above the earth as well. So that debunks the claim of a
Wait, so
shallow
where's the
gap
evidence for this impossible eclipse?
Just Google SELEN,
Just Google it?
ELION, Selenelian eclipse. You can Google it. Yeah. Simple.
But you can't Google lunar eclipse?
What the
Yeah, you
fuck?
can Google lunar eclipse if you want, Benjamin. If you'd like to.
So then you grant that lunar
Google that.
eclipses are real?
Yeah, we observe lunar eclipses, of course.
Okay, because for a minute it seemed like you guys didn't believe in lunar eclipses.
No, you can observe.
No, it
lunar
never
eclipses.
seemed like that.
We were very clear, Benjamin. It's just the claim of the cause that you don't have. You can observe them, you just don't know what's causing it. You can guess.
Which
you can
he just made bare assertions about. He didn't provide any evidence as to how he knows these things to be true. He just asserts them to be true.
Yeah, and he
I
used
mean, that's
that bare
exactly what he did with
assertion to
the
try and say,
impossible eclipse.
No.
And
you're
then
using
somehow
this bare
my
assertion.
eclipse observation with the
it's
shadow
not.
is
You want to
not
learn, we're
accurate.
educating you. Yeah, you want to learn, we're
But you guys
educating
somehow also cannot
Selenelian
explain it at
You
the
really
same
want to
time.
learn, eh? You seem to reject any knowledge that we throw at you for somebody who wants to learn so badly. So the Selenelian eclipse is a known, well-documented phenomenon. You could take 10 seconds on Google just checking out what we've said about it, and you can confirm it since you want to learn things so bad. But it seems anything we give you, you just want to throw it away straight away. Got a bit of a hard head for a learner.
Well, I was looking it up as we speak.
Yeah, we'll keep doing that.
Yeah.
I just don't see the difference between you saying this proves that the Earth is flat
Just 'cause you're
somehow,
just
and then
looking
me
to
saying
argue
that the
for some
shadow of
reason,
the
Ben.
moon
We never
proves that the
said
Earth is
that.
round, but you
We
guys
never
deny
said
it
that.
happened.
You're not listening. We never even said that.
Yeah, you're just looking to argue for some reason, Ben. I don't know why you're just trying to argue it, rather than actually listen if you actually want to learn.
Hey, y'all.
Seems kind of
So you
ridiculous.
tell me I'm not listening, but then interrupt me every time I speak. How does that make sense?
I didn't interrupt you. But you do need interrupted, Benjamin, because really, you're coming to learn here from us. You should be doing more listening than talking. Right?
Learn about what? I want to learn.
Yeah, and I listened to your impossible eclipse example, and then you told me the evidence was Google it.
No,
Which
you
is
asked, "Where's
exactly
my
the
findings
equivalent
about
of your argument
You said, "Where's
that you
my
said
word
what
about the
my argument was
Selenelian
wrong
eclipse?"
for.
No.
You said that
No,
my
that's
argument was
bullshit.
wrong because I can't verify that's the shadow of the moon or the shadow of...
Right, but we're not claiming a cause. You were claiming a cause. We're just talking about the phenomena. You want to learn about the phenomena, you can Google it. Same way you could Google lunar eclipse in terms of what we observe. That doesn't mean that Googling it will tell you exactly what the cause is. Okay. Well, he doesn't want to learn, obviously.
Wants to stay brick.
You're a baby. You're a baby. If you deafen again while you're muted, I'm kicking you out.
Go ahead.
You want to stay brick, so just leave. Like, it's clear that you're dedicated to your...
No, I want actual evidence.
No, you're dedicated to your
That-
ignorance because you've been given all sorts of evidence, and every single time you come back with that same response. I just want
Well, you
evidence.
deny...
Yeah, so anything we're going to give you, you're just going to throw away. You've already demonstrated that in spades, so just fuck off. Okay, I'm going to ban you because you're deafening yourself. Well,
Yeah, it's obvious you
actually,
don't want to, Benjamin, so stop pretending.
Yeah,
You don't
so
want
when
to
I try to dismiss your evidence for the exact same reason that you dismissed my
What
evidence,
evidence?
it's somehow,
What
oh, no, you can't do that, Benjamin.
What are you talking about, Ben? Ben, you don't understand. You can't dismiss the Selenelian eclipse. This is acknowledged
Well,
phenomenon.
then you can't
one's
dismiss the
debating
shadow
that.
on the moon.
No, that's a different thing. I'm not there's a difference. There's a difference. The eclipse occurs, right? We see the moon eclipse, meaning it darkens in a specific way. This happens in a lunar eclipse, and the Selenelian is a type of lunar eclipse. Saying that they occur is not saying that that darkening is caused by the shadow of the moon due to the sun's position in line with the sun, earth, and moon. There's a difference there. You're making a claim to a cause. We're just saying the event happens. You understand that difference, or do you not?
So you're just saying this happens, therefore Earth flat.
Is that what I said, Benjamin?
I'm asking.
No, it's not. That's not what I said.
Okay, then how is it evidence?
It's evidence that the cause of the eclipse is not due to an alignment in a straight line between the sun, earth, and moon, casting a shadow onto the moon, because that couldn't be the case if both the sun and the moon are above the horizon at the same time, geometrically. But that's what we observe in a Skyline eclipse.
Oh, okay. So do you guys believe that the Earth and, or not the Earth, the sun and the moon are like opposite of each other orbiting?
No, not really. I mean, it's not like they always stay opposite, obviously, because you can see them together in the sky. So they both follow their own path, but they overlap. I mean,
Okay, because I was gonna say
they're
that's
not.
like demonstrably false.
Yeah, no,
Another failed gotcha.
Another failed gotcha.
You're really upset. Put the emotions aside.
Yeah,
you
I'm
might
so
actually
upset
learn
right
like you
now.
set out to. You might actually learn something like you set out to.
Right.
Yeah,
That's the
searching around
goal,
for gotchas
but
isn't really indicative
doesn't
of
really
an
seem
open
to
mind
be
that wants
happening
to
right
learn.
now.
Yeah, no, you don't seem to be learning anything. It's true.
Yeah, I agree.
Well,
Yeah,
this is why
heretic. So
Must be
you
the
can try and
student's
spend all
fault
you
that the
want.
teacher
When you've
failed to
got
teach
somebody
him.
who's unable to receive, they'll never be able to learn. And he's unable to receive, it seems.
Yeah, he's complaining about teachers failing us when we're the teachers in this room right now and he's failing to gather anything from it.
I mean, why is he even wasting his life in here? Because he doesn't. He's saying, "Oh, I want to learn," but then he's not saying, "Okay, well, that's interesting."
Because I'm
The
an
reaction.
evidentialist, and if
his
I'm gonna
position.
believe something, then I
You're just
need
a zealot,
evidence
bro.
to
You're just a
justify that.
zealot. You're a zealot. You've been given all sorts of evidence for all sorts of different things and evidence against the claims that you've brought up. You're just a zealot for the globe.
Yeah, we're not asking you to believe anything. That's the difference. See, you want to believe.
Yeah, so
We're
it's
telling
called
you
an
not to believe.
investigation.
It
Yeah,
doesn't really seem
we're
like
telling you
need
not to
evidence, though.
believe. We're saying do not believe, and you keep saying believe. So I don't know how to help somebody with a religious belief.
Well, it doesn't really sound like you needed evidence to believe in the globe because you're just telling these stories about the eclipse and about gravity and about Eratosthenes just by Googling and hearing the story. You're not looking into any evidence for it or verification. You just accepted that blindly. But all of a sudden now, when it comes to something other than the globe, you're skeptical and need evidence.
Yeah.
Maybe you should.
I'm willing to stop believing in the globe. Because if it's false, I feel like it should be demonstrably false. Like that's quite a big claim to say the Earth is round or the Earth is flat. Like that should be demonstrable.
Well, it is
Yeah,
demonstrably
it is.
false quite easily.
Okay, so how do you demonstrate that?
Well, one way you could do it is you could check the horizon distance. Do you understand that?
Check the horizon distance? Like what do you mean?
Yeah. So on a globe, they tell us that the horizon is the curve of the ball that boats and things are going over, yeah?
What?
Do you know what the horizon is?
Yeah.
You ever been to the beach?
Yeah.
Right. So they tell you that that horizon is the curve of the ball, and when a boat gets to that point, it will disappear bottom up because it's going over a curve of Earth. Yeah?
Right.
Right. So that's a geometric plane. So you can go onto Google and type in, for example, distance to horizon calculator, and you can put in your observer height, say 6 feet, so you're standing on the beach, and it will tell you that your horizon should be no more than about 3 miles away, right? So at 3 miles from where you're standing, the boats have to be disappearing bottom up because they're going over the curve. You understand that?
Yeah.
Right. So this is the case if the Earth is a ball. So what people are doing is they're testing this. They're going down and they're saying, right, so at 3 miles, stuff has to start disappearing bottom up, and that's where the horizon has to be because it's the curve of the ball. But in reality, when we go down, we can see the horizon 10, 20, 30 miles away, not 3 miles away, meaning the horizon is not the geometric edge of a ball. Earth.
Do you
Simple.
know what atmospheric refraction is?
Why don't you tell me about it?
Well, it's when you're standing on the surface and then you look straight, like at a boat on the horizon, and then the atmosphere actually appears that it's showing you way farther than it actually is, just because of the differences in the temperatures of the air.
You got a citation for that?
Yeah, I could send you stuff about atmospheric refraction. Because I
Yeah,
mean,
what you just claimed
this
about
experiment
how
you're
you can
talking
see
about is
further.
like hundreds of years old, and it was debunked
So
hundreds
how
of
much?
years ago.
So how much further does it let you see?
Quite a bit. I don't know the exact distance.
Okay, could you provide a source that does?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, let's see. Because so far you're just throwing out observable reality and clinging religiously to a globe model that you've got no evidence for.
Wait, what do
Well,
you
I'm
mean
just
the
saying.
Earth is flat?
You're saying this is like a demonstration, but it's
Yeah, it's a
explainable by
demonstration.
atmospheric refraction.
No, atmospheric refraction begs the question of the curvature, the ball, and the radius value that you also have no evidence for, right? And atmospheric refraction is 7/6R, yeah?
Well, we do have evidence for both of those. We have the shadow of the moon and the
Nope,
calculations
incorrect.
that I mentioned earlier from the
So
guy whose
7
name
over
I can hardly
6R.
pronounce.
So 7/6R, atmospheric refraction. That's what you're claiming.
No, I'm just saying your
No?
demonstration is explainable by atmospheric refraction. So what is your response?
Well, that's 7/6R, according to the globe model.
Yeah, give us the formula. What's the formula? What's the formula?
Why do I need a formula?
Because it's your claim.
To see if
This
it's
is how you're
true.
rebuttal. This is the last thread.
So that's your
keeping you
response?
clinging to the globe model. Yeah, show us your evidence. Show us what the hell you're talking about. Have you posted your
Okay,
source?
then I accept your concession.
Okay, so what does this say that you've linked?
Read it and find out.
Where's the part where it talks? Quote the bit that says what you said. Where does
That
it
says
say you
what?
can see 10 times the geometric distance and it'll move the horizon? Where does it say that?
I didn't say 10 times.
Oh, so it couldn't move a horizon, let's say, from 1 mile to 10 miles.
I'm not sure about that. I know for a fact this exists because I can observe
well,
it
that's
just
all
on a
bad.
regular street on a hot day. I can see the sky.
Street.
Yeah, I can see the sky on the street because of refraction.
So the
Give us
street
the
is
formula.
curved, and you're seeing around the curve of the street.
It's on the link.
Quote it. Which bit?
Read it out for us. Read it out for us.
All right, give me 1 second.
Hey, is this guy just LARPing? I mean, like,
No, he's just trying, and this is what it looks like when globies desperately try. Without really actually knowing the topic.
So what's all this
it
stuff
sounds
about
like
the
we
Earth
need to
being
send him
flat?
off to go learn about his own theory before he.
Well, he's taken the route of deciding to try and argue for something that he just Googled 5 minutes ago, so that's always entertaining. We'll let him try.
Like you already pointed out, Cyclone, he doesn't apply the same standards to his own belief to what he expects us to do. So
he just desperately clings to any rebuttal or story that he reads online.
Yeah. It shows that you're just a zealot, Benjamin. You didn't require any evidence.
I love all
whatsoever
these ad
to
hominems.
arrive at the belief that you already have come to. But
Yeah,
you
I
want all
see.
this
I notice how you
unbelievable
can't
man of
you
evidence
can't
when
actually
it-
argue against my position. So
You've done it
instead,
in
you attack
spades.
me.
You've done it in spades, and you've done everything that you can to keep your ignorance shield up so that you can protect your sacred little religious globe belief. That's what you've done.
And it is interesting how, when I typed in what is atmospheric refraction, the third response is what he passed over. So it's no wonder why he doesn't have any understanding of it, because he's just being a Google earther.
I'm so confused.
No problem. The globe passed, no evidence required. What kind of questions did you
Yeah,
ask?
like I said, I'm an evidentialist. So if
Yeah,
strong
right. So
evidence
what
came
are
and
you
showed
asking?
me that
Okay,
the Earth
so
is
you've
flat,
arrived
I
at the
would be
conclusion that
willing
the
to
Earth is
believe
globe.
that.
You're a man of evidence, right?
Are you guys
So
willing to believe in a globe Earth?
And what was the evidence that was provided to you when they were telling you the Earth's a globe, and you went, "What evidence? What evidence did you base your conclusion on?"
Well, astronomy, calculating the stars. The calculations that got the radius I mentioned, the shadow on the Earth.
Oh, the ones where you take two shadows, add them together, and get a radius. Yeah, you scrutinized that really well.
Yeah, and it seems you have no response against it, so
That's not a
only
method
response
for
is against
obtaining
my
a
person.
radius of a ball that's not known to exist yet, Benjamin.
Yeah, for us to be able to refute something, we need something to actually refute beyond just being a bare assertion, belief.
What's your point?
The point is, this
That's
isn't
all.
a place just to
Yeah,
talk about blind beliefs. We don't care about your beliefs. We don't care what you're willing to believe. We don't care about any of that. You keep using that belief word. And none of us here even give a crap about a belief. This has nothing to do with belief, be it. You're admitting that you just accept the globe because you believe it. And we're not here
No, I
to
did not
preach
admit
religion
that,
to
and
you.
I reject that claim.
All right, everyone. Quad, you've seen this argument before, but everyone go on whiteboard, and this is the main problem I have with flat Earth. Okay, the top one represents the flat Earth. This bottom one will represent the globe. So pretend this right here is North America right here. If I were go into a straight line, there'd be ocean here. And then
Here we go again. Pretend this is the flat Earth you believe in.
Okay, so okay,
Well, it's
dickhead.
just a straw man. You're just straw man.
See, this is the problem. You're just refuting my entire argument because you know it's correct.
I'm not looking at your thing, but I can already tell by the basis of your argument. Look at me draw something and then compare two ideas. That it's nonsense. Just show us who measured Earth curve, and then that'll be it.
Well, I'm
Cut to the
showing you what
chase.
my problem with flat Earth is, and it appears that you all can't argue
We
against
don't
it.
care what your problem with observable reality is. If you've got a problem with observable reality, that's on you. If you think it's a ball, show us who measured the curve. That's it. Simple.
Okay, well, tell me why I can't fall off the Earth.
What are you talking about?
If I were to walk in a straight line on a flat Earth, I would fall off.
Okay, so when I asked you who's measured the curve, and you say, why don't I fall off the edge of the Earth? Is that
I will
because
tell
no
you who
one's
measured the
measured
curve
curvature
once
of
you
the
can
Earth?
tell me why I can't fall off the edge.
So there is someone who's measured the curve of the Earth.
I personally will measure the curve of the Earth.
Well, no. I'm asking who has. Because you already believe it's a ball, right? It's not like they're saying, hey guys, Earth might be a ball if we go and measure it. They're saying Earth is a ball. So who measured that?
So, what about the circumference? Can we go with that?
Yeah, what about the circumference? Who measured that?
Eratosthenes.
Right. What did he do?
Well, let's find out.
Yeah, let's find out your own argument as you make it. Good idea.
Using the following equation. 360 degrees divided by 0 times S, and S is the distance between 2 points that lie north and south of each other on the surface of the Earth.
Okay, bro, do you want to pop yourself on mute while you go and read into your own argument? No offense, we've heard it
I'll
a
be
million
quiet while I
times.
read.
Cool.
Crit said it best the other day when he said that these globies are like a doll with the pull string in the back of it. All you gotta do is just pick up a random one and pull the string, and it'll say the same thing as the others.
Yeah.
As soon as you pull the string about measurable curvature, then the next thing is, well, how do you fall off? How come nobody's falling off the edge? How come there's shadows, sticks and shadows? I mean, it's just seems like a predictable pattern each and every time. No variance, no ability to dig deeper into any of the points. It's just let's go from A to B to C to
All right.
D.
So the Earth's circumference is about 24,855 miles.
Who measured that?
One second. The guy I said Era, I don't know how to pronounce, but let's call him Era.
He didn't measure. Well, how did he do that? What did he do? Pull a big tape measure out and wrap it around the Earth?
Well, obviously he couldn't go to the center of the Earth. No, obviously.
I thought you were
he couldn't
talking
do
about
that.
circumference now. Or are you talking about a radius?
So
Which isn't right.
So he got the angle measurement using the rays of the sun.
Angle of what?
The angle measurement.
Of what?
How am I just finding out about all this?
I don't know how to describe it, but here is the image of the
Good lord.
way the angle works. Listen, I'm very
Okay,
tired.
I'll cut to the chase. I'll cut to the chase because we know all about Eratosthenes, right? It works on a flat surface or a curved surface, depending what you assume about the distance to the sun and the nature of its light rays. So it doesn't prove either one. It wasn't a measurement of curvature or a ball. He assumed it was a ball and then he calculated from there, right? That's it. Not a
Okay.
measurement of the ball. So
You
I'll save you
saved
some
us a lot
time
of
there.
time.
Yeah,
Thank you.
no problem. Happy to help.
All right, now let's go to my supposed straw man real quick. I just want to make this argument because no one's ever been able to refute it.
Well, we don't really need to refute anything if you can't justify the claim that the Earth's a ball to begin with. Do it.
Okay, so here's what you're going to do. You're going to send a camera really far into outer space.
Oh, really? When did you do that?
Well, these guys called NASA did it one time.
Oh, right. So the government told you so, and that's it.
This
Very
one
good,
time
bro.
at band camp?
You sound very skeptical.
So you would think someone would have spoken up by now, all the government
Are you a
employees.
skeptic, bro? Do you consider yourself skeptical?
Yep. Give it sometimes. Depends.
It doesn't sound like it.
Buddy, I am the most paranoid person I know.
That why you just believe whatever the government tells you?
Okay. Specifically when it comes to the Earth's shape.
Yeah, you believe whatever they tell you when it comes to the Earth, but then anything else, you're like, I don't trust the government. Yeah, that makes sense.
I get.
think you've got
give or take
cognitive
a
dissonance.
couple things.
Friend.
Like if they were to tell me that my left hand was still attached to me, I'd probably believe them.
Yeah, and if they were to tell you that beyond the sky there is a place where little green men are living and they are eating chicken nuggets all day, would you believe that?
Well, due to the fact that I'm a man of faith, no.
Right, so there are limits to what you will believe when it comes to what the government is telling you.
Oh, of course, of course. It's just,
Well, that's something.
there's
at least.
seems to be a pretty big hoo-ha about.
So when they tell you that in the 1960s they flew 250,000 miles in a tin can and played golf on a light in the sky that we call the moon, do you believe that?
Okay, here's what I believe. I believe that I haven't researched that topic enough to give you a valid answer.
That's fine. That's fair. Oh,
So is the moon landing really faked then?
Yes, obviously. You can figure that out in a few hours.
Okay, the guy who threw a hissy fit about my straw man is gone. So, back to what I was saying. So, let's take a look at this round Earth here on whiteboard. See? If I were to go into a straight line here, I would end up back to where I was. Okay? But you see, the problem with a flat Earth, if I were to go in a straight direction, one direction, it would appear that I fall off.
No, you don't fall off because of the dome.
Well,
Okay,
what
then
if
it
it's
would
shaped like a
appear that I
football,
hit
though?
the dome.
Like a flat football.
Okay, it would
Well, the
appear that I
problem
hit
is
It's the same problem.
the problem is it's an illogical argument to make in the first place because you've got no reason to do that it's anything other than a level surface that you're on. Right?
Okay.
No one's ever measured curvature. No one's ever measured a ball. So to say, oh, I go around in a circle, therefore it must be a ball, that's just illogical. You can go in a circle at a level surface, doesn't make a difference.
Or my logic is if I were to go into one direction continuously.
Right, but this is
and I
something you've
ended up in the
never
same
done,
place.
even. You've never done that. So it's not an argument.
Well,
I mean, we can
there are a lot
imagine.
of people who
Do
have
we have to
circumvented
imagine?
the
Do
Earth.
we have to imagine arguments for the globe? Is that what we have to do? Let's imagine that we walk in a straight line over oceans and tens of thousands of miles and then end up back where we started. If we imagine that, then Earth must be a ball.
Okay, so there are a lot of people who have circumvented around the globe, and we sort of take their word for it.
Yeah, you can travel in a circle. You're talking about going in one single line, right? Not
The problem when it comes to a globe Earth, you end up going in a circle. You don't go in a straight
okay,
line.
so we're both going in circles, so it works on both. Doesn't prove either.
But you see, if you were to go
Wait,
in one
Cyclone, does that mean the Mars robots are fake too?
Get ready for it. Yes, there are no robots on Mars. Elon Musk is not going to take you to go and be kings of robots on Mars. True.
You mean he's
Correct.
not going to give me a Neuralink chip in my brain to stop me
Oh
from
no,
having
no, no! You sign up. You sign
he's
up.
an
They will
idiot.
happily brick your brain. Yes.
How long have we known about this?
They're not going to take you to Mars, though.
I think Elon's preferred term is walrus. Have you seen his body? Oh my goodness.
You globies
So
love
are the
Elon, don't you?
SpaceX videos fake too?
No, bro. If it's on TV, it has to be real.
Those
I mean, that
SpaceX
rocket did look
videos
pretty
brought people to
CGI.
flat Earth. They were so bad.
Yeah, when Elon
It just
Musk
seems
said
like you
that there's fire in
automatically
space,
dismiss
you
it
can
as
tell it's real
false
because it
because
looks
of your
so fake.
worldview.
No, it's more like you automatically accept any bullshit story about it because of your worldview. We don't have that belief. We say, show us the proof. And then they say, well, here's a video that I can't verify is real. Well, that's not proof.
But you can't
accept
verify
it's
it's
proof.
false, so that's not an argument.
Don't need to. It's not. The burden of proof isn't on me. It's on you to prove that it's real. But you can't.
Well, what
Well,
if
it's self-evident usually.
You're blind.
Like if I show you a video of aliens and then you say, "Okay, prove that's real," that's reasonable. But when it's like something
Yeah.
we
So
live
same
on and
thing.
we
When
see
you
every
say,
day,
no. So exactly the same. When you say,
why would I just
this
instantly
person has
think it's false?
traveled, person has traveled to a vacuum beyond the sky, thousands of miles away, and they're seeing a ball Earth that no one in reality on Earth has ever seen. That's as ridiculous as the aliens video. So you need to provide justification for that, which you cannot.
Do you see curvature?
Yeah, on the moon, the shadow. What is it, bro?
Oh, you were asking me?
It is interesting that Benjamin respawned finally once he heard space.
Yes, you can see
They come about SpaceX.
Oh, were you saying
none of you
something to
see
me earlier?
curvature.
I was getting coffee.
No, Amish was just pointing out that none of you have ever seen curvature in your life except on TV, on a screen.
I've seen curvature.
I mean,
Not
my
of the
butt's
Earth,
kind of
man.
curvy. Does that count? No.
You've never seen curve
Yes.
of the Earth. Because the globe story isn't that you can see curvature of the Earth. The globe story is you will never see curvature of the Earth, and you can never get to an altitude high enough to see curvature of the Earth. Only the governments can do that, but trust the government. That's the globe story.
Yeah, but how do you see the flatness then? If you can't like
Go
zoom
outside.
up.
Go outside.
What do you mean? Yeah, but no, I mean like
Well,
how do you see the whole thing
flat.
though, right?
Well, I'm not claiming
Like if-
to have seen the whole thing. We just see bits
Oh.
of it, and all the bits we see are flat. So how many
Wait, but I
flat
thought.
hits does it take to make a ball?
But you said we proved it, right? How did we do that?
No, no one's ever proven the globe.
No, I mean the flat. Like, how do we prove the flat one?
If it's not curved, what is it?
Yeah. No curve. That's it.
I mean, it could be a square, a booty,
Square. That would be
an
flat.
eggplant. I'm just saying there are other shapes, right?
Square would be flat.
I myself have
Have
seen
you guys
curvature.
heard of Hollow Earth?
Hollow Earth?
Yeah,
Hey,
it's about
Noble.
equivalent.
No, Earth, yeah, you can have Earth that's flat with a subterranean system, right?
Good luck with these guys.
That's
So-
wild.
I've seen curvature.
Oh, really? How
Yeah,
high
I
up
think
were
I'm
you?
starting to understand the position better. It's mainly just an argument from ignorance. That we
No, no,
can't
no.
prove Earth is round, therefore it must be flat.
Hold on a second. No, no,
I'm
no.
just in
Somebody-
awe that I spent all the time memorizing the globe in like class and stuff, and it was just all a waste. Like, fuck my life.
Well, somebody just
Jesus
said they
Christ.
could see the curve. I'm curious to know how high up were you when you saw the curve?
Well,
What's
all I
that
know is
say?
that I was in Kentucky, and I was in a very wide open plain, and I was just staring off into the horizon.
So you're in an open plain. So what? 15, a puddle jumper, 15 to 20,000 feet above the surface. Is that correct?
Fuck, I know. I just know it was an awesome sight.
Okay, so I was approximately 35,000 feet because that's the cruising height of commercial airlines, and I didn't see one. I saw the horizon looking completely flat. So I'm
With
just
the
wondering where you
water?
saw the curve because I didn't see it. Yeah, I was totally over water. I was over land, a couple
Oh.
different spots. So please go ahead. I'm just curious. I had to jump
So
in and
whenever
ask
you're
a
on
question.
water, and so we have something called the sun, and whenever it's just a flat plane of water, it's sort of this kind of kind of an illusion almost, and it's honestly kind of something beautiful to watch. But it's kind of
So wait, is the Earth a cube then? Like, what shape is the flat Earth? Just a cube?
I feel like if the Earth was a cube, there would be like a very sharp cutoff on certain points, but
I'm just trying to picture, like, I'm just processing all this new information, and I'm
the
trying
Earth
to
isn't
picture what this
flat.
flat Earth would look like.
I think it's like a pizza. It's round, right?
Okay,
You think so?
if it's a round pizza, show me where I can fall off.
Probably. You
I
show
guess
me
you would
where
fall off at the end, right? Like,
Yeah, but no one's seemed to have done that before, so I mean,
well, where would it be,
How do
right?
you
It would
know?
be like in China or something, I guess. I don't know.
obviously be on the edge.
No, you gotta go
That's
past
not
the
help.
ice walls, bro.
I myself will
What do
measure
you
the
ice
curve.
walls? What the what do you mean?
You never heard of the ice walls, dude?
I've heard of
I
ice.
myself will measure the entirety of the Earth's circumference by hand if flat earthers show me the edge of the Earth.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
No, I'm serious. I'll get a protractor out.
Wait, I'm confused. If we proved this already, then why are people still arguing about it? I'm just confused.
What did we prove?
I'm saying if they already proved the Earth is flat, why are y'all arguing about it with them?
Oh, they didn't prove it.
I don't know. It sounds like they kind of proved. I don't know. Like they seem pretty confident.
Well, it's because it's impossible. So let me tell you this. It's hard to win an argument with someone who's smart, but it's impossible to win an argument with an idiot.
Yeah, I agree. Especially when
I mean,
fools think
maybe,
they
but
are wise men.
I don't
Give
feel
me
like they
one
gave
good
any
reason why I
information.
should believe the globe.
Nobody's
it's
here to
not
convince
flat.
you of the globe.
Oh, so you have no evidence to put forth on the table for your beliefs. Okay.
You didn't ask for evidence, you asked for one good reason.
Yeah, I can forego evidence and ask for a reason.
Okay, but you just made a non sequitur because we didn't want to give you a reason. There must not be evidence.
Okay,
Well, you
let me explain this to you.
You
If the
can
Earth is
well
not
no
flat-
listen. You can present either. I don't think you have either.
Okay, let me explain.
Okay,
this
you
to
want a good reason? Here's a good reason. Because the
Yeah.
Earth is a globe.
Go ahead, give me a good reason.
Because the Earth is a globe.
So you gave me circular reasoning. Great. How about the other guy? He sounded a little smarter.
So,
Well, if the Earth is flat, would you believe the Earth was flat?
I mean, you don't have to believe it. It's measured and used that way.
So if the Earth is not flat, then what shape is it?
Maybe it's not a shape at all.
So it'd be like
Yeah, because shapes are
What
defined
would that
by a
look
higher
like?
dimension, right? So you have to have like 4 dimensions to define 3. What if Earth is the embedding space for lower dimensions?
Then why can we walk
Yeah.
on it? If it's like not made of space, why can we walk it? I'm so confused now.
All right, I got to get ready for my appointments, so I'll be listening.
Actually, me too. Perfect timing. You can answer this for me later. I'm so just in disarray of this whole thing right now. See you later.
So I just want you to know I'm not making the argument that the Earth is a perfect globe, like some sort of perfect sphere. Definitely got some lumps on it. And how would you describe, for the flat earthers here, how would you describe how the sun is? Like, what is the sun?
Well, there's considerable debate about what the sun is and what constitutes its processes and composition. So, latest thing I've heard, I don't know much about this, is that it's a form of plasma in a liquid state. And some think it's some kind of liquid metal plasma. And some people also think it's hollow inside, that the sunspots you see are indeed openings, and openings into a blackness void within the sun. So, I mean, the sun is a big mystery, globe or flat.
Yeah, I mean, but we did harness the power of the sun in World War II.
Yeah, you can grow plants and turn it into diesel.
That's kind of a funny concept, in my opinion, but
yeah, it's true.
Well, I know how natural gas would work. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's
Unless
about
you-
as funny as like coal-powered Teslas, right? When you plug them in.
That is where they get most of their energy from. Like whenever you plug them into one of the supercharge stations, they get their power from natural gases originally.
Yeah. Coal natural gas industry is very happy at this electric car revolution.
Yeah, it's saving the environment.
Yeah. Big golden parachutes for the oil industry.
Oh boy. You know what I will say, you know what this room is infamous for? The fallacy. People point out one fallacy in your argument, and then they just disregard the entire argument.
Really? That's interesting. How are we infamous for that? Like, I can't even think of the last time that's happened.
Were you not here like 30 or 15 minutes ago?
Yeah, I was. What was the
Oh, I was
fallacy?
here on whiteboard trying to make a claim, and this guy just goes straw man, straw man, straw man, and he just draws all over my thing.
Well, I mean, if you are imagining like flat Earth to be a certain way, or the sun to be a certain way over a flat Earth, then you are making a straw man, unless you can, reference something somebody said to a claim they made.
My argument is, if the Earth was flat, you'd be able to fall off of it.
Oh yeah, nobody makes that claim on the flat Earth side.
Be able to fall off of it?
Yeah, that's silly. So, couple things here first. This is not the Flat Earth Society.
Okay.
Just full stop. This has nothing to do with that. This community's been around about 10 years. Has a Discord server, multiple live streams, records every interaction 24/7. That's why it's called 24/7. We record every interaction all the time. So we basically have almost 10 years of testimony, depositions from people who claim to have some kind of career placement or access to knowledge of a globe. And then when we ask them just a couple simple questions, they start to spiral and crack, and they can't offer any verifiable evidence that they do.
Let me tell you what's happening whenever that happens. So what you do, you've got a bunch of people like myself who have no credibility behind their name, who haven't sought out a higher education in a specific field, and they think they can. And quite honestly, everyone has been told from elementary school that the Earth is round, and because it's considered an undeniable truth because of the evidence we have. But every single person that has come in here, I guarantee you, has not dedicated a lot of their life, like most flat earthers have, to proving that the Earth is that way. So they come in here unprepared, and they hear all these big words, and they absolutely crumble. Because you all know how to debate, and they don't.
What's your point?
Yeah, we want the globe champions.
What?
We want globe champions. We seem to get them too, and they fold the same way.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, you're not going to find them on Discord.
Well, we're not just on Discord, but yeah, we do actually.
Really?
You'd be surprised how many people like to unwind and play video games at night.
So,
well, I know. I just didn't
why
think they
don't
would be
you
here.
debate Corsi then? Because he's the local globe champion.
I know when we got this room. Actually, are we? Which server are we in?
PNR.
Okay, yeah. All right. I don't know what we did to obtain this room. In the other politics server, we had to debate their champion, who's like some propulsion engineer for SpaceX or something.
Corsi,
yeah, and we won. That's why we got the room.
Corsi's not the biggest fan of me. I'm a man of faith, and I took some really shit takes because I was really tired. And yeah. Oh, Corsi the fluffy atheist. My bad. Corsi's chill. I mean, he heard me take the shit takes when I was really tired, but all right. I'll say this thing about flat earthers. You all are, in my opinion, one of the most educated communities. I just think you all are wrongly educated.
Many of us are educators.
As I said, many of you are wrongly educated.
We are trying to rightly educate. We speak from
Here.
experience and knowledge. That's our default. You know, we kind of think of ourselves as holding the candle of the Zetetic movement that was around about 120 years ago. A movement of people who are insanely hardcore empiricists.
I understand. I think it's good that you all are questioning something that you haven't seen. I mean, I understand why why a bunch of people think the moon landing's a whole different thing. I haven't researched that enough to understand it yet. But
yeah, giving that up is a prereq for this discussion.
My biggest problem with that is the only experience I have with anyone refuting it was from a Joe Rogan podcast, and I don't necessarily trust Joe Rogan. His voice pisses me off.
They've been debunking the moon landing since the moon landing, so there's considerable content out there. And there's some more recent content within the past 20 years, you could say. I mean, more tapes have been dug up and discovered, more people coming forward with claims, a lot more evidence to sift through. I would recommend Bart Sabrell's book. I think it was called Moon Man. And he reveals some privileged information he had from somebody who whistle blew on his deathbed about the entire Apollo moon mission. He was a security officer at an Air Force base, I think in New Mexico. He had access roster logs for the hangars where the Apollo mission was filmed.
Could you put his name in the chat, please, so I can look it up?
Okay.
I personally will not be looking it up because I have better things to sitting in this Discord really refutes that, but I've got other things to do. Kind of.
You got more lies to believe?
No, I just prefer to use my time reading Bible scripture.
I'm sorry, you just say, hey, wait, we won't go there. I apologize. But so earlier you were talking about the fact that like the claim of the shape and things of that nature. And from my mind's eye, I was wondering, like, how do you know, as Amish was pointing out earlier, that we are not just like land in the middle of a puddle?
I assume you're talking about like the bigger picture here, like outside of like so for the purpose of this argument, I assume you mean the concept of the Earth being in the puddle?
100%, because the higher up we go, the further out we see.
Okay. I feel like if there was a puddle, you'd be able to go so far out into the puddle, all right, that it would take the... Here, let me... actually, whiteboard might be the perfect place to do this here.
Yeah, it's the concept that this whole world that we have can be thought of as like a basin where it's holding all the world's oceans and contains all the continents. And the idea is this is just pure speculation, but could there be other places like this where there's a sun that is orbiting overhead, just melting out a warm spot on the surface where life and existence can thrive?
Here is my... Go to whiteboard real quick. Here's my problem with that. Felt like if we went from the center of Earth here to like right here in this puddle of nothingness here, and that took, let's just say, 15 weeks to do that. I feel like it would take 15 weeks to come back to that. But it would appear that most people, when navigating the Earth, appear to go around and round, almost like it's a ball. But if the Earth were flat, and people have, quote unquote, gone into aviation, why hasn't someone discovered this puddle?
Maybe that's what aliens are. I don't know, Guy.
We haven't had any aliens here.
Well, yeah, I mean, the idea is that they are part of the same realm that we live in, that they've always been here.
The idea of
even if I could convince you of the globe right now, I I wouldn't I wouldn't accept any evidence of aliens because it's next to impossible that they could get here.
Yeah,
I was
okay.
convinced of the globe for like 40 years, man.
Let's talk about aliens real quick. I don't think people understand. People are like, "Oh, the aliens are close to Earth." I don't think people understand how rare. Take this as a man of faith. Life is exceedingly rare.
Well, we don't know that either.
Well, from the observable.
From our solar system.
Yeah,
From your,
and if Earth,
from your
if Earth is
pre-assumption.
flat, this is all you've got. This is your world. This is existence. Earth is all of the universe. How's that for a man of faith to understand that? Imagine reading Genesis as a flat earther. You'll understand things that you never saw before.
Like what?
The order of creation itself makes total sense.
Okay, so with Genesis, in accordance with the Catholic doctrine, we are still confused on which parts of Genesis are to be taken literally and which ones are to be taken metaphorically.
Okay, sorry.
And keep in mind that's from a real quick Google search, so I wouldn't take my claim to heart by any means, but that's my personal take on Genesis as well.
Hey, Benjamin, as a man of faith, how comfortable are you with the fact that Jesus, whoever wrote the Bible, got it wrong?
I think it's possible. It would need evidence.
I think it shows you don't have that much faith in the book or in the belief if you're claiming that they got it most of it wrong or a lot of it wrong.
I have 100% faith.
I didn't claim that though.
I have 100% faith that the Word of God in the Bible I read is true.
So
let's talk about that then. Roots, if I may just ask the question real quick, let's talk about that. What did you referenced scripture, what did he create on the second day? And I'm going somewhere with this. Just give me a quick second. I'm asking our friend here that can claim Genesis.
No,
1:6, I believe, specifically. Go ahead.
I'm gonna get my Bible
Please
out.
tell me. No,
Let me
you
find
tell
my book.
you will. I mean, if you know the creation story, you should know this by heart. He created the thing called the firmament,
Well,
right? Which is the hold on a second, which is the firmament that was created on the second day, which appears to be, as Amish was referring to earlier, the retention device that holds back the water above and the water below. Go ahead.
Well, you also have to understand I haven't really been in the faith for that long, so I don't know too many things by heart.
Okay. So you can claim it, but you can't actually back it up with observations and anything that makes sense other than saying that you and poisoning the well, that the doctrine has been misunderstood. See, I have a problem with people like you, right? You're going to come up into a public forum, claim that the sphere exists, refer to scripture, and then say, oh, it's misunderstood. You can't do that. Your foundation is shitty. Excuse me for cussing. But to be specific about what you're talking about, right, is that the celestial bodies up in the sky are a false equivalency to prove the surface that we're standing upon. And again, the second day creation, the firmament, is the thing that was created that holds back the waters above and below, to double down on my point. Please go ahead if you have a rebuttal. I'm listening.
Give me a minute.
Mm-hmm. Take all the time you need until somebody else comes in with something else they want to talk about.
So you have to understand, when I came to the conclusion that Genesis is to be considered both literally and metaphorically, I came up with that conclusion from a verified Catholic source.
Okay, how about we go back to nature's law instead of going down the avenue of scripture, right?
Oh.
That way we can make this conversation a little more appealing for everybody because we're here to talk about the earth. Now, I'm going to ask you, does pressure necessitate containment? Modus tollens, if P then Q. I asked you that question. Go ahead.
Does pressure necessitate containment?
Necessitate exactly what I said. Does pressure necessitate containment? Go ahead.
You have to give me a little bit on that one.
At sea level, we observe a pressure of 14.7 psi, 1 bar. Does that necessitate containment? Yes or no? Came in here crapping all over the realm that we live in, claiming it's not a flat realm, but in fact it's a sphere. So I'm just trying to figure out, in your model, how do you have a 14.7 psi observed pressure? What's your containment device? Tell me. Because I'm testing your intellectual honesty right now, right?
Are you like
can talk about
questioning-
and appeal to all these different things, space, NASA, blah, 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 but yet you haven't taken on the time to observe what we actually, or taken on the time to realize what we observe in nature.
Oh,
Which
I
is number
assume-
one, right? Water is actively, constantly seeking its level, no matter what, period, right? And then to boot on top of that, at sea level, we observe a 14.7 psi pressure,
So
1 bar.
Go back to what you were talking about, pressure. Yeah.
I
So
can
are you,
dig. If you want me to keep digging on these points, I will until you have something. I'll talk about pressure all day long. Go ahead.
When you were talking about pressure, I assume you're referring to the Earth or how Earth's atmosphere becomes a thing?
Brother, I'm asking you, if I take a tool, a barometer, I believe will give me that reading, right? But again, to force it in, we observe a pressure at sea level of 14.7 pounds per square inch. A car tire requires approximately 30 psi, which is approximately half. And we all know if you get a nail in that tire, it's going to go flat.
Right. So
I
you
wanna
could
know
ask, like,
from you.
how
Okay,
do
so
you
go
weigh
ahead,
gas? Yeah. How do you weigh gas?
Bro,
Well, I
sure
actually
you want to
know
go
the
ask
answer
him
to
that?
Yeah. So, I mean, we have a
let me-
contained existence, right? There are limits to reality.
Let me answer the question on how to weigh gas. So what you do is you get a container and you fill it with gas. But before you fill the container with gas, you weigh the container. Then you fill it with gas. You weigh it again, and you subtract the weight of the container, and bam, you've got the weight of the gas.
Yeah. Yep. You
So
have
are
to
we
contain the
making-
gas.
Are we going to make weight an observable thing to go with the pressure that we observe? I'm asking a question for clarity because I still am trying to figure out in the model that you're claiming, the spheroid, and I'm asking both Amish and the gentleman we're speaking with. Sorry, I don't have the advantage of looking at my screen to figure out, in fact, what is the containment unit and how you get that 14.7 psi that's right. I'm asking the question to understand your claim of the spheroid. Do you understand? Can you steel man or sorry, can you actually tell me about your structure, your model? I think I can steel man it for you if you don't have the answer. It's cool.
Yeah, you'd have to steel man it for me.
Cool. Well, I mean, from my understanding, the claim would be gravity, right? This density gradient that keeps that pressure, right, stuck to the surface that we can measure. And as you go up, that pressure dissipates. Again, from my understanding. And I mean, somebody who's a globe proponent model observer, please feel free to jump in to help white knight for your boy over here. But I'm just trying to figure out. I'm trying my best to not poison your well. But if I inadvertently succeed, then so be it. Go ahead.
Okay. So yeah, like you said, gravity. The answer to that question is yes. But so
All right, cool. So you're going to appeal to a force that has yet to be proven. Is that correct?
What is? Okay, what do you mean by that?
You
Like, how
appeal
is
to gravity. Okay, if you appeal
How
to
do you know
gravity
gravity's
is
not
a
proven?
force, you can prove it. It's your claim. This is the way that this works, right? If we observe something, somebody steps in and says, oh, that's this. Okay, cool. If that's this, then you can go ahead and prove it. So what's your proof of gravity? Because we can sit here and dispel gravity right now. Please, again, everybody's listening. We're all not everybody, but certain people are listening. So we're all engaged. I'd love to hear you prove your gravity.
Gravity comes from all the mass from the Earth. Everything with mass emits tiny particles called gravitons. And the Earth has so much of it, it creates. Well, technically, we all have gravity, but the reason we don't gravitate towards each other is because let's take a look at two magnets. One's more powerful than the other, and we put a metallic object that is able to be attracted via a magnetic force. The magnetic with the strong, they're not. It's not going to gravitate towards the weaker magnet. It's going to immediately go towards the stronger magnet. Hence, why we don't gravitate towards everyone on Earth. We all sort of go towards the center of the Earth.
Okay, so just to be clear, and I hope I'm not cutting your fundy muting you. No, I don't think so because you're not talking. So just to be clear, your explanation of the observed pressure 14.7 psi is the force that attracts masses to one another, mass attracting mass, synonymous with the force of a magnet. Is this correct? I'm holding your feet to the fire and I'm keeping you honest.
It's definitely an analogy, but I wouldn't prefer it. I wouldn't make it. I wouldn't call it the perfect analogy.
Okay. So you're basic. Okay, so just to be clear and understand exactly what you're doing here, you are basing your universe's quote unquote, because I don't agree with a universe claim, but you're basing your entire universe's claim on a force that has yet to be proven. This gravity you're speaking of. Is this correct? Yeah, see, this is the problem with the sphere, right? Is that when you take the people who claim a globe, right, and you take the observables and you hold the feet to the fire and you ask and you consistently require them to double down on the things that observe or that is observed, right, with further observations that they can actually prove, it starts to fall apart because you constantly go to a thing called circumstantial evidence, which is evidence that is not direct, it's not testable, it's not demonstrable. It falls apart under testing.
So what we do know is that there is a force that keeps us here on Earth, and we call that force gravity. And the way we're able to apply it, so let's just say we were to send someone to the moon, okay? In which we can do that.
Hold on a second. I have to pause you. So how you're going to appeal to a place, i.e. land in the sky, that has yet to be proven in order to prove gravity. Is this correct? So how many fallacies are you going to build upon one another? How many magic blankets are you going to introduce just to look to see if your son's actually asleep in his bed like he said he would be? Go ahead.
So we're going to want to apply the logic here.
Apply logic. Apply logic. Hold on a second. You just said you want to apply logic. I'm going to fund you and cut you off because my logic that I've been applying, cool, calm, and collected for you for the last 5 minutes we've been talking has been the natural law of nature states that the water seeks its level, and we have an observed pressure at sea level being 14.7 psi. Right? That's my logic. Yours has been filled with a series of a series of fallacies. Go ahead.
All right, yeah. Before we get into the moon, I'm going to ask you if gravity is dependent on knowing the mass.
Great question. I'll withdraw. Thomas, please go ahead. Thank you. Thank you for your coming in, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Could you go more in depth with that question? Like, could you?
Yeah. Well, I mean, before you were talking about the mass-gravity relationship. You're going to offer the moon as a way to demonstrate this. So I'm going to just point out ahead of time that if knowing the gravity is dependent on knowing the mass, and if you don't know what the mass of the moon is, then how are you going to back into figuring out what its gravitational pull is?
So I don't necessarily know. I don't have the exact numbers for you, the gravitational pull. What we do know is that the moon obviously has less mass than the Earth. Obviously.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't know that Earth is an object that can be held with mass. What is even mass? How do you define mass?
A large
pick me. Oh, sorry. Interjected.
I mean, mass has multiple contradictory meanings, which is part of the reason why I asked it.
A large property of matter.
Yeah. It's also defined as mass as being inertia. And inertia is a resistance to acceleration, and so is mass. So we see in these equations showing how gravity is considered an acceleration that is created by something that increases with its inertial property, which is the opposite of acceleration. So like mass in its relation to gravity can also be thought of as mass in relation to weight. And then you can ask yourself, well, what's the difference between gravity and weight? If I put an object down on the floor, it's at rest, a state of inertia. Are we going to say it's accelerating? No, but it has inertia, and the inertia is equal to whatever that imagined acceleration is. But no, it's at a perfect state of rest there on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, does the force that it is being applied to it equal mass times acceleration, or mass times gravity, or mass times weight?
We have to understand it must have an equal and opposite reaction.
Sure. Now we can call that acceleration gravity. We can call it weight.
Okay, so what's the question here?
Well, the question is, what is even mass? I mean, before we can define gravity, if gravity is dependent on mass, we should talk about what mass is. And mass is just a concept. It's an abstraction.
The quantity
it's
of
got terrible
matter within a given
definitions.
object.
And there are like 20 theories of gravity that contradict each other.
Okay, well, I don't care about the 20 theories of gravity.
Okay. Well, I have to go anyway. Somebody else wants to take over. I'll be listening.
Well then, it's I don't know what we're doing here, because the thing about it is, like, I like to think about, I go back to when I was in grade 10 science, and my science teacher was like, so guys, we're gonna fill out a profile sheet. What's a profile sheet, teacher? I think his name was Mr. Ropenik. I just went back like 30 years. But like, he said to us, we needed to fill out a profile sheet on an object. Take a thing, describe it, the color, the height, all these different things. And one of them was the weight. Now they gave us a scale, and that scale was able to measure to the 10th decimal point in order to figure out exactly how much that thing weighed. Now he asked us to do 3 different objects, small, medium, and large, and literally describe the color, the size, so on and so forth. So my question becomes, if I'm independently observing an object and I'm writing down the characteristics of said object, I'm then going to appeal to a universal force to further talk about this object? Or am I actually going to say that this object weighs 10 grams? This object weighs 100 pounds. This object weighs 20 pounds, because it seems as though all of these individual objects all have their own inherent property, their property that makes them special, specific, and individually, special. That's the problem. So I don't understand how we can just apply this uniform force to something as small as a feather and something as big as a bowling ball and say that there's a universal force that's acting upon both of them. I don't discount or disagree with you, the bias that exists. There's for sure a bias, for sure. And we could talk about the bias further. But in terms of this uniform gravitational crazy force that pulls everything together, that you can then say this thing exists, I'm going to base everything upon its existence, that is the biggest fallacy I've heard yet. So what's your rebuttal to that? Or is there any at this point?
So from where I'm coming from, using that as my argument, the theory of gravity makes a lot more sense, and it just makes a lot more sense to me than a random force pushing down on a flat Earth.
Okay, but can you understand what you've just done there? You've presented yourself as the arbiter within this conversation, right? I can understand you. Pardon me?
I don't know what arbiter means.
Arbiter means the holder of truth.
Okay, thank you.
Right. So if we're all trying to observe the truth, because I'm not trying to observe your truth. I'm not trying to observe. Well, I know my truth, right? But I'm not trying to observe yours. I'm trying to observe the actual truth and then take whatever you say and see if we can fit that in. But the problem that I'm having is that within what you just said is that you're going to be the arbiter in the conversation, and you're going to be the gatekeeper and say whether or not we get to pass go, right? Which is being intellectually dishonest, because I know that I can appeal to your vestibular system and I can talk about the things that you experience, because I know that what you experience is the same thing that I experience. And then it just becomes a question of how you interpret it, i.e. perspective, i.e. does the sun move across the sky, or are we orbiting the sun, as an example? So when you say things like, it makes more sense to me, then I ask you, who are you to say you are the person that can make ultimate sense of everything that we're observing? And I hope that what I've just said makes sense to you. If not, I'll have to slow down so you can catch up. Please go ahead.
It does make sense. You're basically saying I don't speak for everyone, which is fair.
No man should. Every man should speak for themselves. Every man should be in the position of their own arbiter, understanding what they're standing upon and how they've arrived at that decision, or how they've arrived at that conclusion. As in, I don't have to go to a whiteboard as you did earlier to show you what I'm thinking. I can go to 2 points, hold you on those 2 points, and ask you for an explanation, right? Which then I can say makes sense to me, because I'm attempting to take these two things that we all observe, and how you can then base your truth that you're attempting to demonstrate, and how that fits with these natural laws of nature that we're observing, i.e. things at rest stay at rest until we disturb them. Second point of that, as I said earlier, is this 14.7 psi pressure that we observe. And the third thing is that water is always seeking its level continuously, actively, always. You want to test me on that, test my intellectual honesty, pour a glass of water on your countertop, let me know when you're finished cleaning it up. Like, I can keep on talking about this type of stuff, but the problem is the spheroid's falling apart, or it fell apart, or is yet to be proven, quite honestly.
I think so. It's great. I think it's great that I'm gonna have to admit, the theory of gravity is definitely just a theory, and it
awesome.
Can't
I
necessarily
appreciate
be
your
proven.
intellectual honesty. I have to withdraw, but it's been a pleasure speaking with you. I'm listening, right? But I really have to withdraw. But I am going. So you're saying the theory of gravity has to be dispelled, or is not satisfactory. Go ahead.
I'm saying that it's definitely not perfect. Much like the theory of evolution, there's much to be disputed about. And
Oh, this
who
I'd love
knows?
to hear.
And who knows? Maybe it could be proven wrong. Much like any theory. Much like flat Earth theory.
See, and that's the thing. When you say the flat Earth theory can be dispelled, I have a problem with that.
Sure.
So the thing about it is, and why I can ask you this and ask you to be intellectually honest, is that, are you sitting in front of a flat and level surface? Ask you a question. Are you sitting, it's a yes or no question. Are you sitting in front of a flat and level surface?
No.
You don't have a countertop, tabletop,
I'm laying in
night
a bed right
table,
now.
side table. Oh, okay. So that bed that is sitting on the floor, do you believe that floor was laid level when it was built?
Well, I'd have to get those those tools with that bubble what thing.
Okay, let me ask you this. When you get up onto the floor and you start walking on that floor, do you have any issues tripping, maybe falling to one side versus the other, or do you engage with that floor as if it's stationary and level? This is where I appeal to your vestibular system, and I can tell whether or not you're telling the truth, right?
Well,
Because
I guess-
everybody, that's the thing. Go ahead.
I mean, obviously, it's as if it's still and flat because whoever built it did a good job.
There you go. right? So when you guys, and I say you guys because you're on the side of the spheroid, when you guys appeal to the scientists, right, we can appeal to the construction industry. And the construction industry builds to a principle, Principle, called level. And it's not a definition of a word, or sorry, it's not a word that requires a definition. It's a tool that is used to build structures upon this realm, right? Now, the problem, and I'm not trying to instill any kind of observation of a continual linear demonstration of level. No, what I'm saying to you is that for all the buildings that are built upon this surface, they're all built to this principle of level. So then it becomes, and this is where the burden, and people will say, you guys make the claim and I had the burden to you and you have to, yeah, no. See, the burden of proof is on you guys, right? Because we observe it level everywhere, right? So if you say it's a spheroid, then the spheroid has to be the investigation of the dimension has to be proven, has to be checked. And when we go to look for it, we don't see a 5,100 foot drop, and I'm being slow to drive in the point, a 5,100 foot drop over the first 100 miles traveled in order to make the spheroid claim true. Again, this is the problem. So when you continuously observe level with all the buildings that are built upon this place, and then the spheroid dimension drop over distance doesn't reveal itself in real life, if you're being intellectually honest with the observation, then your fallback position is it's a stationary topographical plane. And if you're being intellectually honest with me within the confines of this conversation, you would be honest when I ask you, have I lied in anything that I've said in the last 30 seconds? Go ahead.
I would make the statement that based upon your principles and for the purpose of this conversation, I would say no, you haven't lied. Because you haven't made any outrageous claims yet. But I'd argue that you haven't lied, and I'm just being honest with you.
Perfect. So just to wrap up this conversation, then I really have to withdraw. The sun moves across the sky. We have an observed pressure at sea level of 14.7 pounds per square inch, and water is constantly actively seeking its level. The cherry on top of it is we build to a principle of level. Therefore, it's a stationary topographical plane. I humbly withdraw, and I thank you for the space of the conversation. Thanks, guys. Have a blessed day.
Well, the Earth is rather large, so... Benjamin, you still here?
Yeah, just watching this video.
What side are you on?
What side?
Yeah,
You
what
say
side?
side or site? Oh.
Side.
I mean, I'm on the fence. I'm a globe earther, I guess.
Personally, they will never convince me until they show me the edge.
I mean, that's kind of incredulity at its most finest form.
What's incredulity?
Not being able to be convinced of something, and then you added the notion unless they
Well, I'm using their logic.
complete your impossible request.
Their logic is show me the curve, and I'm using the logic show me the edge.
Real quick, I couldn't resist. I'm touching my stove. Benjamin did an amazing job, and I appreciate that. Because that's the thing. You're saying, I'm not willing to let go of my ball, like you're a little kid having a tantrum. Nuh-uh, until you do this. And I presented you at the very beginning of this conversation again, right? Holding your feet to the fire, being intellectually honest with you and asking you for that. I said to you, We could be on land in the middle of a puddle. How do you have an edge if you're in land in the middle of a puddle, dude?
Show me proof that we're in the middle of a puddle.
I can't. What I can tell you is, I think way before that, you were talking about being on a plane, a certain puddle jumper, open space, and seeing the curve, which is a fallacious claim as far as I'm concerned. Because again, I was 35,000 feet up, and the horizon line looked flat. So the thing is, if you're being honest, the higher up we go, the further out we see. That suggests an infinite plane. Again, listen to me carefully when I say that suggests an infinite plane. The problem then becomes, because we go to modus tollens, if P then Q for our thinking to be logical and rational, I said to you earlier, we observe a 14.7 pressure, 14.7 psi pressure. And if you have pressure observed, that necessitates containment. So I can't show you an edge. Sorry, little boy. But I can appeal to your rational thinking in stating that the higher up we go, the further out we see, and we have a pressure observed.
I hear you. And I do understand you. Kind of. And I don't mean this in any disrespect for you to understand my current mental state, as I've been up for quite a while. So if I don't get 100% of everything right away and I'm requiring you to repeat stuff, it's not because, well, I'd argue that I'm pretty sorry. So
listen, brother, I totally understand, right? And all I'm doing right now is, if I was engaged with a serious, another individual on a serious topic of conversation, right? What I would instantly be attempting to do is appealing to the book that you mentioned earlier with it, which is scripture, which asks us to be quick to listen, right? Which means I'm being quick to listen to what you have to say. I'm being slow to respond, and I'm being slow to wrath. Right. So it's the idea of I'm going to be slow to respond and take on what you're saying, right? Quick to listen to what you have to say. And then I'm going to go on and not be emotional about the conversation that we're having, and ensure that I treat you with love and respect throughout the course of the conversation, so you don't feel like a piece of shit. So you don't feel like I'm trolling you. So you don't feel like I'm being, again, disrespectful to you. Right? That's all. To me is the golden rule. Go ahead.
I will say this is the most civil conversation I've had with anyone on the 24/7.
Well, that's the point. This is the sword that I carry, so to speak. This is the test that I hold myself to in terms of maintaining my respect for my fellow man, right? Because people will forget how much you know, but they will never forget how you made them feel, right? And that, to me, again, love the Father with all your heart, might, and soul. You need to then demonstrate that by how you treat the people you interact with, because they are all his creations. And when you understand that, that's when you can achieve a higher level of understanding. I'm not speaking down. I'm having an honest conversation with you, right? To try to pull you out of this mud, of this ball, of this sphere, of this crappy claim of an appeal to a scientist, a guy in a lab coat, right? That couldn't swing a hammer if his life depended on it. To build a structure for me, let's say, for my family, let's say, for you, for your family to live within. No, he's too busy digging in his textbooks to try to explain God. This is the problem.
I'd agree.
Thanks for the time. Thank
How
you.
long have you been a flat earther, Krillin?
$4 years.
Okay.
4 more years. Sorry.
No, dude, trust me. You can rebut to that any which way you want. It's
Once
all
you go
good.
flat, you never go back.
Well, again, right?
Well,
It's
that
not to
fucking
say that
trigger.
I've gone flat and I'm stuck on flat, but again, yes, flat. But if we're being honest, stationary, topographical, plane, period. That's the sauce. That's the gravy you want to be ladling. People love to hear the trigger word because it's sensationalism. It sells, right? But if you pull
Wait, hold
somebody
on.
in with flat, I hope that you're also telling
Wait,
them you're
Killian.
talking about stationary topographic plane. Please go ahead. Sorry.
So are there any other gravy ladlers of note that you like to listen to? Because there's a big gravy ladler that I like to listen to his live stream.
Dude, you can listen to whatever you want to.
No, I'm asking. You know what I'm asking you. Are you a fan
No,
of
I
Big
don't know
Bear?
what you're asking me.
Are you a fan of the Big Bear?
Who are you talking about, brother?
Oh, never mind. Damn.
Yeah. The only authority that I've spoken to, that I've held within this conversation, is the Father. That is the only authority that I appeal to. Scripture. Then I'll
Does
just
it
talk about the tools that are used all over this place to observe the things that we're looking at, to talk about, to dispel all these claims of the Spirit.
as
Right?
the
Because you
father?
can.
Sorry, as the father should be the only one you
Thank you.
have authority over to.
Thank you. I appreciate the backup. This is why I said no man should have to appeal to any authority, right? You should
I
be
agree.
able to speak on your own truth as you understand it. Sorry about the noise, but this is how I arrived at the conclusion.
Well, anyone disputing that would be impeding on your First Amendment rights.
Touching you in your no-no spot, perhaps.
Well, like you said, you shouldn't have to appeal to authority. It would be a free speech, and if someone were to dispute what you just claimed there, I mean, that would impeach. They would be stepping on your First Amendment rights, which no one should do. I support people's ability to challenge what they've been taught. That's what I'm not going to take away from this community.
Yo, Killian.
Good day, mate.
Why did you start believing the Earth was flat?
Because of the firmament.
So based on the Bible?
Scripture states that he created the firmament, again, which is the retention device that I believe holds the waters from above and the waters below.
Hmm.
And again,
So
that's where I
above the
said very
firmament is like
specifically,
a
it's.
giant ocean, right?
Pardon me?
So it's not like actually space up there, it's an ocean?
I don't know.
Or
I
like
have no
water?
idea. I have no clue. I haven't been there.
This is why I like him. He's not a show me the curve asshole.
No, dude, I'm just honestly, gentlemen, it's straight up the surface. Because here's the thing, us going to the sky to say the other planets, that's a false equivalency. Land in the sky is yet to be proven. When we look at the sky, and let's talk about it for a quick second. When we look at the sky with a telescope and analog signal, we pick up things at a certain frames per second, FPS. We know about FPS because TVs are advertised with an FPS, so on and so forth, FPS, frames per second. Now, the human naked eye, I don't know what it can capture in terms of frames per second. I have no clue. But the
25.
follow, pardon me?
25.
Cool. So the follow-up to that is when we look at the sky with a digital aperture, like a P900, P1000, those planets don't appear to be solid state. And if they were in fact solid state, regardless of the FPS, the frames per second I was capturing it with, it should still show it as being solid state if in fact we were dealing with, again, land in the sky. But we're not. Therefore, it's a false equivalency. We can't use the stuff in the sky, the celestial bodies, to prove the surface that we're standing upon. False equivalency. Go ahead.
Last day I presented a really easy method to prove that the Earth is a globe. It's actually the easiest thing anyone could ever talk about. Basically, take a plane, right? You fly it in the equator from east to west or west to east, so following the sun, right?
Hold on a second. I have to ask you, how are you ensuring that you're traveling east to west?
By following the sun, because the sun rises
Hold on
and
a
sets
second.
east to west.
Okay, wait. So you're gonna follow the already moving object in the sky. So the
No,
sun's
hold on.
already.
Here's the
Hold
thing.
on.
I'm not finished.
No,
I'm
but
not
you
finished.
can't build. Hold on a second. You can't build your proof off of a fallacy.
No, what I mean.
That's illogical.
That's why I said no. That's why I said you actually you're gonna fly it following the equator line, meaning you're gonna start, for example, from North Africa, go throughout between the Mediterranean Sea, then the Atlantic, then you will arrive somewhere around in Midwest, and then carry on, and then the Pacific, and then the Philippines, and then yeah, right. So this is like
So you're
time
going to travel from east to west, circumnavigating,
following
constantly
the equator
adjusting.
line
Hold
around
on
the
a
globe.
minute. Hold on a minute. Constantly adjusting as you circumnavigate, observing north.
You're not
Because
gonna adjust anything. You're gonna always observe east and west. I mean east.
You're going to be
Yeah, I think I
flying
get what
in
he's saying.
circular, or are you flying in a linear path?
You're flying in a linear path.
Okay, so you basically are going to be you're going to be flying southwest at a certain point, and eventually you'll end up flying south.
That's the projection on the flat
This
Earth
one's
map.
getting hot. I'm going to withdraw.
Hold on, let me finish though, because you interrupted me.
Oh, I'm
right?
listening. I'm listening. I'm
Thank you.
trying to keep your ideas
but
on
here
point.
is
That's
the
all.
thing, because bro, let me finish, please. So here's the thing, because when you're gonna do the flight in a straight line, following the equator line, right? Total direction east, you're gonna track your x-axis. Basically, whatever is underneath you, you're gonna track it. So therefore, the thing is, on a flat earther's map, right? If you're gonna do that kind of flight, at some point you're gonna arrive at the edges of the flat Earth map, meaning that what is there in the edges? So you say it's the South Pole, encircling the whole globe. I mean, the whole Earth, right? And so at the end, well, what this flight is going to prove is that because you're gonna, after doing the whole globe, flight, when you're going to re-arrive at the point where you started, well, you will see that there is literally no South Pole underneath.
All right, you got the same problem on the globe. Same problem exists for you at the globe.
No, because that's why I said the equator line. And if you fly only on the equator line, you will never see ice. You will never see the South Pole nor North Pole. So therefore, the whole flight around. If you do a whole flight around the globe from only following the equator line from east to west or west to east, following the sun, basically, you will never see ice. So therefore, proving that the globe model is true. Because on the flat Earth, if you do that kind of flight, you would at some point necessarily see the limits and the edges of the Earth, aka South Pole, all around the globe, right? I mean, all around the Earth.
Right, yeah. I get what you're saying, pal. Okay.
Good.
Here's the problem on the globe. If you were to do a linear path on the globe, you'd be going off into outer space.
That's a brain dead take.
This is really stupid, because I told
you'd be going off into outer.
You are keeping track of your x-axis.
Well,
You
there's
see everything
corrective
underneath you.
forces that explain that.
But he's talking about if you followed a perfectly straight linear path on flat Earth, you'd go south. And that's a problem because
Was that
he says
false?
you wouldn't do that
this is not true. This is not true because
what if you follow the equator line? The equator line.
You can't follow the equator without turning in a circle.
Let me add another factor
without going in a circle.
Yeah, but here is the thing.
Linear path.
I told you. Hold on. Circular or not?
You're wrong.
Circular on the y-axis.
You are saying it's. You are saying it's circular. Yeah, I agree. But the thing is, okay,
and globe.
I
It's
understand.
not exclusive globe. Try again.
Bro, hold on.
Again, you lost.
Chill. You didn't even understand the point. The point is to prove the globe model map. That's why I told you on your plane you will have a high definition camera.
Look, bud, okay? It's very simple to explain. East and west are circles on both a globe and on a flat Earth, okay? So you need to keep correcting to the north. East and west are circles, so you're going to come around back to the same point on either a globe or a flat Earth. It works fine on both. If you go due east, you're going in a circle. Whether it's around the equator, whether it's 1 mile from the equator, it's just a circle. So you're never going to encounter ice. If you go straight in any direction on the globe Earth or on the flat Earth, you're going to end up going south, okay? Nobody has ever circumnavigated the Earth north to south and come back around the other side. Heaps of people have done it east to west because that's the only thing that's possible in reality.
I thought Admiral Byrd did that.
Yeah, but that's the thing, because if the globe model is true, of course, whatever you're going to see underneath, you're going to perfectly fit as, for example, Google Maps GPS. If it says, well, following this track from east to west in a straight line, right, going to make you traverse
East
this
to
and
west
this
is
and
not
this
a
and
straight
this.
line. East to west is
Okay,
not
a
a straight
circle.
line.
Okay, okay, fair. A circle, but a circle in a straight line if we place it in 2D, right? Above. So therefore,
No,
the thing,
no, circle
yes,
is 2D. Circle is 2D.
no, because when you look at a circle from the face, from the profile, actually, you see it's a flat line, right? Yeah, good.
Oh,
So
you mean if you
that's what I meant.
collapse it into like 1D?
Okay, maybe. Okay, no, 2 dimensions, but like, okay, one. All right, fair. 1 dimension, straight.
Yeah,
Point
no,
being,
you need two.
hold on. Point
You
being,
need
hold
you
on.
need three.
The
You need 3
projection.
dimensions for a circle because a circle's defined in 2 dimensions.
I know this perfectly. But for example,
Okay, so you were wrong.
GPS. No, hold on. But GPS, right? They do project on 2 dimensions sometimes, which is easier because you can literally see yourself from
Yeah, because
above
Earth
the
is
Earth,
flat.
right?
Earth is flat.
No,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
the issue.
ECEF.
No,
ECEF converts to a flat map because Earth is flat.
honestly, hold on. But here is the thing. Again, I need to show you this because it's quite difficult to
What do you
imagine
need
in
to
your
show
mind.
me? I think it's
I
clear
cannot
from your
stream, but
discussion with me that I know what I'm
no.
talking about, right?
What I'm saying, no, the whole point of this experimentation is to show you that even though I do a whole circle around the globe, right, you will never see the edges of the Earth because the edges of the Earth do not exist as the South Pole surrounding it, from according to what you say. You understand? You understand why I'm talking about this
Yeah, and
experimentation?
I think you're confused about relative and absolute direction.
Bro, oh my god. No need for absolute and relative direction. We're talking here
Oh,
about
yeah.
a straight line direction.
Yeah, so you think you can go straight on a globe?
You can go straight on it. Yes, you can go straight on a globe, following a circle.
No, you
You know
can't.
what you're
Circles are
doing,
impossible.
Mr. Amish? You're red herring right
Circles
now.
are. No, I'm not.
Why
You
not?
can't go straight on a globe. It's physically impossible, geometrically impossible.
I mean, yes, it is. It is.
Violating
No, of course,
geometric
I
laws.
agree. I agree with you, of course, because the wind gonna interact. They're gonna be like a lot of
because
No,
factors
he's
to add
saying
in the
because the
equation. But
curvature of the
Autopilot will
Earth, you
fix
would have
that.
to go downwards to stay relative
exactly
to the
right.
Earth. If you went
If you
perfectly
call that the
straight,
Oh,
z-axis,
then you would go into space. So
hold
you'd
on,
have to
you
correct
mean
your nose
parallel?
going
Hold on,
downwards.
you mean parallel to the
Yes.
center of the Earth, aka
Yeah.
gravity? Okay,
Yes.
yeah. No, fair. That's I mean, I don't know if you know, right? My dad is a pilot. I have a lot of knowledge about planes, but autopilots, one thing that they do is to correct the altitude elevation. So you know that for every 60 miles there is 0.13% degree change in the rotation. I mean, in the curvature of the globe. So therefore, the autopilot takes this in consideration because this, how do you call it? Not the radio sounds, but basically the ballast and the plane actually sends signal to see at what distance it is from the flat level Earth, and then it re-elevate and readjust every time during the flight. That's
All right.
what
Well,
autopilot.
I've never seen evidence. I've never seen data. I've looked into this.
The data. Well,
Not
let
once have I
me
seen-
tell you. No.
Show me
This
the-
is.
Can you show
Yeah,
me the
hold on.
telematic data? Let me see
Yeah.
the telematic data.
Well, it's really simple
you've got
because
the
this is.
So wait,
you
no, hold
study
on. You
this.
said you have the telematic data that you can show me the data.
Yeah, it's in every plane. Autopilot works like this.
No,
Every
okay,
plane
great.
school
Go
we
get it.
learn
Post it. Post it right now. If that's your claim, back it up.
You want me to show you like the theoretical books that talks about how autopilot
Give me the, yeah,
functions
you
and
said you
Airbus
have
or
it.
Boeing?
You said you have it. to back up
I,
your
I
claim.
didn't say I
You
have it.
said
I
it's
said I know it. I
easy.
know it because
You
I know
said
it
it's
because I'm
easy to
knowledgeable
get.
about planes.
So is it
This is,
easy
I
to
mean,
get or is it not
this is,
easy to get?
I'm just telling. This is how autopilots work.
Yeah,
If you
so
don't
you're
believe
giving
me, you can check it
a
on your own.
story. Come on, man.
Okay,
You can't
well,
back up your shit.
I don't know
So
why.
why don't you
I
move
don't
on
know
to
why they
something
would
you
lie
can
about.
back up?
I don't know why would people lie about how flying a plane. You know,
I'll
when
tell you
like,
why.
it's such a
People don't need
responsibility.
a reason to lie. People make up shit all the time
They
because
can, hold
of
on.
an ego trip. They don't
Do you
even
really
need an
think that
ego
they're
trip.
gonna
People
lie? Hold
don't
on.
even know
Do
why
you
they
really?
lie.
Hold on. Do you
You can
really
ask
think that
people
they're
why they
gonna
lie.
lie
They
to
go, I
mil?
don't know.
I'm sorry. Do you
I
think
don't
that?
know.
Do
You can
do
ask
you really
someone
think
why
that
they
they're gonna
lie.
lie
They say, I
to like
don't know.
thousands of pilots carrying millions of people every day, and put their risks in danger,
Who's
putting
claiming
their life
Earth?
in danger?
So can you show me all the globe pilots?
Like how? I mean,
You
I'm
know,
sorry.
these
How
pilots
stupid
that
is this
claim they live
claim?
on a
Like to say,
globe?
oh, pilots were
Are you
misinformed. Oh my God, they
speaking
don't know
for
how to fly
them?
a plane.
Melodist,
I
give him a
don't.
chance to respond,
Oh, come on,
please.
this is
I don't
ridiculous.
think they're misinformed.
Let's just be sincere straight
Melodist,
away. This is ridiculous,
give him a
right?
chance. You've spoken a lot. Let him respond.
Yeah, all I'm saying is, listen, I want data. I want
Tell me how
evidence. You don't have
autopilot works.
evidence. You have that's a claim. Claims are not evidence. I want you to back up that claim with evidence. The claim is autopilots work using a globe, which I'm going to take to mean they can't work on a flat Earth. I want evidence. Show me.
All right, Mr. Amish, I'll do one better. So you
Better
believe the Earth
than
is
the
flat, right?
evidence. Okay.
No, this is just gonna be something.
All right. So if you're gonna switch off of this topic, can you concede that you don't have the evidence?
Well, I'm not him, so
Sorry, what was that?
like, all right. Well, I don't have the evidence. He might. I don't.
Okay, so does nobody have the evidence to back their globe claim?
So
Okay,
y'all.
nobody has. Let's get this clear. Clear the air, guys. Nobody has evidence to back up their globe claim about autopilots proving that Earth is a globe.
Okay,
Correct?
let me explain this to y'all's
Okay,
entire.
good. Now we can move on.
Entire argument.
Some
is
honesty is
show me
nice,
the
right? I
curve.
like honest discussions.
Your entire argument is show me the curve. If you can't prove it, it doesn't exist. My entire argument against flat Earth is if it's flat, show me the edge.
Okay, back up a second. If you can't prove or you can't show me any curvature, why should I believe it exists in the first place? And why should you?
If you can't show me the edge, why should I believe the Earth is flat?
Well, there is no edge to a flat plane, right? You have an edge on a ball. Everywhere you look on top of the surface of a ball is going to have an edge.
So the Earth
it's going
is
to be the
infinite.
edge of the horizon to the tangent point of the ball.
So
yeah, but
we don't have that on flat Earth.
He's actually right because my original claim is if you fly, okay, whatever the path you may fly to, imagine you want to traverse all of the flat Earth, go from the highest, like the furthest point to the other furthest point, from north to south or east to west, right? At some point,
I have no idea what that looks like.
Well, it looks like I know. What do I mean by this?
information.
What do I mean by this is like necessarily at some point you're gonna arrive at the edges, the limits of the Earth. What are those limits?
So, like the edge of the Big Bang explosion, right? The edge of reality.
No, we didn't claim that it's a flat. It's a disk. We didn't. No one is saying that the Earth is a disk.
So what is
we
it?
are
It's a disk.
saying that the Earth is a flat, and you still. It's been months now from this. We started the discussion with you, many others, from the server Islam server.
All right.
You can't
But
understand.
we didn't really discuss. We never really discussed the edges of the Earth.
Shut the fuck up! You talk too much.
Nobody thinks there's an edge.
Why are you being rude? No necessity to being rude. I'm being respectful.
Guys, I'm going to start muting everybody on both sides if you can't get a control of this conversation. Look, nobody on the flat Earth side is claiming an edge. We don't see why you have to have an edge. Some flat Earthers think the plane is infinite. Okay.
No one is telling you that it's a disk. So when you ask for an edge, it's a straw man because no one is telling you that it's a disk. Oh, shut the fuck up. We are talking about the surface being flat. So a surface which is not flat, which is not curving, it's a flat surface. So I can have a concave surface, so it's curving up. Or a curved surface that will form a ball, so like the globe that you are imagining. So I will have a flat, a curved surface. So if the surface is not curved, it means it's flat. So it's the default position. So it's not a disk. It's a definition. It's the adjective. Flat, it's an adjective describing a surface which is not curving. So don't ask for an edge, because no one is claiming an edge.
So the Earth is infinite now.
So yeah, the Earth is
Maybe.
infinite.
Nobody's
It has no
claiming that
limits,
either.
right?
We don't know. Nobody knows on either side of this.
Maybe.
So yeah, listen. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna make a dichotomy here. All right. Actually, a comparison. So the Big Bang cosmology claims an edge to the universe, or not an edge to the universe.
No, the universe is expanding in 360 degrees.
Yeah. So is there an edge to that expansion?
There is no edge because it's really expanding everywhere.
All right. So how could it not have a limit to its size and be expanding? Is it
Because
infinitely infinite?
because there is no edge in an expanding bubble.
You have an edge, you stupid fuck. You have an edge because your universe is.
Can you stop insulting me? Like, is it? Just quickly. Can you stop? It's actually the fourth time you insulted. Can you stop doing that?
Shut up. Your universe is made from matter.
Okay, but can you be civilized and have a normal discussion without insulting
So
people?
your own astrophysicists say that the universe topology is flat. Do you agree with them or not?
Say it again.
Astrophysicists, mainstream cosmology, the lambda CDM model, cold dark matter, indicates that the entire universe has a flat topology, like a
Brother,
giant.
you don't listen. You don't even believe in space. Why are you making an argument out of this?
This is what the mainstream. This is if you're going to defend the globe and
But
everything the mainstream
this is theoretical. You're not talking about the globe. You're talking about the universe. It's different.
I'm talking about the universe model called lambda CDM.
Amish, he doesn't.
This is what they say. They say the universe is flat and it has an edge.
Still, I don't know why you're diverting the subject, because you're cursing friends.
Flat Earth. You think flat Earth shouldn't have an edge?
But
your
Amish,
own model suggests there's an edge to your universe, your Big Bang.
Amish, he doesn't even know what their side claims about the universe, because the first stupid thing he said that the Big Bang explosion and the universe is expanding in a spherical manner. So
we're teaching the audience that this globe, he doesn't know what he's talking about, and the flat earther does.
He doesn't know even his model.
Well, the facts are, if you want to know why it's expanding in all directions, is really simple. Because, as for example, Hubble's the telescope calculated the movement, so the distance and the movement of each and every celestial and heavenly body object that are going further away from the telescope. Right. So, of course, making a ratio and a comparison between the speeds of the telescope itself and of those objects, and so therefore, right. Using the calculus of the speed of light and the distances and the acceleration, we were able to measure the movement, the speed, and how further it goes. So therefore, in all directions, right? Because that in the universe, there's no really concept of east, west, north, and south. In all directions, in 360 degrees, we were able to see. Yes, we were able to see that all heavenly objects, whatever galaxies, planets, stars, or anything else, are actually getting further and further away. Therefore, only conclusion is that indeed the universe is expanding in all directions. That's a not a theory. That's a fact.
It's a fact that Earth is at the center of the universe and it's flat. So we got a flat Earth because there's no curvature.
The universe, the Earth is not in the center of the universe.
You just described an Earth-centered universe.
We don't say the Earth is the center of the universe because we don't know how big is the universe. No, we don't know.
That is the definition of it.
We don't know how big is the universe.
We can conclude that we are in the center when everything else is expanding out from us.
We're still discovering.
You laid the case out perfectly for geocentrism. Are you a geocentrist? I am. Flat Earth is geocentric, and you know the distribution of mass in the cosmic microwave background indicates that Earth is in the center.
You know what you've yet to do?
I don't believe that the Earth is the center. Stop saying this. It's irrelevant.
You just described how Hubble proved it.
We're talking about how your projection
You
of
just
the Earth
described how
is
Hubble
and what
proved
are
it,
the
man. You did
edges.
a beautiful job.
Okay, hold on. Let's
You
go
did a
back to
great
the
job
edges.
being a
Let's go
geocentrist.
back. Let's go back to the edges of the Earth. If they don't exist, so what is in the limits? What
Oh,
are
what
there?
edge? Yeah,
What is in
exactly.
the
What
limit
edge?
of the
I don't
flat
know.
Earth?
What's at the edge of your Big Bang explosion?
Have
What's
we-
at the
okay.
edge of the
No,
expansion
stop
of
red
the
herring.
universe?
Red herring. That's what you're doing.
Can you
If there
explain to
is
me?
no edge, are you saying the Earth is
Okay,
infinite
fair.
now?
There is no edge. Then can you tell me what are there in the limits of the flat Earth? What is going on?
Only if you can tell me what's at the limit of the expansion of the universe.
The burden of proof is upon you. The burden of proof is upon you because in a globe there are no limits. There are
Claim
no
it.
edges.
You do. I don't have the burden because I don't claim it. You're the one that's representing the claim.
Hold on. You say
We're talking about the Earth. You're talking about the
we're talking about the Earth. We say the Earth. You say the Earth is flat. Okay, I tell you. All right, the Earth is flat. Now show me where are the limits of this flat Earth. You tell me, well, the Earth has no edges. I tell you, how can the Earth have no edge if it's flat?
We are talking about flat. We didn't say disk. We say that
flat. Okay, flat.
Shut up.
Yeah, I didn't say this. I didn't say this.
Necros, you're entirely
We
right.
are
This guy's a
saying-
dumbass. This guy's a total dumbass, Necros.
I'm sorry?
Yeah,
I'm
check it
gonna,
out.
I'm gonna let the rest of you have him because I'm done with this dipshit.
Hey, it's just a
real
dumb.
quick.
I talked to him. It's been months from now.
Yeah.
I talked to him a lot of times, and he's still repeating the same bullshit. We are
Yeah.
saying that the Earth is flat. We are talking about the surface. We are not talking about the shape. We didn't claim any disk to ask us about edge or not edge. So, if you want to see the edge, go ahead and take pictures. Show us that when you want to arrive to that edge. Show us the pictures, and maybe I will think about following you to see that edge.
So what you're saying
Now, no one is
that-
claiming any shit. We are talking about the surface. We are
So you're
debunking,
saying-
we are debunking the curvature. So if there is no curvature, it means that the surface is flat. If the surface is not curving, the surface below our feet, just be without going somewhere, without jumping to the sky, without going finding some edge, the surface below your fucking feet is not curving.
Okay, so if it's not curving, it's flat, right?
So it means that it's flat. Welcome to the flat reality we
So-
are living in, brother. So now go.
Please stop talking.
So
Let me
now,
finish.
no. The end of the discussion. So now,
You don't know how to refute my argument.
while
okay.
you're because thanks for me, you understand that the surface is not curving. So now you have an idea, you have a hypothesis in your head. Is there an edge? There is no edge. There is edge, there is no edge. So go find it and show it to us. We know all of us know that the surface, the ground, the earth is not curving, and you understood it.
Spot on.
Luckily. Now you will go check. I don't want to go to the edge to check it myself. You want to do it? Go ahead, because you have that question. I don't have that fucking question in my head. So
Do you
you
know
have
why-
that question. Go find an
Sure.
edge and show it to us.
Sir, do you know why we can't find the edge of a flat Earth?
Because you didn't go there.
Because
you
the
don't
Earth
want to
is
leave your
round.
fucking room. No. I know why. Because you don't want to leave your fucking
No,
room.
because
Like
you can't go there. You can't go there. You can't go beyond the 60th parallel south. So this is all a fallacy. Necros is right. This is all just the Glober's way to posture to make it seem as if we can't answer questions. Well,
What the
nobody
fuck is
can
the
answer that
60th
question.
parallel line?
You are, if you Google the Antarctic Treaty, you will learn there's a treaty in place that nobody
I know
is
what you're
allowed
talking
to
about.
go past the
What-
60th
what if you choose-
parallel south.
What if you
Okay.
choose not to go to Antarctica?
You can't go. If you do, they'll turn you around or they'll arrest you.
So,
okay.
What
So
if
this
you
is all
choose to go
fallacious.
to an edge that's
So
not
this
on the
idea
pole?
is fallacious, my friend. This has nothing to do with the ground under your feet. You're trying to talk about the edge of the known world.
just like Amish brought up, you can't talk about the edge of your. Why would we ask questions about the edge of the universe to learn about the heliocentric model? Why are you asking questions beyond the realm? It's ridiculous. It's your way of posturing.
No,
Yeah.
it's simple. It's
Wait,
simple
again.
because they already used every assumption they have. We already debunked every bullshit that they say. So now they have to hold
I
on
know.
something to protect the belief. That's the cognitive dissonance roots.
You all didn't
I know, I've
disprove
been
anything.
listening.
You just kept throwing red herring after red herring.
No, he didn't. He made it clear that the shape of the Earth, flat is not a shape. Flat is a description for the surface. We only measure the Earth flat. We only measure the Earth detect the Earth at rest. So you have
So
no
you-
primary evidence for the globe. You're just asking what's beyond the realm, what's beyond the furthest we can travel. And clearly no one can answer that because we can't go there. So what's the
You know-
point in laboring this point? You were
So
just
you can
doing it because you
understand.
have no other argument.
So you can understand that if we took the Earth as flat, you can understand why I think there would be an edge to a flat Earth, right?
I've
Hitchens
already
razor
told you we
applies,
can't
dude.
go. We can't go.
So
You can't
Hitchens
go.
razor, check it out. It means claims without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. That means claims of an edge or of infinity are both dismissed because neither have evidence. Yeah, so we don't make claims beyond beyond the 60th south latitude because that's unverifiable. You don't
What
have to go south to measure the Earth to be flat. You can go to any large body of water near you.
What if you go not to the North Pole, not to the South Pole, but you travel in one direction east or in one direction west and
Easy,
show
yeah.
me
East
beyond the
and west
realm?
are circles
Do you know why they're circles?
because
Because the Earth
north
is
is the
fucking round.
absolute direction. Yeah, you have to correct towards north.
Okay, what if you don't do that? What if you turn away from that?
Then you're not going in a circle anymore.
Then you're not going east or west anymore.
What direction am I going then?
You'd be heading south.
Okay,
If you
what if I
follow your
choose?
compass east, you'll circumnavigate the central point of this realm. Yeah, the magnetic center is the center. If you go east or west, you'll make a great circle. If you deviate from that and you go in a straight line, you will end up going south eventually.
Okay, so why do you think there's a North Atlantic Treaty or whatever?
Who cares? Either way, we can't go there.
Okay, but so can you pull up possibly a model that I could go off of on how you can
Go out.
explain to me?
No model. There is no model presented. Go outside. Nature is your model. Nature will show you live on a flat, topographical, motionless plane.
That's odd. That's really odd because there appears to be no edge.
Yeah, you keep harping on that, but whenever you talk about any of these directions that we navigate, northeast, southwest, these are all horizontal directions. So yeah, you're navigating a flat Earth even within your claim.
No, I'm really not. Because if you were to navigate northeast and west on a round Earth, you would end up back where you started. If you were to travel in one of those directions on a flat Earth, you would appear to go on the edge.
That's incorrect.
How?
You would go around in circles east-west as well.
Do you know why you would go around in circles?
Okay,
Because the
east-west,
Earth's
you would go
round.
around in circles as well.
Okay, so I would be
No,
honest,
on a
I'm
flat
having a
Earth
hard
as
time
well.
picking up. Can you unmute Mellow Dice to have me as backup?
Why do you need someone to come and save you? Because
Yes.
you've just realized what you said was completely wrong.
No, I think it's fair for me to have backup.
Why do you need backup? This isn't a
Because it's
game.
3 against
We're
1.
just discussing the nature
3
of
against 1.
reality. You either admit it or you're going to lie about it.
3 against 1. So just give me
Like
a.
you claim that north and south.
You know what?
No one's
You're
ever done
scared.
north
You're
to
scared of
south
him.
navigation.
You're scared of him because you know he'll prove you wrong.
You got no arguments, bro.
I do, but you're scared of him because you know he'll prove you wrong.
Well, thank you for muting me and insulting me just for asking the question. Really interesting. Well, Yeah, I was asking something earlier, so
About the
I catch
edge?
on something that you, Necro, said. On the limits of this flat Earth, people
I didn't
prevent you
talk
from
about
going
limits.
there.
Oh, no, 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 no,
Okay,
no, no,
not
no.
you, not you. Then it's the other dude, Roots. I
Nice.
think. Yeah.
Is he there?
Yes, he's there. He's here.
Ask
Okay,
him.
so this guy said, coach.
No.
They will
Don't
prevent
tell me.
you.
Fuck, don't tell me what he
Why are
said.
you screaming? Stop screaming and insulting.
No, don't put my words in his mouth. Show me
No,
that
that's what
guy.
he said.
I want him to say that shit again. I want to hear him say something about the edge. So who is that guy?
Well, go back to your stream on YouTube
Who is
and
the guy in
when
the
you
chat?
go to the moment where
Can
he was
you
saying
read the
this
name of
to
the guy?
Marudu.
Or you're just accusing people?
Still, can I speak? Can you let me even
No,
finish my sentence?
no, you're accusing people. No, you can't
I'm
speak.
accusing him for I'm accusing him for something he actually said.
Tell
earlier.
me who is this guy?
It's Roots.
Roots.
Yeah.
Did you talk about
Hold on, what did I say?
edge of the earth?
He said people will prevent you to go on the edges of the earth, and then on the chat, someone wrote, "Yeah, because there are sea monsters, right? Of course, makes sense."
No, I
And
didn't
so I want
use the edge of the earth. I said, I'm going to repeat
said
what
the
I
limits.
said. I said, talking about the edge of the earth, is a fallacy. Because nobody can go there due to
Exactly.
the Antarctic Treaty.
Thank you. Now I'm
See
going
how
to
dumb
discuss
you are?
this. Yeah, so
Yeah,
let's
he
thank you very much. You can
independently.
shut up.
Yeah, I
Independently.
told him that
No one is
earlier.
claiming an edge. See how dumb you are? Just
Bro,
tell me. Yes or no question.
All right, I would not call it edge. I would call it the limits.
No,
all
no,
right?
no,
The
no, no, no,
limits.
no. I want a yes or no question. Can you see how dumb you are? Because you couldn't even understand simple sentences.
Can you stop
He
insulting
didn't
him?
claim an edge.
Yeah, he's basically jumping
Didn't
on me for
claim an
every
edge.
sentence I say without even me making a point, right? That's what
All
he's
right,
doing.
you
He's
just-
like, "Hey, your grammatic is bad," and then he mutes me, and then I try to speak again, make a point, and then he mutes me again and insults me again. That's how he
I don't know how
thinks.
to
This guy
argue.
is yeah,
Melody,
of course.
Make your
This
point,
dude is a
Melody.
joke. I might have respect for Roots and others, but this guy,
I
Necros,
don't
is
have
absolutely.
any respect for you, Melodies.
Hold on,
I
Necros.
don't
Hold
care.
on,
You're being
Any
disrespectful
respect
every
for
time.
you.
I was talking respectfully to all of you. You just insult me. You
Hold
know,
on,
you have
No,
this.
no, no, no.
everybody.
Melodies, I'm not
Melodies.
insulting you.
Necros, I'm going to mute you too, bro. If you just let me get control of the room. I want Melodies to make his point, and then I want you, Necros, particularly to respond to him. But we're not going to get there if everyone keeps jumping in. So, Melodies, make your point.
Actually, I was addressing. I want to
Necros
address
will
you,
respond
Roots,
to you.
because you made the point. So I want to address you, not the other weirdo, because it's just
Go on then,
disrespectful
make it
little
quick then, because
clown.
Necros has something to
Thank
say.
you.
So make
All
your
right.
point.
So you said people, whatever it is, whatever entity it is, right, would impeach us and not allow us to go to the limits of this flat Earth. You're telling me we don't know what is this limit, and we don't know where it is. I tell you, well, that's why in the beginning, when I joined the room, I said, let's take a plane and go in a straight line, a curved circle, and let's see where it brings us. At some point, we're going to necessarily arrive at the limits, right? You said, yeah, but no, but yes, but no, because north, east, southwest, I don't know what. I'm telling you, you're still going to go straight, being perfectly perpendicular every time, the same altitude towards the center of the Earth. And then if you go straight, you're going to, at some point, necessarily arrive at the limits of the Earth, whatever, flat or globe, right? Good. I'm telling you, if the Earth is a globe, there are no limits. So therefore, you're going to re-arrive at the same point where you started, which makes sense, right? That's why you're going to track your x-axis on the map. And then you tell me, yes, but still, there are the limits. So what do we do about that? What are the limits? And if they don't exist, would it not prove that the Earth is a globe? As simple as that?
Go ahead, Necros. Go ahead, Necros. Necros.
It's
Are you
such
there?
a simple argument, but so powerful.
Okay, so I'll address it then. So what you're claiming is an appeal to the future fallacy where you're like, let's get in a plane, let's do this. And if we did this, we should expect this. All of your assumptions of what you would expect are based on your pre-assumption that if you travel north long enough, that you can do a north-south circumnavigation. You have no evidence or proof of a sort of north-south circumnavigation. You just assume it's possible because you believe in the globe. Now, what we're telling you is the north-south navigation is impossible. The east-west navigation works the same. You will do a circle. So that's off the table. If
I
you
would do a
want to
circle.
prove your globe, you need to prove that north-south navigation is real.
So you're
May
telling
I-
me whatever.
Possible.
Hold on. So you're telling me whatever direction I might choose, I would never be able to reach the the limits of 360. I mean, 180 degrees limits of the Earth, the flat Earth.
I'm so sorry, I just crashed.
That's what you're telling me.
So, yeah, like we agreed, Roots didn't make any claim about an edge or not edge. That's one. And secondly, I accept your proposition. Give me that plane and let's go. Me and you. You said that let's take a plane and go in straight line. Yeah, I agree. I will pilot it if you want. If you can't pilot the plane, I will pilot
No,
it
I
for
don't
you.
trust you because you don't trust
I agree.
Autopilot, so you would crash us,
Oh
right?
no! Now you are running. Now you are running because you said
No, I'm joking. I wasn't
that.
running. Yeah.
You were
Okay.
you were the one suggesting that. I accept.
Yes, I'm the one suggesting that because it's the simplest method,
No,
to
Melody,
prove
I'm
that.
talking now. So just to let me speak and not shout, just to say what I have to say. So I accept your proposition, a plane, and find for us the the agreement to go to those destinations. Say we need the authorization, and I go with you. I accept that proposition because you are appealing to possibility, and you are appealing to future.
Mm-hmm.
The day that your future generation would go to that place and take a plane and fly to that place, they will understand that the Earth is flat. But now you're just appealing to future. You are appealing to possibility. If we take a plane and if we fly there and
It's a
if you
theory,
do
right? Because
that,
planes don't exist and
now
people
we are
have never traveled around the globe, right? Makes sense.
No, they've traveled east and west,
Yeah,
but
always
no
east
one
and
has
west,
ever
and
done.
never.
Yeah, stop
Yes.
interrupting me, Melodis. Stop interrupting everybody mid-sentence, my friend. I
It's
was about
great.
to say they have traveled east to west, and east to west circumnavigation works the same on a flat Earth. You would make a circle. I'm going to say it again. You need to prove that north to south navigation is real. Not that planes are real. Don't strawman him. Don't take what he says out of context. He's not claiming planes aren't real. You're panicking, so you're being silly. Once again, we'll tell you, you need to prove that north to south navigation is real and happens and has happened. Oh, I need to unmute you. Have you left? I know you're there. No, I only muted you because you keep speaking through me mid-sentence.
Well, okay, yeah. So every plane, every travel always happen north, east, and southwest, but never reaches never ever reached or got as close as the limits of the flat Earth, right? That's what you're telling me. Yeah, perfectly makes sense. And I'm panicking, right? Okay. Well, all right. That's really interesting. That's a nice postulate. Even though this is the most goofy and baboonish thing I've ever heard in my life. Point being, I can show you. Let's assume for the simple reason because I don't have a plane and it's not that easy to actually do a whole flight all around the globe, right? In a straight line that would lead us only from the limit to the limit of the flat Earth, right? So basically on a line, flat Earth model on a line from the northern point, so from the limit to the other limit, the exact opposite, right? That's the flight that I want to do on a flat Earth map. So according to your belief, oh you flat earthers, because you say that the atmosphere gases cannot stay on the flat Earth without a reason, so therefore there is something covering the Earth, the flat Earth. Technically, if me and you, gonna do this flight, we're gonna crash. So imagine we're like 10,000 feet of altitude. We're gonna, at some point, when reaching the limits of the flat Earth, crash in something. We're gonna crash on, I don't know, like in a glass, or we're just gonna crash mid-air, right? On whatever layer that is covering all of the flat Earth, technically. This is according to your belief. Of course, on a globe, you will never crash on anything in the air, right? You would only, do a whole continuous rotation around the globe until you run out of fuel, and then you land. So, yeah, my experimentation, what we're going to do together, me and Necros, is take a plane and then, go to the limits of this flat Earth and then crash on this invisible wall that is, protecting. I mean, that is keeping all the Earth gases and atmosphere inside.
I accept
Yeah.
melodist. I accept that fantasy,
Mhm.
that you are
I mean,
dreaming.
it's your fantasy, not mine. I don't believe in this BS. You
Melody,
do.
stop interrupting.
Melodist, I accept that fantasy. I will do it gladly with you. I will go with you in the plane and crash in that place and find what's there in the South Pole. So, but now, this year, this day, because you won't find the plane today for us or the authorization to fly the plane there. I believe you won't do that today. Neither tomorrow, neither next month, neither the next year. So why till you do that, till you find for me and you that fucking plane, can you get out of the dreamland and put yourself in the reality? And let's talk about the reality.
Well, let's talk about the reality then.
Dreamland. So I understood.
Tell me about the reality. Aren't there like cruises from Chile to South Pole where you can visit South Pole?
I'm still talking.
Okay.
So now, why we talked about enough about your dreams, about dreaming to go to to that part of the Earth to check with the plane that we will just pilot, me and you. So now we just talked about fantasy too much.
Fantasy,
you did like kids. You did like the
Harry
kids.
Potter.
You told me how can you fly like Superman? We imagined
Yeah,
so much. So now can we get back to reality?
You're totally
and,
rational.
Yeah,
I agree
talk
with you.
about the reality. Now
The
we will
reality.
wait. I'm waiting for
So
you.
the reality, aka what?
Plane because no. Shut the fuck up. Why are you just whining all the time like a bitch being fucked by someone and sometimes she screams? No, just stop doing that every time when someone is talking. It's bitchy. You have a voice of a man, so I'm considering you a man. I don't know if you're a bitch with the deep voice as a man. So shut up, please, brother. So now we will just get back to this reality, and we are trying to find that globe that you are imagining in your dreams, and that globe that you are trying to find with that plane that you will never have, and that trip that you will never do. Can we get back to the reality and talk about what we have now?
Yeah, the reality. So tell me, what is the reality of the limits of this flat Earth? Then?
Go there, check it for us, and tell me, because you know that I didn't go there. You didn't go there. No one went there.
So you did. So hold on. So you do. No.
Yeah, I'm not
no.
blaming
My
it.
position. My position. No. You're putting words in my mouth. I never said that. I said. Well, my
I'm
position.
not putting words in your mouth.
Can I speak?
Didn't say something that you said.
Yeah, but can I speak? You're accusing me of interrupting you, but when you interrupt me, it's fine, right? You're playing the double hypocrite game, right? So shut up now.
Go ahead, Melody.
I don't believe that the limits of the Earth were never approached. Actually, no, I do believe that there are. I can give you a link to to hundreds of cruise ships from Chile, Santiago de Chile, so the furthest point of South America, actually going to the South Pole. People doing whole cruises around the South Pole for like 7 days or 10 days, or even scientific expeditions to the South Pole on bases in the South Pole. It exists. We have proof of that.
Melody,
now
talking to me about an experiment that we will do, me and you, to check that thing that we don't have any proof of it. Now you are going away.
Actually, that's what I'm telling you. You think there is no proof of it. I'm telling you there is proof of it, and the proofs actually do point out to the globe.
Going away from that test that you want me to
I'm
do.
not going away. I'm defending it against the buffooning, the hooga booga thing that you're saying.
Flying that plane.
Yeah, you're not listening, homie.
So now you are running away from that, and you are bringing to me some fantasy that you are believing in, and tell me that, oh look, they went there, they did circumnavigation north-south. That's
so hold on. So the man, hold on. So let's sum it up. The man believes that the Earth, the flat Earth, is protected by a layer that keep all gases inside, and in the limits of the flat Earth that no one ever reached, ever. Right, and that somehow the government is protecting, and if you go there, a missile would make your plane crash or whatever, or a monster from the sea would eat you. Right? He's telling me that, well, this is reality, and everything I believe, aka going to South Pole with all the evidence that we have, is a dream, a fantasy. Okay, well, it's quite interesting. So something is covering the Earth, and we cannot go to the limits.
Yeah,
you
it's
cannot prove it, but
testable.
you still. Hold on. It's how
Yeah,
is it
that's
testable if
testable. Go do it.
he just hold on, he just said there is no
Yeah, it's
evidence for it.
testable.
So,
Go do it. You can go
so my
do
question
that.
is, how can you believe in something and defend something that you don't even have a single proof of its existence?
Melodies, you will keep.
You can go do it.
Will you just keep talking about that age while you don't have any plane and you don't want me to go with you to do that experiment? Because we
You want to
didn't
see?
do
You
that.
want to see the? I can show you
You want-
videos and pictures of those scientists on this
You
specific
want to
edge if
keep
you want.
talking about that thing till the moment
No.
that you will find the plane and the authorization to go there. I think that you want to talk about that edge. You want to keep talking about it moment after moment, second after second, till the day or the year that you will find the plane, and we will go, me and you, to check that place.
Well, there is a. I can lead you to a flight
Now-
that
now we
hold on.
agree. Now
Here is the point. Here is an argument. I mean, here's a proof actually.
wait, Melodist. Now we
Yeah.
agree that you will find the plane. I will do the experiment, me and you. Can you jump?
Yes,
Or
better, no, I have a better idea. I have a really better idea. Listen to this. You're gonna love it. You're really gonna love it.
No, Melodist. Now the edge
What?
is a closed topic. We closed the topic because that topic is
No,
dependent.
no.
No.
I don't wanna close
That
it.
topic is you said that topic is dependent to the research or the observation that we will do, me and you, with that plane when we will go there. So the
Yes.
topic is closed. So now we will open again that topic after doing that experiment or that observation. Go
Okay,
to
but
another
here is the
one
thing.
more.
There is hold on. Let me just
I
say
know.
this, and then we close it forever. There is a flight between Christchurch, New Zealand, and Cape Town, South Africa. In the route of this flight, it actually goes through the South Pole, right? You basically take your plane from Christchurch, New Zealand, and then you look at the sea. There is the sea below you, and then you see the South Pole, so eyes, and you would probably see the South Pole for like 3 hours. That it's all the land that it covers, and then you leave the ice, and then you see the water again, right? And then you arrive at South Africa. So that's the South Pole for you. We can book a flight, me and you, commercial flight between New Zealand and Cape Town, and we can see the sea, and then the South Pole, and then the sea again, and then South Africa.
Yeah,
We can
look
do
that
that,
up again.
which
You're
proves
mistaken.
and this will prove that the South Pole is actually a small continent. Actually, it's like
It's small now. Holy shit! How small is it?
I mean, small compared to Africa, for example. It's like really small. Still, but it's a continent made of ice. It's not covering all of the edges of the Earth, and you'll see it's like limited to only that part, because we're gonna see the sea and then the South Pole for like 3 hours and a half. Right from your window, you will see it, and then we will leave South Pole and we will see the sea again.
Yeah, you got a really weird globe you're trying to rep here. That you've got very small Antarctica.
I wish I could post the image because I have it here, so the trajectory if you want to see it, but I don't know. I might put it as a profile picture. Hold on.
How about just talk about the small Antarctica that you've got?
I'm gonna put it in profile picture. Wait, here.
DM it to me and I'll post it.
Who's speaking?
Being a pole, being a continent on a globe, while the globe is not true. Why the Earth?
God, my Discord is lagging.
Making a globe. That's
Wait,
why
let me just reconnect. My Discord is lagging. Hold on.
That's why I ask you, just while we are finding that plane and till the moment that we do that observation that you were talking about, I think that talking about the surface of the Earth and knowing that the surface.
Who's gonna post it?
And talking about imagination.
If you DM it to me, Marudwin,
yeah. I'm gonna send you the picture. Here is it. Hold on. Yeah. So. 1 second. 1 second. Here it is. I send it to you, and let me see. That's the trajectory of the flight. This flight still exists, and it's the perfect debunker of a flat Earth, to me.
All right, bye. Take care. Have a good life.
All right, here's the image, y'all.
That's the flight. So from New Zealand to South Africa, and if during the flight you will observe the water then South Pole, so ice, then water again, it means that the globe model is true, and that South Pole isn't everywhere around the edges of the flat Earth.
Which you said was small. Okay, so yeah.
In other words, South Pole is not a curvature going around the flat Earth, but rather a central mass of big island continent.
What do you think is big now? No, it's big. Was it small then big?
Yeah, it's small compared to Africa, I said, but big to humans, yes. Right? I think there isn't like better than this experimentation, right? We should put all flat
right,
Earth
take care.
on
Have a
that
good life.
flight,
See you around.
and yeah, that will literally, make.
What's the flight, Melodist, again?
Christchurch, New Zealand from New Zealand to South
What's
Africa.
the flight? What's the airline and the number of the flight? So I can check it, and I can check the list of the passengers, and I can check those passengers if they are real or like the fake list of passengers for the direct direct trip.
Buddy, are you okay? You sound like you live with a tinfoil hat.
All right, that's a
No, I live with your
disqualification.
mother in my.
Yeah, don't respond to it. Talking about people is off topic, and the disqualification. We'll show you the door.
I live with your mom. Just remember that. So, can you tell me what's the number of the flight so I can check the flight, because you believe in lines in a circle, like you just showed there in the chat. I was believing that you were about to put the data of the flight, the number of the flight, and I can check it, and I can check the list of the passenger, check the name of the pilot, and check if that flight is real or just a red line on a circle in a cartoon image like the one you sent. Because you didn't send a flight or anything about a flight.
Actually, there is also other flights between Perth, Australia, to
Africa
Santiago de
to
Chile.
the other
Perth,
side of
so
the-
from Australia to Santiago de Chile, it also crosses the South Pole.
I'm sorry.
But let's admit something, for regulation issues, most commercial flights don't want to cross over the South Pole because if there is an emergency,
Doesn't matter for me what they think.
it's
I want the flight that you
really
told me.
secure to land
It
in
doesn't
South
matter
Pole.
for me
It's
what you
really
think
cold.
and what they think. I want the flight that you showed me.
Yes, hold on. So you want a flight that happened between those two regions?
The flight that
Or
happened,
any
real
commercial flight that
of
crossed?
numbers so I can check the flight, I can check the list of passengers, I can check the name of the pilot, I can check those people if they are real or not. I can check if the flight happened or not.
Hold on. Can you check Pan Am Flight 50? This.
Flight 50?
Yes, that's an old route with Pan Am. That is an old company also that doesn't exist any longer.
Put the name in the chat.
I posted Pan Am Flight 50.
Okay. Let's see.
Oops, no, I right. Pan Am, yeah. That was a regular every week route in the 80s and 70s between the South Pole and so it began basically from San Francisco over the North Pole and then London, and after refueling jetted to South Africa, crossing the South Pole. So it's actually the flight that existed between both poles, North and South. I ask you to investigate that flight if you want. And there is this also. And here is another link. Could help your research.
Fuck.
All right, take care. See you around. Have a good life.
So, Crit.
Yeah.
Wondering what your take on this whole "where's the edge" thing on a flat Earth.
The globe is the one that claims an edge, a leading geometric edge of the curve that blocks things, apparently. Bottom up obstruction at a predicted 1.225 miles times the observer's height in feet. That leading geometric curve is not there. If you can find it, tell everyone.
I will personally find the curve if you show me where the edge is.
That's the edge. The edge would be the curve of the geometric curve of the Earth, the leading edge of a ball Earth.
But that
That
wouldn't
would
be
be
an
the
edge.
edge that you're looking for.
That wouldn't be the edge. That would just
Yeah.
be the.
That would be the leading edge of a ball Earth that's physically blocking your line of sight to objects in the distance. That would be a physical block, a leading edge of the Earth, blocking what you could see on the other side.
Okay,
A
if the Earth-
physical mass, a physical hill of water or something that's blocking things, and that would be the edge of the
So-
Earth.
If the Earth was flat, right?
Then it's what? If the Earth is flat, what is it?
There. Okay, so let me.
Yeah, just hold on. Let's go one step at a time. If the Earth is flat, is it not flat? If it's flat,
For the
or if
purpose
the
of
Earth
this,
is flat, then it's flat. If it's flat,
for the purpose of this argument,
yeah. For the purpose of the argument, if you start if X, is it X or not X? If X.
so
So
you gonna
if X,
continuously
do you
insult
have
me?
X or not X?
Are you just gonna sit there and
Yeah,
scream?
because
and
let's
act
make
like
sure
a
we got the
person?
argument down. We're starting with if X. So if X, do you have X or not X?
Okay.
If X.
Let's restart here. Do you believe the Earth is flat?
You.
What?
So you've got if X. If X, then what?
Again, do you
X?
believe? I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, it's not me. This is your argument. You started with if X. If X, therefore X, or therefore not X, if X. This is why you guys can't really form arguments or make logical statements or do much of anything, really.
Yeah, because what you're saying is logical and you support it with empirical proof, right? Yeah, absolute hypocrisy.
Yeah, it's completely fucked. You start off with
Everything
a
for everything we
contradiction.
ask, you say, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. And then try. And then you're not saying anything. You're just buffooning around like, ooh,
Yeah, because he wants to factor me in. How about this? You've got an argument that requires the Earth to not be flat. How much flat Earth do you factor into your argument and still maintain your argument as not flat? 1%,
all the arguments point out
10%, 50%, 60%, 100%. Right now, he's factoring in 100% of what I've got to say. And then on the backswing, tell me X doesn't equal X anymore.
That's the difference, because whatever you are saying, you do not
I didn't
support
say anything.
You're presupposing and speaking without proof. Meanwhile, everything we speak was
Then
already
go have a good life.
over and over
There's the
again.
door, and go do whatever. Go launch yourself into space. Go try to find green alien chick. Do whatever the fuck you do.
You're just doing it again. You're speaking.
Go
nonsense
do whatever the
without
fuck you
supporting
do
your
during the
claim.
day, which is nothing. You know you do nothing every day. You're just spinning your wheels in the mud.
presupposing.
You're freaked out about ideas that you don't understand.
Now
you
you're
add your
presupposing
own
again.
context,
Now you're
and then
trying to
freak out
diminish
over
me to
that
show
too.
yourself more
And the
powerful
best part is
make
you
your
can't even
belief
convince
reasonable.
yourself of your own bullshit. You're
Exactly.
still
Now you're
here.
starting insulting me. All right, carry on.
You're still here.
Now now you attack me personally, trying to humiliate me. See,
It's
that's
not about
everything.
humiliation. Just convince yourself.
Uh-huh. So how is this supporting your claim and helping your flat Earth
Convince
theory
yourself
become real?
first, and then stand on all 10 toes and tell me what you have convinced yourself of.
Yeah.
I
So
already know it's nothing.
Is this evidence to your belief, or is it just me, it's attacking
So
me personally?
factoring me back in. So
Huh?
factoring what I'm saying back. See, this is the best part. You seem to can't even decide what X equals. Does X equal X, or does X equal not X?
Haha, what is X? I don't know. Depends on the equation. What is X? Tell me.
Whatever you want
You
it to
tell.
be. It's a
Well, if I'm on a plane, X is everything below me on an X axis. I don't know. That's X for you. X could
so if
also
you're
be
on the
Y.
plane, are you also not on the plane at the same time?
Say it again?
If you're on the plane,
Mm-hmm.
you're talking about an airplane or just a physical plane?
Yeah.
Either
Plane. I
one,
mean,
right?
plane, yeah.
If you're on
What is a
that,
plane and a
are you
physical
not
plane?
on it at the same time?
Uh-huh.
You're also not on the plane.
Okay, it's relevant if I'm there or
Is that
not.
true?
But, yeah.
Would be X equal not X?
I mean, X is the perfectly perpendicular position between the plane and the center of the Earth.
See, it's why these very simple laws of logic are just beyond your guys' thinking.
How is this beyond my thinking?
Where P would be the case, and P would also not be the case.
Why is P relevant to the axis below a plane? We're talking about a position between the plane and the flat surface of the Earth, aka perpendicular to the center of the Earth, and you're talking about P, which is the radius.
Yeah, well, you're also not on the
How is this
plane at the
relevant?
same time.
It's totally you're connecting two things that have nothing to do between each
Yeah,
other.
because you're
Now
on the
I know,
plane
now I
and
know you're a
also
clown.
not on the plane at the same
You're a
time.
clown. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, ditto. You are a clown. You're literally a clown.
No, I'm not a clown because
And you
everything I'm
can't
saying
even
is
clown
perfectly rational
yourself
and can
of
be
your
shown
own
and proven.
clownery.
Everything you're saying, on the other hand, is absolute
Yeah,
buffoonery because you
yeah,
can't support it, and
ditto.
the only
You're
way to support
saying
it is by
that P
insulting me.
cannot be P. You're actually a clown. You're literally a
Okay.
clown, and it's hilarious. You come in
Wow.
here and try to convince people of
Damn,
stuff you can't even
you're
convince
so
yourself
convincing.
of.
Your argument is perfectly well supported. What an
Yeah,
evidence.
ditto.
Oh, I
Your
love it.
argument is just complete nonsense. Complete other nonsense. Where you're on the
Okay, what is my
plane, you're
argument?
not on the
Hold on.
plane. You
What is my
don't
argument?
know. You
What is
want
my
to
argument?
you want to talk about. You can't convince
What is
yourself
my
of it.
argument?
You're just
What was my
one
argument?
contradiction after
Can
another.
you tell me? Can you,
Jump with
if
this.
you
I'll just
listen to
help you. There you go. Now you can talk to yourself. Dudes think the more hot air they blow, somehow it's just going to put them in space, put them in orbit.
Hello, hello. Good morning.
Are you gonna jump over up to Nathan Oakley or what? You can. I was thinking about doing it, but I wasn't sure if there were any other mods here.
Oh, what's up, brother? Sorry, I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you just now, bro. I just turned up the volume and
Oh, okay.
yeah, sorry. So what do you?
I wanted to jump over to Nathan Oakley, but so can you watch the stream? Make sure people start.
Yeah, I can do
posting
that, bro.
to us.
Yes, sir. I can do that.
Take care.
Yeah, all right, brother. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Again, how we all doing today? Necro, I can't see the screen, so Fadi, the Mark, and everybody. Yes.
I I think Findog has something to say.
Somebody got something to say? Go for it. Yeah, go for it, bro. I'm driving. I can't check the chat either, so. And if you don't got anything good to say, don't say it. Keep that to yourself. If you want to talk about, you know, you want to talk about the flat earth or you want to talk about the arguments or any points, whatever, feel free. But if you're going to add harm and insults and all that stuff, man, just keep it to yourself.
Yo, if you're a flat earther, you're a fucking Nazi. Like, who believes in that shit?
Oh, bro, hold on. Let's talk about it, okay? Let's talk about it. This is not a belief, my friend. This has nothing to do with belief or religion, right? This is our everyday experience. We feel motionless just like it's a pier, right? We don't feel any movement. We don't feel any wobbling, tilting, right? So from a logical standpoint, we're just describing our reality. That's it. Because if you believe in the globe, right? That's why we use the word believe. If you believe in the globe, that means you have to believe that the Earth's spinning 1,000 miles around the equator, tilted on its axis 23.4 degrees, right? Chasing the sun at 66,600 miles per hour. The sun is shooting in one direction almost 500,000 miles per hour, and the galaxy is also spinning a crazy speed the other way, right? You have to believe that. It's 2024, bro, right?
Bro,
we can't even we can't even detect the Earth motion with the technology we got today, bro.
Dude, are you retarded? Okay, tell me why you think the Earth is flat. Give me your opinion.
Okay, all right. So the Earth measure flat, my friend, right? We can measure over bodies of water, right? Because they gave us a specific radius and circumference. So the radius is 3,959 miles, right? And if you go to Google, right, and you put Earth calculator, right, and you can insert like observer height or whatever over bodies of water. You can say 1 foot, 2 foot, 3 foot, or whatever. Yeah. So basically, I think it's
So
1.22.
you're gonna believe Google over like scientists and shit that
No, no,
actually
no, no,
study.
no, 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 no. We do. It's not believed. You can go do this yourself too, my friend. Right? It's 1.225 miles times square root of observer height in feet. Right? We have long distance observation over bodies of water. Right? We don't see or detect any curvature, my friend. It should have to drop 8 inches per mile square. My friend, I encourage you to look into this information, or if anything, we'll provide you the information. I'm almost home. I want give you something so you can look at it, right? One of many observations. So another thing too, if you understand physical water, right? So water would rush from every direction and find its level, right? And water needs to be contained. It takes shape whatever the container is, but on the surface at rest, water always going to be level horizontal, my friend. Simple as that, right? But you had seen images, footage, or from NASA, from other space agency, from Hollywood movies. So you get this idea stuck in your head, right? That we live on a spinning giant water ball in a vacuum. So I get it because I used to believe in that too. So I get it, bro. But
Okay.
don't
Let me
take
ask
my
you a
word
question.
for it.
Let me ask you
I'm
a
sorry.
question. Let
Go ahead.
me ask you. Do you believe in the moon landing?
No, I don't believe in the moon landing.
What? Why? Why?
If you look at the footage, man. It just first of all, it just looked bootleg as fuck, right? And second of all, you cannot have well, it would be the violation of gas law, right? The natural law that we have here, right? Because they claim that space is a vacuum, right? And we have pressurized system here on Earth. We have, I think, on average, I think 14.6, 14.7 psi pound per square inch, right? Well, guess what? You cannot have an open system next to a vacuum of space without a container, my friend. Every gas pressure that we know on Earth, right, has pressure, just like a spray can. It has pressure in there. Propane tank, right, or liquefied gas tank, like those giant one that you see, at those factory. It needs to be contained. So, that's the reason why outer space do not exist, my friend. Yes, we see the same thing, right? We see the same thing, whatever, in the sky, right? But you guys have a different interpretation, right? We see light in the sky, luminary, whatever you guys want to call planets, right? It's just wandering star in the heaven, whatever you want to call. But the problem is this, right? You guys think that there's places, terra firma, or burning gas ball we can land on, right? That's where we disagree on, right? We see the same thing too. Don't get me wrong, right? So, and this is the reason why we don't believe in outer space, man. I mean, I still love the space movie. Don't get me wrong, man. Still love the space movie. Some of the movies are still amazing to me. When I found out that, holy shit, the Earth is flat. When we say it's flat, it's not a flat disk in space. Remember that. It's not a flat planet from in space. If you take flat Earth and put in heliocentric model, my friend, it's not going to work. No flat earther out there, or real flat earthers, would tell you it's a flat disk in space. That's just a straw man. They misled you guys to think that that's what we're talking about. So, look, we don't know how big the Earth is. We don't have how far it goes. But one thing that we know 1,000,000% that bodies of water, like lake, ocean, river, ponds, right? On the surface of it, it's always going to be horizontal, level, at rest. So if 71% of this surface is water, then it cannot be a ball, my friend. Another thing I do want to say, I would just encourage people, look, don't take my words for it. Maybe you shouldn't take all these people word for it either. But what you can do, you can go out there, test yourself, get some friends, whatever. If you live close to the water, it would be perfect, right? Mark the two distant, right? Over 10 or 15 miles or whatever. And but make sure you get all the math right, the observer height, the distance, or how tall, like let's say an island, how tall is it above sea level or whatever. Make sure you get those number right, and just do long distance observation just to see, because certain object or certain places that you're looking at, right, it should obstruct behind the physical curve, right? Because we live on a giant ball, right? So I would suggest or encourage people to do that. Just do it. People had done over 50 miles, 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles. We got laser tests that done plenty of time. Long distance observation, citation, documentaries. But if you go to Google right now or YouTube, you're trying to search for it, guess what's going to happen? None of those genuine information will pop up. All you have is just debunk videos of ridicule or calling us name. But we make it easy for you guys. So if you want to look at it, just go check it out on our server. When you go over there, you don't have to talk to nobody. I wouldn't suggest to talk to anybody if you don't want to. Just go there, have access to information. Take your time and just look at it, bro. So and come to your own conclusion. Don't take our words. Don't take their words, right? Because all they got is story. But we can demonstrate it, which is you can do it too yourself. Long distance observation. And that's all I got, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you for making me want to fucking kill myself. Thank you.
No, bro, don't do that, bro. Don't do it. We want you to live. Don't do that, bro. It's okay. Don't kill yourself, bro. Yeah, at least not yet. Wait till you find out the Earth is flat, and then you can do whatever you got to do.
Bro, there's literally a video on YouTube of a flat earther being proving to himself that the Earth isn't flat. I want you to look that up right now.
Oh, there's a lot. Listen, there's a lot of. Oh, you're talking about journalism? You're talking about he shined the light, the flashlight, instead of using laser. He used a flashlight, and he even stated that, before that oh yeah, it might give him a false result or whatever, but they clip it and put it in there. Yeah, so it was a lot of BS. Yeah.
Dude, you are not a real person. Literally, it doesn't even matter if he's like it might not work. It's just like reality. Like, dude.
Okay, so let me ask you something. The reality, do you feel like we're moving, we're spinning, wobbling, tilting in a crazy speed, my friend?
Yes, because that's how we have an axis in like that magnetic field and shit. That's how that works.
Wait, what is that supposed to mean? Do you feel any rotation, any movement, any spin,
Dude,
any wobble?
That's just not how that works, bro.
Then how it works? Tell me.
Bro, it's just that
maybe they have beliefs that it's not how it works. They just have beliefs.
Yo, who is this guy? I'm not talking to you.
They can't measure the curvature. They can't show you the curvature, but they believe that. So, what do you expect, Kimball, from some people who just have a bunch of beliefs?
Yeah, bro. Dog. I mean, Necro is right. I have to agree with him on that part because look, if you want to believe in a spinning ball Earth, cool, bro. Do you, man? You know what I'm saying? You do whatever you got to do on your part, you know. But if you're gonna come in here and trying to argue from your position, then you should have something to back it up, like demonstration, right? Some proof, evidence, whatever, so we can look at it. But if you only have just words, whatever, and it doesn't even make any sense, then man, keep it to yourself, bro.
Yeah, I honestly keep that to myself, and dog.
Yeah, your beliefs, you keep your beliefs to yourself. It's like it feels like I'm talking to a Muslim, just trying to make me believe that Muhammad went to see God on the back of Pegasus. Shut up. Shut up. You believe that.
Bro, what am
You
I?
believe that the Earth is a globe because you saw it in TV, because they told you that in the school, because they have a sphere on the desk in the school, because you were all the time watching that sphere on the desk. Because in every movie you watch a movie, you see Universal Studios. Oh, what the fuck? It's a globe. The Earth is a globe. Look, it's all in all movies. Because you love Superman. You love Dragon Ball. You can't get off those stories and those fantasy things. So if it's not a globe, how can you enjoy those things? So you have to have a belief. Dragon Ball, Kamehameha. Woohoo!
Necros, is that you in your profile picture?
No, that's your mom.
Oh shit! Fuck, bro. Holy shit!
When you're stuck, when you can't defend your beliefs, stop talking about people. Talk about your beliefs, defend your beliefs. Show us the reality of what you believe. Show us the curvature and how you measured the curvature. You can't?
I think he's talking to you, Findog.
What happened?
I'm talking to every glober that believes that the
Oh,
Earth
yeah, he was.
is a sphere. If he believes that the Earth is a sphere spinning around itself, orbiting a sun, and the sun going around the galaxy, and the galaxy shooting on the cosmos toward the edge of the universe because of the fucking explosion, the Big Bang. If you believe that shit, prove it. Believe
Oh,
that unicorns exist.
so Big
Prove
Ben
that
is the
unicorns
Big Ben
exist.
is the reason that the Earth is
This is
not flat.
story. Good story. Good story. You can tell me stories about unicorns. I can tell you so much stories about Santa Claus, but it will come to prove it. Prove if it's real. No one can prove the fantasy being real. So you believe in Narnia. Yee.
Yeah.
Landing in the moon.
Yeah. I mean, if you believe in the spinning ball, you have to believe in the Big Bang and evolution. You have to believe that we came from accident. You know, flying in infinite vacuum of space, nihilistic, godless, a speck of dust, right? And bacteria in the water in a comet, and when the comet hit Earth, right, that bacteria turned to organism, turned to fish. They start making babies. They crawl out of land, and then they make more babies on land, turn into different animal, and then turn to monkey, and then you, right? You have to believe that, because if one of these theory does not work, right? Yeah, this whole spinning ball would not work.
Wait. Then how were we made?
I don't know. Whoever created this place, right? Well, you have to look. I know
I can just sit there. I know, right, that I didn't come from monkeys. I didn't come from bacteria. I know I was in, like, just like you, right? We were
Oh, so
intelligently designed by God, by Creator.
you just
But
spawned in.
I'm sorry.
You just spawned in if you weren't made from like whatever you just said. Because like what? That makes no sense.
Okay, all right. So, do you believe we came from bacteria?
No, because how do we?
There you go. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I'd say the same thing.
How would we form from bacteria?
So we agree.
No.
Yeah, but you read the evolution, you'll find out.
Bro, you think that we came from fish, even though fish are not mammals? How does that make sense?
Exactly. You have to believe in that if you believe in this heliocentric model. That's one of the things you would have to agree on. That you came from the bacteria, from fish, from monkeys. I know
Dude.
I didn't come from monkeys, right? I didn't know.
You did, so because that's how evolution works.
Well, you know what? I mean, for people who believe that we came from monkeys, I'm gonna stop calling you guys by name or whatever. I'm just gonna call you monkeys. Hey, what's up, monkeys?
So yo, that's low-key racist, bro. I don't respect that.
What do you mean racist? If you believe you came from monkey, then of course I can call you monkey.
That's not no stupid
Dude,
fuck.
Hey, listen.
I take
Listen,
incredible offense.
Don't pull the race card. It's not gonna work, my dude.
No, just listen. Technically, you are a monkey. And technically, every bird is a dinosaur. Technically. Every existing bird is a dinosaur. And technically also, you are a monkey. And also, if we wanna get deeper than that, like Stephen Hawking said, you are a fucking bacteria.
Yep.
You're a fucking bacteria. You're nothing.
Hey, what's up, boys?
Nothing. You're nothing.
Oh, what's up, Root?
Hello, Roots.
Hey, what's up, boys?
Hey.
Good morning this morning. It's been busy. I've been loving it. Both channels.
I know, bro.
popping.
Hey, I'm sorry. I was just too excited to tell you, Root. Hey, so there's somebody in this room, the Fin Dog. He believed he came from monkeys and bacteria. So we'll just stop calling him his name. We just call him Monkey.
Oh, so your ancestors are monkeys. Interesting.
Jesus, Fin Dog, fight back. Fight
His
back.
great-grandfather.
How did you come to the conclusion that your great grandmother was a monkey?
Why can I smell your breath through the fucking screen, bro? That's disgusting.
Why can
you smelling your own upper lips, man? What are you talking about? You smelling your own upper lips?
Yo, that's racist.
So evolution, the one bit you guys need to make the claim is called the transitional species. That seems to be the one bit you guys can't find. That's interesting, isn't it?
Well, I mean, do you like just making up random definitions on Discord?
Random definitions. So have you found the missing link? Have they found the missing link yet?
What are you talking about?
He doesn't understand.
Evolution.
So he's just coping and saying that those are random definitions.
What, the missing link? You've never heard that there's a missing link in the evolutionary theory?
The transitional species.
Please describe this for me. I want to get educated.
The one between the two.
Yeah. The evidence that monkeys turned into something else other than monkeys. And if monkeys turned into humans, why are monkeys still here?
Dude. Because not all fucking monkeys turn into humans, you idiot.
So if monkeys didn't need to turn into humans, then why did they turn into humans?
Because that's how evolution works! You idiot!
No, evolution works through natural selection, so there should be a reason why the monkeys turned into something else. Also, How come we've never ever witnessed or experienced any transitional animal in any species before?
All right, you're pissing me off. I'm leaving. I have a final in like 10 minutes.
See ya. Well, that was easy.
You
Man,
guys
fuck
sure?
that globetard.
Hey, shut up, hype man. You never had your own show because you've always been a hype man. So stop being a hype man, bro. Get your own show.
It's fun to watch.
I do like the name though, Hype.
Oh man, thank you.
Yeah,
Do you see? Do you
he
see
been
Hype
a.
though? Oh, sorry, Kemba.
No, go ahead, bro. Go.
I was just gonna say to Hype. Do you see what we have to deal with? All the pre-assumptions and actual no understanding of what they believe in.
Yeah, dude, what the heck is this? Like, they come in here trying to debate, but like, bro, this is a flat Earth.
Yeah, forget the Earth. We're just talking about these people who come in with all this confidence, and it lasts about 30 seconds, and then they run away.
Oh yeah, dude, they're pretty fucking stupid.
Yep, bricked.
Yeah, hype. We do encourage you, man. Whenever you're ready, we always gonna be here. We try to be here 24/7. So whenever you're ready to look into the information, let us know. We'll send you to the home server just to get access to the information. So whenever you're ready. I'm sorry. What did you say, bro? You kind of got cut off.
I said yes, sir.
All right. This guy funny, bro. Man, they lucky. Hey,
Yep.
they lucky that the mock is not here.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, they're lucky. D-Mock,
Let me get the side view.
for the D-Mock eats globers for breakfast. Globitardians.
Let me get the side view.
Oh my god! But listen. If you don't understand what Dimok is saying, you will think that he is just throwing word salad. But in reality, he is saying deep things that just wise people will understand it.
Well, what do you expect when you think your grandfather's 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 grandfather was a monkey? You're not going to have a high opinion of yourself and you trust yourself, are you?
I'm sorry, all my grandfathers were human. I can't tell what the monkey can expect from his grandfather monkey. I'm not a monkey, I'm a human.
Yeah. These lot have got brains like a banana split. And what's funny about evolution is even the mainstream is challenging evolution to the point where epigenetics is sort of becoming the new go-to, and natural selection is almost like, people don't talk about it anymore. People don't know that even in their own paradigm, evolution is being superseded. It won't be long before natural selection I believe is replaced with some sort of advanced epigenetical theory, because they can't justify it. Can't justify interspecies transition. Just doesn't exist in nature.
Right. Do you know how many percent they were off with us from Monkey? That the missing link that they, yeah, we might be close, but then the missing link though, it's like I think, don't quote me. I think at least 90% missing. But since we have certain like things that similar or whatever in the DNA, right? And that's the only thing they talk about, and people just hear that and they repeat the information. Like, oh, did you know we were close to chimpanzee or monkeys or whatever, right? And people took off and ran with it. Bro,
Yeah,
the
but
crazy
we
thing.
also share
reality.
DNA with pigs, trees,
Yeah,
plants.
I was.
You know what I mean?
Thank you, Roots. I was about to say that. So check the pigs. I will say that we are closer to pigs than to monkeys. We can transfer organs from a pig to a human, and the human can live with that organ from the pig normally with no problem. That means that we are closer to them than to monkeys. So what can they say now? Are
You know what
we?
else? Oh, sorry.
Go
Finish.
ahead. Go
Sorry.
ahead.
I was going to
No,
say,
no,
do you know
go.
what's interesting about the connection to pigs? I read a book by I can't remember who it was, but he was interviewing a cannibal, and this
Mhm.
cannibal said that human flesh tastes exactly like pork.
Okay. Do you want me to tell you about my assumption about that?
Oh shit! I'm so sorry. I've started a convo, but I've got a meeting now, so I'll be back in like 20 minutes. I'm so sorry.
Oh no,
My
no
bad.
worries.
All
No
right,
worries.
brother, go ahead. Yeah,
Yeah,
we'll
20
hold
minutes.
it down.
Thanks, brother.
Have a good one. So, Kimber, I
Yeah.
have personal assumption or speculation about the pigs and the link between the pigs and the humans. So when I was researching in the scriptures, in the old scriptures, why God forbidden for humans to eat pigs. Well, in Islamic beliefs and Jewish also, I think they have in the religion, the scriptures, that the pigs are forbidden. So I went to research what he's saying about pigs in the scripture. So in the Quran, I found that he is forbidding eating pigs for human, and in another chapters he was talking about a tribe in Israelis. They didn't do the Sabbath. They didn't want to do the Sabbath, so they violated the Sabbath, and God just punished them by changing them to pigs and monkeys. That's in the Quran. Listen,
I
that's in the
see.
Quran, in the scripture, which is 1,400 years ago. So why just pigs and monkeys? They are similar to the humans in reality, because think about this: if they are not really animals that were existing before that, and they were really just a tribe that disobeyed and were punished by changing them to those things. So now now people, I think they are not trying to push the evolution because they were thinking or hypothesizing that or putting theories that the evolution that we evolved from them, but they push the evolution to hide the reality that they came from us, and that's why God forbidden eating pigs, because it's really considered as cannibalism. Really, it's not
Oh.
just like tasting like humans. They are really it's considered as cannibalism because they were really human.
I thought it was
So
because they were dirt. They were considered to be dirty. They weren't treated. They weren't very clean animals at the time.
I
That's why it was
understand.
forbidden.
Maybe that too. Yeah, maybe
I
that too.
understand. No,
Actually,
no, 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 it's not. I understand you. I was thinking that that thing also, but you go and research. We use pigs to transplant organs from pig to a human, and the human can live with organs from pig. It means
Oh,
that we are 100% compatible. No dirty,
Jesus.
not nothing. So it means that if there is something dirty, your immune system will work against that organ that they implanted in your body. So it will just work against it, and it will inflame and do turn to something else. Just do bad effects in your body. But because there is no bad ingredient or something, bacteria or something poisonous in that meat or that organ coming from the pork, it means that it is 100% compatible and clean. If your body
Mm.
is accepting it and you are living with it better than what you are doing with your broken organ.
So it's not. I'm reading about this right now. It's not because it's not because of compatibility. Like there's other animals that are more similar to humans. It's because of the size of the organs. Pigs
Yeah,
share a similar size of organs. That's why they're more compatible. It's not the DNA thing.
if you take the monkey and the pig, so the interior of the pig is similar to this interior of the humans. So his heart, his lungs, and those things, the inside of the pig is similar to the human. It's the opposite to with the monkeys. It's the exterior of the animal which is similar to the human. So the monkey just look like a human from the outside, but the inside is completely different. It's not the same sizes, not the same system. It's not compatible with the human. But the pig, yes, it's exactly the same things. It's like you took the inside of a human and put it inside the pig. Completely
Mm.
similar. That's why. That's the thing I'm telling you about. It's because just not because only the DNA is compatible and those things and molecular composition and those things that are compatible. No, but also the size. If the size is not compatible, so it will be just a failed experiment. But I said that it's 100% compatible. It means that in all sides, composition and size and those things. You look like, from the inside, you look like a pig. And
Wow,
from the
it says
outside,
there's a recent story saying they combined a human monkey hybrid and made an embryo of it. Oh no, humanity is doomed.
but like I said, it's not something that I can prove. Now, at least for now, I can't prove it. It's just my personal religious belief or assumption that I understood from what I did read in the scriptures.
Well, that would be a modern interpolation of the text. Like the at the time, the reason they were given was because they were considered to be unclean.
And when I was reading in the scriptures, the God forbidden to eat the pigs, and he never mentioned the monkeys because it's normal. Monkeys are not considered from those type of animals, like they call them an'am in Arabic. So those are a type of animal that are meant to be used to be eaten, like cows,
And
chickens.
donkeys, you can eat donkeys too.
Yeah, exactly. So those are an'am. And
And I heard that that if you're praying, if you're a Muslim and you're praying and you raise your head before the imam, the one who's leading prayer, your head becomes a donkey's head. So I wonder if you're human after that.
if you raise your head,
Yeah, before the one leading prayer, your head becomes a
no,
donkey's.
no, I don't consider. I'm not Sunni. I'm not Shi'i. I'm not Sufi. I don't follow. I don't follow the preaches, the teaching of Islam. I just follow the scriptures. I simply, really simply submit to the Creator of everything. I worship the same God that Jesus worshipped when he was putting his face on the ground and prayed to his God. So I'm praying to that same God. I pray to the same God of Abraham, Moses, and
You
those.
pray to Yahweh?
Prayer. When I say prayer, I mean prayer is just calling to your God, like he said.
Do you address him as Father?
No.
Oh,
As
yeah, it can't be the same God.
I don't address him as a father, but as the creator, as the God. God, it means commander.
It might be a different God.
It might.
Because I think the Christian or the Jewish God is their father, right? 'Cause they're considered to be the children of God. I would say that you might be referring to a different God, because I think the Islamic God doesn't have children. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think it's a different God.
No,
But yeah, like this donkey idea, I've never heard of this happening. Have you ever seen that where someone was praying and their head turned into a donkey's head?
no.
It sounds like a Disney movie, like Pinocchio.
I was Sunni before. Before I left Sunnah, I was Sunni, and I went to the mosque and I prayed, did the same prayers that they did, prayed behind the imam, and no, I never seen
Like
some.
your head never turned into a donkey's head, right?
I'm sorry.
Like you've obviously by accident raised your head before the imam, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
and you never became a donkey.
No,
Yeah, so
never.
it's some Sunni thing. I don't know. I wouldn't trust that one. It's probably false.
I raised my head. Sometimes I just interrupted the prayer for some reasons. I never turned to a donkey, and I don't think that God is just selfish to that point. No, I
No,
consider
that's wild. I wouldn't believe that either.
yeah, I consider God being wise, being as mature, more mature than me. So he will not be doing those actions like kid. Oh, you raise your head, Papa.
Donkey, oh man.
No, I think that he will be angry when you are doing something really bad, really, really bad. At that moment, you will be turned some like he said in the Quran about that tribe that were turned to pigs and monkeys. Yeah, they never did anything to please him and or to show him respect. They did against that. They just tried to fool him by doing some wrong things, and they were punished. But try and just live. If you scratch your foot, if you lift your foot, if you raise your head, raise your arm, just interrupt the prayer to do something important or to keep your kid from doing something bad or to be harmed, so God will punish you. Huh? Abracadabra.
Killian.
Hello, hello.
What's going on?
What's up, player?
Do we stop yelling and cussing at Globers? Guys, like, we gotta remember, you know, when we're having these conversations with these guys, they already think we're the enemy, right? They already think we're idiots. And by cussing at them, I'm not saying you, Kembo, or anybody, I'm just generally saying, by us cussing and carrying on in an ignorant way, we're just literally acting out what they think we already are. So if we can take a higher road and be a little bit better with our delivery of the truth, we actually would stand a chance against these guys. Thanks. That's all I just need to be righteous about for a minute.
I do agree, man. I do agree. You know, sometimes. Oh wait, he left. Oh, you still here? No, like sometimes it can get heated from both sides. So, but yeah, for the most part, you know, we try our best to, but sometimes they push us to the point, and you know, I don't think we do to everyone. I think you know, sometimes when certain individual like push us to the limit, and yeah, it could get ugly. It doesn't look good for everybody else, you know. So, but for the most part, you know, we try our best.
Yeah, brother, again, it's like the we thing I get, right? I totally understand. But it's like on an individual basis, right? Individuals on the we side, right, need to check themselves as well, because it's hard for us to be able to sit back and try to be genuine about conversation, but then make people feel crummy about themselves. Like, that's the higher road that we should really try to hold ourselves to that standard. Call it a standard of excellence, if you will.
I do agree. Yeah, I do agree. Yeah, I don't think I'm disagree anything. That's why you know, even sometimes they like even the dude earlier, for example, he called me, "Oh, you fucking." Excuse my language. He cursed at me, whatever. I would say like half an hour ago, right? I would still talk to him. I try my best to explain to him. I did. You know, but yeah, I could have just snap and went at him and doing the same thing. But I try. Sometimes I could lose it too. So, but yeah, you know, it's always good to take that route. You know, and control yourself. Because like our goal here is, you know, like you know, we have to understand our position. We here to just share information. You know, and sometimes it's hard, man. When we slipped up, we slipped up. So, um, but regardless, we still gonna have to try our best.
Fully agree. And again, right, it's not a specific instance, you or anybody I'm calling out. I'm speaking generally about just observing how we can actually continue to hold I'll call it the power position with power and might, if you will. Thanks, brother. I appreciate that alignment. Anyone find a
Yeah,
curve
yeah,
yet?
yeah. Go ahead. What'd you say?
I just asked if anyone found a curve yet.
I think they did. Cause all you got to do, close your eyes and imagine.
One guy earlier was on and he made the claim that he was on a plane, an open air plane, and he could see the curve. So with what he admitted in terms of, or sorry, what he rendered for observation was that he could see the curve from a low altitude. So I asked him, like, what's the approximation if it was an open air type plane? I'm assuming like a puddle jumper or something like that. And that would probably put him at about 15,000 feet, I would imagine. My problem is we don't see that. Like, he can say he sees that, but I think when we actually talk about this idea of the higher up we go, further out we continue to see, the curve doesn't show up the higher up you go. And that's a problem when you're attempting to observe a globe. The higher up we go,
further out we see.
Yeah. Yeah, for those who freaking claim that they can see, you know, freaking curvature from a plane. Yeah, it's nuts, right? Even you know, even with their math, you can't see the curvature from the ISS. And a lot of people would assume or believe that you can see the curvature from the ISS through the window or whatever that like the live stream or the footage, right? They just assume that, but they don't realize that that is kind of fish eye lens or wide angle lens that they're using. It's not a corrected lens, you know what I mean? So if you compare that to the Chinese one, right? The Chinese space station or whatever, if you look at their stream, the horizon is flat. Have you seen the Chinese one yet?
The Himawari 8. Yeah. The Himawari 8 versus the ISS is a little. The evidence that they're drawing is inconclusive because they don't match.
Right. Welcome back, Root.
Hey, what's up, bro? I didn't realize I was hot micing. My bad. Hey, then, Killian.
Yo, Roots. I'm good, brother. How are you doing, man?
I'm all good, bro.
Good.
It's Friday, it's a bank holiday weekend, and I've got Tuesday and Wednesday booked off, so 5 days off coming my way.
Wow. You were just rolling in it. Well done, man.
Yeah, I feel like I've won the lottery. It's amazing.
That's funny. I was listening to a song this morning that just started. That's the chorus is, "I feel like I won $1 million." So to hear you say that, it's a pretty awesome alignment. I love it.
Hey, maybe one of us are going to win the lottery then. I believe in the coincidences.
Could be that, or just the feeling of knowing the truth, how good it makes you feel inside. Comparable to winning the lottery when you speak and hold the truth. Feels pretty damn good.
I would agree, yeah.
It's just my
100%.
Thank you, brother.
I was talking to my dad earlier, and he's on his truth journey as well. And he's going through, he's probably like a few years behind me in terms of, everybody sort of goes through the same things. You find out the truth. The first thing you want to do is tell everybody. Then you go through that, oh shit, people aren't ready, so I'm going to keep my mouth shut. Then you go through that, oh, this is a bit sad. You know what I mean? How I'm not able to sort of keep your popularity up with the normies in the way you used to and still be who you are. And then he come to the conclusion recently, and he's been saying this for the last 6 months. Every time I ask him, I'm like, how are you? He's like, I'm absolutely fantastic. And I say, why? And he goes, just loving the truth, loving my new life, because now he's more interested in research and learning, and he's lost motivation for his job. And he's like, I'm not going to quit my job, but I'm not focused on money anymore. And I think it's so beautiful, because when you do sort of get in tune with the truth, your priorities change, don't they? It's amazing seeing my dad.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that, brother. That's exactly it, right? You get hot because you found something that makes sense. So you want to take that truth you realized, and you want to start, like the Care Bear stare, projecting it on everybody that's willing to listen. Problem is, you're really running with your truth and attempting to beat people over the head with your truth, i.e., be the arbiter, say, you need to believe what I believe. Issue is, until you allow people to come to that understanding themselves, you're going to constantly be in a position of trying to beat them over the head with the truth. And that's not a fun way to live, right? It's synonymous with a slave constantly being chained to an idea, not willing to let it go.
Yeah, I'd agree. At that point, you're no better than a glober at that point. But that's when you want to speak the most. And it's quite funny because when you actually get that understanding, of the actual full situation, the motivation goes down to want to tell people, but you're actually better placed to. So there's this weird paradox. The more you want something, the less effective you are at it. And the more effective you are, well, the less desire you have to actually go ahead and use it. Do you know what I mean? It's like a paradox, isn't it? Like I enjoy speaking in here, but I definitely don't go around in the real world, trying to wake people up. Like if they wanted to be woke up, they'd come to me. Do you know what I mean? Or they'd ask the questions.
Well, bro, you know what I have written on the back of my chair, right? Like on
No,
the
what's
back
that?
on the back of my wheelchair, on the left-hand side, it says God the Father loves you. On the right-hand side, it says the earth is flat, and underneath that, it says Jesus is real. Anybody can come right to me and ask me about any of them. Yesterday, I had a great conversation with 5 of my neighbors outside. We were all talking about it, and they were like, "Oh, you think the earth is flat?" And I'm like, "Yes. Let me tell you why." You gotta hold that truth, be that truth, and ready to drop it anytime. But you shouldn't be in love with it that people start to hate you for constantly talking about it.
Yeah, well said, bro. You have a wheelchair?
Yeah, I have my mobility isn't the greatest. Not on my legs. So
Oh, no way.
instead of using a walker, I just use a chair because it's more efficient. It makes more sense. I'm able to still go to the gym and work out and stay active and whatnot. But I refuse to be slow in a walker or something like that. I'd rather be precise and quick. So I use a chair.
Oh, cool. I hear you're always at the gym. I would never have suspected that.
Yeah, no, that's why I go to the gym every day, because if I don't go to the gym, my body literally, I have multiple sclerosis, right? So with that, keep my muscles in shape. Otherwise, they end up stiffening up. I become tight and I can't do anything. So with the chair, I'm able to get to the gym, do weight training, things like that. I'm going to be getting back into the pool pretty soon to start doing more resistance training. But it's again just embracing, what it is and how to make it better. That's all. So thanks for asking, brother. I appreciate it.
No, fair play to you, brother. Yeah, you have never spoken about it, never brought it up. Clearly, that's not part of your identity or anything. But it's just interesting to find out after all this time of knowing you. You think you know people, right, until you ask certain questions.
Well, I mean, it's assumptions, right? But the thing about an assumption is it can make you look like an ass at the end of the day. But I'll just drop a picture in the side chat. Panorama down in Florida, approximately 15 feet above the water, and that's me on the right hand side, my bald head sitting in my chair. But yeah, dude, like it's not something that really should define anybody. To be defined by your disability it's not the way I'd want to live. Or not even disability, defined by your condition, if you will. And for fun, I posted up a picture of my chair in the gym.
What, dude? That's so cool. You must get so many people approach you about it.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
That's weird.
Nah, because in real life they don't do that. Only on internet they they come at a sideway. But in real life, for the most part, people are like, oh my god, he's crazy. I don't want to approach him. They scared too, bro. And sometimes people are afraid to say the wrong thing because they scare of people like us that that would have the writing or phrase or whatever, either on a shirt, on appliances, or on a chair, whatever. They scared to approach us. But on Discord online, bro, oh man, everybody act so tough, man. These globies, so I get it. if he doesn't get the approach a lot from other people, that might be one of the reason.
But see, the thing about it is, anybody who sees me that actually even looks in my direction, I'm paying attention. I'm not watching them, but I'm paying attention to my surroundings. And if I know that their energy is coming my way, they're getting a smile back, and a genuine smile back to them, and they're getting a nod and probably even a good day, sister, good day, brother, because we are all one race, the human race, not to get righteous or preach, but within that idea of a race, descendants of Adam and Eve, comes the idea of brothers and sisters, right? We don't need to go to family, sons, daughters, anything like that. Brothers and sisters literally is what defines us as one human race. So that's where, treat everybody as they're your equal. And that's how you can demonstrate your true love of the Creator, of the Father, because that's what He wants from us.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it, bro. That's a great way to put it. I might not as the way I analyze things might not be as wise as you, but I do think the same. I always have that thought in my head, like, oh, we just after I became a flat earther, right? Um, or maybe even before I turned to a flat earther, right? Become a flat earther. Yeah, I always had that thought in my head too. I'm like, what the hell are we going to war for? Why are we fighting for? You know, um, I was always like a like a rebel, fighting against the evil, or these so-called authority figures, whatever. Like even when my first song that I made, right, it was about the government and harming people, taking advantage and um what's the word, tyranny, right? They use tyranny against the people. So and I do have that thought in my head too, but the way you put it is so much better.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. But I will say, like, I can't take credence for that because that's what Scripture states, right? The golden rule is love God, the Father, with all your heart, might, and soul, right? And then part B of that is treat your fellow neighbors you want to be treated. That's it.
What if you just want to be left alone? I'm only joking.
No, if you want to be left alone, then you treat your neighbor as you leave them alone, right?
Yeah.
They leave you alone. That's it. It's like, I'm not looking for trouble. When people come troubling you, I'm not looking for trouble. Same idea.
Yeah. I love what you said earlier about when you first wake up, you want to hit him with the Care Bear stare. I literally laughed out loud.
Because it's blind. The truth is blinding if you're not ready for it. And that's
Yeah, I got it.
like
Great
people.
analogy.
I thank you, brother. I appreciate that. The idea of a slave being, you can't be freed until you literally are willing to release that chain. Well, someone will unlock it, but if you don't drop it, then what's the point? You'll be tied to that idea forever. Be freed from the ideas that you thought were once in place, and try to attempt to observe other things to bring in new perspectives to deepen your understanding of well, whatever it is you're engaging with. And that's what the idea is, like teaching a man to fish, teaching a man to think for himself versus having to constantly appeal to an arbiter that is outside of himself. The Father should be the only arbiter in your life, period.
Yeah, I agree. It's interesting to hear the catalyst though behind what started you on your journey. Like for me, I remember I got a parking fine for I must have lost my wallet when I was a teenager, and then somebody must have used my ID to rent a car and then got some speeding fines. So I was on holiday when the letter come through, and when I came back, I was like, well, clearly that's not me. I was on holiday, so I didn't really urgently respond. Anyway, I responded too late, so I ended up in court. And when I got to court, I thought it'd be a simple. This is young Roots who knew nothing about the legal system at that point. I went into court thinking, well, as soon as I can prove that I wasn't the driver, and that I had my ID stolen, it would be acquitted. Little did I find out that the rules are, if you don't reply in, this is young roots, if you don't reply by a certain date, then your court case is not about the crime, it's actually about not replying to the letter. And if they find you guilty of not replying to the letter, then you get a fine and you get found guilty of the crime. Anyway, long story short, I ended up with a fine. And it angered me so much that I literally started a Tumblr page. This is back in the day when Tumblr was a thing. And I started a Tumblr page called Red Pill Productions. I'd laugh if it's still there because I did some whopping blogs on there. This was before Flat Earth. It was on the legal system. It was on the Sesquiv Act. Then started going into sort of fractals, dimensions, and started going into medical. And I was just like, that was it. I was off. And then all of a sudden, I just couldn't stop researching. But yeah, the catalyst was I had to get screwed over by the legal system. And then that was it. Started researching law.
Yeah.
And that was my way into truth. Yeah. What about
That's
you guys?
amazing.
Was there a catalyst for you?
Was that a question for me? Sorry, brother. Wasn't sure.
Yeah, you and Kemba. I was just wondering if there was like an event that spurred you on to learn more. Like some
Kemba.
people, it's illness. Yeah, some people get ill and then they start researching the immune system or whatever.
Kemba, please go ahead, brother.
Well, for me, it's more like my country, right? The war was going on back in the 70s, right? And my parents, my uncle, my aunt, they went through it. We lost some family member during that war, the Civil War, right? One of the worst genocide in mankind, and it, I always wonder what really happened, right? So when I came to the state, I just start, well, first I didn't really, I just was just having fun, right? And just being in America, very happy. Got here when I was 15 years old, and went to high school, whatever, right? But is always something missing, right? I don't know what was missing, and I want to look into the information. What happened to my country, right? And you know, I didn't find what I was looking for exactly, but I found certain details, what was going on. It was just a game, right? People basically, there was a sellout, right? One of the reasons that I found out my country was not in debt, right? And it was politics against, the communists and capitalism, right? And they use our country as an example in a way, right? But there's so many small details after that. But I just understood like the idea behind it. The country was not in debt, right? They used like two birds with one stone, 10 birds with one stone, however you want to see it. So now when we went to war, we didn't have no money or whatever. Who was supplying all the stuff? It was the Communist Party, right? And so the capitalism, right? They would just stand there to watch, like, look what's happening. See, communism is not working. So, and we don't want to be part of it because we just got out of one, Vietnam War, right? So we suffer for a long time, and when when the war is over, the country need rebuilt. Guess where we go to? Central bank.
Yep.
And we still in debt nowadays. So it makes me want to learn more. That's when it lead me to like the 9/11, lead me to like other crazy conspiracy or whatever. But I threw away most of them already when I found flat Earth. I threw all those away. But yeah, so that was part of my journey. It was trying to find out what was going on. During that time, what happened to my people? There was a sellout. It's definite from outside. Took the money, took the power, and basically in the end, like their family is all set. This family, that generation is all set, right? And being a sellout pretty much, and it costs a lot of harm to the people. Couple million of us end up dying. So that was part of my journey. Yeah.
Yo, that was deep, bro. That's cool. Obviously, that's not cool what happened to your people, and obviously, the story. But it's amazing to hear that, that you couldn't really escape that. You were inevitably going to have to look into it.
Yeah, it's crazy. That's why I don't support any wars going on against the people. I know this is a little bit off topic, but this is still happening on flat Earth. So regardless, we're still talking about flat Earth, right? I would say if any leaders, right? I hope we have an international law. If any leaders have issue with each other, right? We should put these assholes in a cage and let them fight to death, so other people won't be hurt, won't be harmed, won't have to
Yep.
deal with that bullshit. International law, put it out there right now for the people.
Agreed, bro.
So
What about you, Killian?
yeah, I was thinking like, wait a minute, when was my truth flip switch? I went back to 2018. 2018, I was having a conversation with a coworker, and I said to him, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that you and obviously him and I were talking. We're at our place of employment, and I'm looking at him. And I'm like, we come to a place, a facility. We give our hours. Some people in here for 10 hours, 8 hours, whatever, to this building, to this employer. Trade our money for time, and we spend less time with our families than we do with. We spend less time with our families and more time at work. Like, something doesn't make sense. And then COVID hit in 2020. And I'm like, interesting. Then I hopped onto Wikipedia and I started searching how often these quote unquote pandemics come about. And I was like, okay, 2020 we have COVID. 1920 was one thing. 1820 was another. 1720 was another. I'm like, every 100 years there's a thing that happens. Why is that? That's a little too suspicious. A little too many times to be called mathematically. Sorry, too many times to be called coincidence. That was my issue. So once I realized that, things kind of started unpacking and falling apart like a house of cards. When sitting back and just realizing that this pandemic was a thing. So that was my moment.
Bro.
Yeah, that's kind of recent then, isn't it? Really? Like last 4 years.
So
Yeah,
you've been a flat earther about 4 years, right, bro?
Well, I mean, again, gentlemen, I was raised Catholic. So I've always known about Jesus. I've always known about the Father. I've always known about Scripture. And when I realized all that, and then I said to myself, wait a minute. The answer has been in front of my face the entire time, now that I'm actually looking for it, because all this time I wasn't really looking for it. I knew about level because I've been working in the construction industry for 25, almost, no, 30 years almost. And the way that the sphericity should be showing up and the planar construction that we do, it's like a square block in a round hole. It's not fitting. And that's when I realized on the second day he created the firmament. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's the thing over the top that keeps everything in place. That makes a lot of sense. And I stopped looking for further after that. So it's kind of like not a moving target, but it was like slowly putting the pieces together and forming the outline and then realizing the overall picture, if you will. I hope that makes sense. Thanks for listening.
Yeah,
guys.
it does. And actually, I think that's more, I don't know, probably more of a gradual thing. Whereas for me, I had to come to the conclusion that we were created at the same time. So I had to in order to believe that there was a spiritual world, I had to validate that by looking into demons and realizing that the leaders worship Satan and that they invoke demons and that they use channeling and that they believe in the spiritual realm. And it was only because of their fascination with Satan and demons that I was able to actually entertain the idea of the creator and the spiritual realm after finding out about flat earth. So my truth block in flat earth, it took me probably 4 years to accept flat earth. But my issue, I had to go through atheism first. It was a completely different experience.
Yeah, and again, this is, I'll just jump in. I apologize for jumping in. The idea of everybody being on their own journey, their own truth, right? And that's, or sorry, journey to truth. And that's exactly what you've demonstrated. You're like, for me, I had to look at the negative, I had to look at the bad stuff in order to realize that the magnificence of the good stuff.
That's amazing, bro. Yeah.
No,
yeah, mine was a lot more painful than I think yours would have been.
And that's like, brother, however you got there, just very, very excited and happy to know that you made it, right? Because some people get stuck in that negative place and they can't come out of it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. The first time I prayed was very emotional because it was like I felt like I'd been cheating all my whole life or, pretending it doesn't. And then it was like, I don't know, it was like trying to avoid something and then finally you can't avoid it and you accept it. And it's so overwhelming. It really hit me hard, to be honest. But now I'm so grateful because now, like, my morals changed. Do you know what I mean? So now I'm definitely a better person than I was back then. Thanks to the creator.
Right. Yeah, the perspective definitely changed. I mean, I always believe in God and Jesus. Always been a
Amen.
Christian,
Amen.
but
Amen.
yeah, amen. But I think at some point, right, I was away because it just life kind of took me to a different path. Took me to a dark path, and the people I was hanging out with were not very good people in a sense, right? So I had seen, I went through that, and and this even after I became a flat earther, right? But thank
Sorry.
God, and
Fight here.
I wouldn't be
Some
here right
people are
now,
really
bro.
good. Some
Amen.
people are really
Bro,
good.
sometimes we're lost in the right direction. Like those unfortunate events are essential to your spiritual growth. I know it sucks a bag, bro, but like look where you are now. But the one conflict though that I have is like if somebody gets in your face. That's one thing I'm dealing with right now because the neighbor's dog attacked my dog and then he tried to attack me. And I tried so hard not to elbow him in the mouth. I wanted to make sure that he ate through a straw for his whole fucking life. Like, it's just,
I just almost went over that shit the other day with mine.
yo, the neighbors are so fucking evil, bro. Like, I literally want to punch Austin in the mouth. And I
Check
know
it
that's
out.
not mature, but
I pulled into a driveway and almost had to fight a dude over it. Just pulling into a driveway to pull out. And I was like,
yeah,
bro, is this your driveway? He said, no. He said, no, this ain't my driveway, right? And then punch my
yeah,
fucking car as I'm pulling out. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? And he's like, yeah,
bro, you gotta fuck him up.
I said, yeah, I want to fight, but I don't want you hitting my car, motherfucker. What the fuck?
Bro, how much do you weigh? How much do you weigh, D-Mark?
165. I'm not that big, but I'm like 6 foot.
Oh,
No, bro, that's good. That's good. No, dude, I'm 135 and I can fuck someone up with an overhand. I promise you. Like an
Yeah,
over.
but
If you
one
I
that's
know I
light
can beat
for
the dude
6
up.
foot,
I
bro.
know I
That's
can beat
light.
the dude up. I know I can beat the dude up, but that wasn't really the principle of the matter. I know the dude that hit my car, but it's like, why would you have to get out and beat everybody up if you just want to back up somewhere? That's really
yeah.
dumb. I mean, I know I can beat dude up, but that's not the case. I don't.
Same here. I just want to deliver it sometimes, but the Lord says that He'll take the revenge. But like, dude, I have no idea. It's like a country redneck pastor, dude. He was such a
Well, then it makes you
redneck
feel like
little.
a punk or a sissy because you're not going out and beating these people up, bloody. And it's like, then when you
I
beat them
hate
up,
walking away. Yeah.
guy.
Wait,
What
sorry. What happens when you beat them up? What happens? Sorry, I didn't mean to turn
when
you.
you look like the bad guy? Then they're bloody, and it's like everybody approaches you like you did something wrong, or you caused it, or you did the thing. You're like, oh, you're a bully now. Like what the fuck?
Right.
And then,
Yeah.
and then look, and then the dude is like a meth head motherfucker, and they still shouldn't do dumb shit. So I mean, after I beat him up, I'm really gonna have to be watching my property. Right now, I don't have to watch my property if it's close to my house, but if I beat him,
Yeah.
I have to watch everything.
Okay. Yeah, I get I get it. Everybody get the story, whatever. But I digress today. This is not related to the topic, so we'll bring it back to the topic. Bring the
I'm just
topic
saying
back.
there's
So
people. I'm just saying there's good people and bad people. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
There's some good
I know.
people, and then there's some really bad ones. It just depends, man.
Yeah. It's
I love
crucial
you
because
guys. It was just I know that I know how these combos can get, and that's why I said that.
Yeah, no,
That's
you're
all.
right. You're right. Well, I will mention this is relevant. I will mention that I got in an argument with me about gas pressure, and like that pissed him off so much. His name's Austin, by the way. He's my fucking neighbor, so he's a bastard, and I really want to hurt him. I mean that. Like I never wanted to
no,
hurt him.
no,
As
no,
much as I
no.
wanted.
You don't want to hurt anybody. It's okay, brother. You know, you got one of those Karen living next to you, so you're gonna be all right.
Yes, he's a Kyle. Exactly, bro. Exactly. I felt like he was trying to bait me when he was in my face. He drank
It's
a little bit
just
too. He had a little bit of liquid courage, but I respect the fact that
I
he
love.
challenged me. But I don't. Sorry, I'm off topic. You're right. I love you guys, but that's the thing. Like flat earthers know what the fuck is up, dude.
I was just gonna tell you the frustration's understandable. It's understandable.
Thank you,
It
brother.
is, but also we gotta forgive them because they don't know what they're doing. They don't know how anything works,
He knew
and
what he
they're
was
just
doing.
regurgitating stuff, bro.
He hurt
I
my
mean, that's all
dog.
it
I
is.
want to hurt him for that, dude. Like my dog is such a precious angel, and his dog is a vicious bastard. And it's like the owner is the responsible one. He's a terrible person. I know. Sorry, Lord. But hopefully things. I just want to wake up one day and just see his house on fire.
I think it's more
I'm
like
so
some
serious.
people don't know. I think lo-fi. I think some people don't know how anything works, and they shouldn't have pets to begin with because they just don't.
Amen.
But also,
He's like my
like I was
dog's
saying, it's
a
a
hunting
non
dog.
sequitur because that frustration's going to exist. It's going to exist. That frustration's going to exist, and you got to forgive them and let it go because the violence don't go anywhere.
I might have to talk to you about that later, Ether, because I definitely need to be talked down about it, dude. Because it's frustrating. It's just like I don't. We have too many rules. I mean, if this is the Wild
It's a
Wild
very
West,
people
that'd be fire if we had that. It's ridiculous. It makes me. The only good thing I can think of is that it makes me want to train hard. I don't think it makes me want to do anything else. But then again, what do you do with all that training? Just feel good? I don't know.
I love my enemies despite their hatred for me. And that sounds ridiculous and silly and difficult, and it is.
It is. But it's very, very Christ-like of you, though. Thank you.
I fail all the time, so don't get me wrong. I'm a piece of crap, and I fail. I fall short every day. But I try because I know that they don't know what they're doing.
I think people know what they're doing. They do.
How can they know what they do if they believe that they came from a Big Bang nothingness, the cosmic void, and that it's darkness after this?
Because he's justifying his sins like I did. Like I justified all my bad behavior because I didn't think that there was a judgment.
They're told that they're insignificant, nothings. They're nothingness, and they evolved from monkeys that got PTSD and pay taxes now.
Oh, I
They
thought
don't know where they are, who they are.
That's true. Sorry, bro. Oh.
So you gotta forgive them, bro, because they don't know who they are anymore. They love to their whole life, so they don't know how much their life is actually worth. So they hold no life of value.
I feel like that's inevitable with atheism.
Yeah.
Oh. Lo-Fi's robot.
And the agnostic variant. Sorry. I might. You were coming in clear, Ruth. But also the agnostic variant of atheist. I don't believe in atheists because all of them admit that they can't prove their beliefs, so then they effectively make themselves agnostic.
So do you think agnosticism is very similar to atheism in your mind?
I would actually define atheism in the same way that one would define asexual. Their theism is about themselves. They basically worship themselves. They are their own god.
What about agnostics?
I respect agnostics because at least they say they don't know what they don't know. And they'll kind of shrug it off like, yeah, I can't prove there is or isn't, so I'm not going to think about it. I have more respect for that than the atheist.
Right, yeah. I think it's hard with agnosticism because you get some genuine agnostics who have put the thought in, you know, and they've come to that conclusion, but they're actually interested. They've read, you know, a lot of the scriptures, the Quran, the Bible, etc., the Vedas, and they've gone, okay, you know, I see merit in all. But then you get those lazy agnostics who just don't want to call themselves atheists, but don't even care.
That's fair too. But I'm more so saying those who are humble enough to admit that they don't know what they don't know. And in the same way with the shape of the earth discussion. Anybody who's humble enough to admit that they know what they don't know, I can respect that. It's the people who think they know everything that I have a problem with.
Right, yeah.
Kind of like the militant vegans or militant atheists. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Those are the arrogant, ignorant people, normally. No offense to anybody.
There's nothing worse than a crowd of people who think they know. And then they're all shouting, so their little echo chamber bandwagon groupthink thing. They're all smiling and laughing because they think they're right because everybody around them is saying the same thing, but they're all wrong in unison.
Yeah, it's like that playground mentality. I used to do that at school. Muster support and then ridicule. Very childish.
Isn't it funny that people make a life out of doing that? They make a living doing that now in politics. Because that's all politics really is a bunch of mudslinging.
Yep.
Mudslinging and wagging the dog.
Yep. And some people do it so much every day online that they lose themselves, don't they? And then all of a sudden they don't know how to have a conversation without a conflict.
No. That's why I love to sing this song. Troll, 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 troll your globe gently down the stream. And you know, sometimes I like to make jokes and stuff so we can laugh it off, even among the globies, you know. I mean, sometimes I could lose myself too, but for the most part, man, you know, I always try to just take it easy. You know what I mean?
That's good too. Keeping the kind of level at a medium is great, and that's good moderation, because otherwise it'll get too aggressive.
Yeah. I do love it though. I love the fact that we have these forums. Like, before the internet, we were kind of like, ancient Greece was supposed to have had these forums. The ancient Egyptians were supposed to have them, where everybody meets together and discusses ideas. And then we went through like what the 900s, the 1900s, where meeting up together and discussing ideas was like ridiculous, or it was extreme. Whereas now we've got the internet, it's becoming normal again for everyone to sit, discuss, debate. So to me, it's like a resurgence of the library mentality where everyone would debate at the libraries and stuff. I'm hoping this goes somewhere, and debating and, maybe scientists and philosophers become famous again. Who knows? Everything works in cycles, right?
Right. Go ahead,
Or we
Ethan.
could,
You
or
about
we
to say
could be at
something?
the end. We could just be at the end and it's all going to shit. Who knows? I honestly don't even care anymore. Like, you can sit and speculate and worry about stuff that it's not in your control all day long and doesn't help you, does it? Doesn't help anybody.
Yeah, just like Melodish. Oh, what's beyond it? Where's the edge? Let's go check out the edge. I mean, you worry about the edge so much. You go yourself.
Yeah, that's what Crick kept saying. Go on then, see you later. Bye-bye.
Yeah, you want to find out where's the edge of the flat Earth? Yeah, go find out for yourself. Go. Take, I like when Necro did challenge him. Look, because he said we get a plane and just fly there. Necro, well, I'm up to the challenge. You get the plane, right? I'll go with you.
Heck, I'll go too. Let's roll.
Wait a
Suit
hell.
up.
It's dry. It's a desert. It's a desert over there. It's a desert over there in the Antarctic.
A fool sets his eyes. Yeah, a fool sets his eyes on the ends of the earth. But really the fact that Diesel Fool freezes is kind of enough for me. I know, crap. So you just walk out in there and your blood's frozen. Cool.
Yeah, that sounds clever, doesn't it? Let's go. Let's go to our death. Just to prove something. What, an edge? What are you going to find at the edge? What's for you at the edge? It's like looking for the end of a rainbow.
I would
spend the
actually
rest
like to
of your
go to
life.
try and find mummies and stuff. I want mummified critters. I know that there's got to be something frozen in that, so that would be the only reason I would actually go, is to try and find ancient, which again gets to deathology, and I'm more of a lifeologist, so I probably shouldn't be taking around one there.
Dude, I'd shit myself if we went exploring and found mummies and underground temples and shit. I wouldn't even go down there, bro. I'd be like, see ya, I'll wait on the ship.
Yeah, or just like frozen mummified stuff too, because it looks mummified when it's frozen. There's also like the mammoth thing, like anything. Just finding weird stuff would be cool.
Yep, I'll stay on the airship and prepare the food for Kembo to cook for us when he gets back. Because
Sure,
Kembo,
bro. I be the chef, bro. Shit.
Yeah, you would.
I say you and
I'll
Kembo
be
can
the
make the
chef.
pizzas and stuff. Pizzas and pastas.
Yep. We'll be ready with the snowmobile if you lot get stuck or lost.
Bro, but I'm telling you, man, get me some meat, get me some vegetable, we'll make it into Italian food, we'll make it into fucking Cambodian food, Asian food, make some Mexican food. I'll make some Jamaican jerk chicken too. Oh man. Man, this sounds good right now.
Welcome, Sparsa.
Your mic's very quiet, Sparsa. Barely heard you then.
Shit, something fell. Give me. My
Yeah, I'm
mic
gonna
is
turn you
quiet,
up.
right? Is it better
Yeah.
now?
It is, yeah. How
I
are you
just
today?
adjusted a little bit more to make sure. Yeah, I was good. I mean, it's the weekend now since it's Friday today, so I'm chilling. Just got back from school, eating pizza.
Sparse, you know what Friday is? Flat Earth Friday. Let's go, baby.
Oh no. Oh god.
Flat Earth Friday.
Oh god. Oh no. Okay, my day is ruined, and my disappointment is immeasurable.
Why did you join then?
It's a conversation. I mean, like, if I don't argue with people and I don't let them present their points, am I really like, factually believing in something?
Well, you don't have to believe everything you understand or overstand, do you? I mean, if you can understand an idea, it doesn't mean you believe it.
No, 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 not that. I mean, I'm saying if I just don't like, uh, debate with people about the things I believe in, do I really, actually, no, like what I mean is, if I don't let other people present their points to me, do I really have a belief that is justified or not? That is my point.
You sound very grounded, my friend. That's a very mature way, because a lot of people will will run with what they've been taught and will just stick to what they know, what they were learned as a child, what they were, learning through their teenage
Yeah,
years.
some people just
Not,
say lol flat earther,
of
dumb
course.
person, I leave.
Yeah, of course. Until you try and prove the globe, until you actually try and find some curvature or find out who measured the Earth, or maybe, look into whether the Earth is actually moving, and then you'll realize, oh my God, there is no evidence of this globe. It's all a
Well,
belief.
yeah, I would love to see some evidence, maybe some research experiments someone has done to prove flat Earth, but I've never stumbled on something, that actually works in my mind. I mean, if you have any, I would be happy if you provide the sources. Well, yeah.
I'm going to post the Black Swan for you. John, Kembo, do you want to have a quick word with him? I'll post that for you guys.
Oh shit, bro! I'm right here. My bad. So what was your question, Sponsor?
I'm saying if you have any sources to research experiments about anything that proves a flat Earth, I would be happy if you provide the
Oh,
sources.
okay. So first of all, right? But do you understand the globe's claim? What they claim the Earth is doing, right? Well,
Yeah.
they told us that the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles around the equator, right?
Mhm.
Also tilted on its axis 23.4 degree, and also the Earth chasing the sun at 66,600 miles per hour, and
Mhm.
the sun is shoot in one direction almost half a million miles per hour, and the galaxy also spinning in a different direction in a crazy speed too.
Yeah.
And on the top of that, we also have another motion, wobble. The Earth also wobble while
Mhm.
doing elliptical orbit, chasing the sun. So
Yeah, the
these are the
black
claims,
hole.
my friend.
Yeah, the black hole that is pulling our galaxy together is moving as well. So
So okay, so you stop mentioning the black holes, right? Like, I mean, is this something that you know for sure? It's knowledge, or you think this is more like a belief?
okay, it definitely does exist, but it would be dishonest to say we completely know what they are and how they behave completely. We know some basic things about it. For example, we don't know what happens if you go to the point of singularity, but we for sure know things as black holes that exist.
No, 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 no. When you say we, are you talking about you and me?
No, I mean the general like cosmolog. I don't know how to pronounce it, but the science behind space, oology, something like that.
Cosmological? Is that what you're trying to say?
Cosmology.
Cosmology is what I'm trying to say. Like people in the cosmology area, scientific area, do believe that the black holes exist.
All right, stop
You know, there's a
yourself
lot
right there.
of. Stop. Go ahead, bro.
No, go ahead, bro.
I was just going to say, even within the kind of globe or heliocentric community, there is a lot of debate and discussion over what certain things are. But I digress. You made a clone, and Kembo has something to say about certain things. So.
Well, yeah, people have.
I don't want to derail.
But according to cosmology, black holes do exist. We just don't know how they exactly behave about everything on them. We don't know how they behave perfectly.
Yeah,
It's-
according
Okay.
to heliocentric cosmology, but heliocentric cosmology has no verification in terms of we don't actually have any evidence of anybody going out to space and looking at black holes. Nobody's interacted with a black hole, so it is still a belief system. Go ahead, Kemba.
It's like
Yeah.
you do not have to visually observe something for it to say it is there. We observe it in other ways, like like it like we believe that we are moving in the galaxy, right? That's a fact. How are we moving? Some object were so dense that it's pulling everything towards it. An object like that, right? You could give it a name, you could give it like a visual representation. It could be inaccurate. You could measure how it behaves, but at the end, it does exist. Just not the way you think it looks like.
So then how do you know it exists the way they told us, or the way they believe, the way they make an assumption? How do you know that for sure? So from what you telling us, or from what you're telling me right now, right? These things, right? These information that we gather from, right? And it's called like the general public knowledge, right? It's more like a belief, because there's no way you and I can verify it, right? We just heard
We
this
can.
information through the mainstream or education system, and we took it as facts, and we regurgitate it and repeat it over and again. But in the actuality, we don't have no proof. There's no way we can prove none of these things exist. All we see is just a bunch of light
Yeah,
in the sky, and then
how we know black holes exist? We watch the other objects move around them and how they behave. By that, we could conclude such things as black holes exist. We could give it a visual representation. Maybe if it's close to us, maybe we could take a very low quality picture of it. Is it gonna be accurate? Is the placeholder name gonna be accurate? No, but does it disprove its existence? Also no.
no, sure, I don't disagree. Like whatever you see in the sky, right? But the interpretation behind it, right? That's the problem, right? People
It
like
exists.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just told you. We observe something is happening. We conclude that, okay, it is because of this thing that exists, right? We give factual evidence to why it does exist and why it is the reason this thing is happening, right? It does exist, we just don't have a good visual representation of it, which is also dishonest to say, as I said, right? I'm not saying, okay, we don't see it, but we know like something is happening, so it is real. But like, you don't have to see something to conclude it is real.
So how do we know something's happening? What is happening in terms of black holes? What can you prove is happening?
You watch the movements of the objects around them.
So you look at the lights in the sky, yeah, and you say the lights in the sky are affected by this dark area in the sky, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No, not like
So,
it is very more. It's way more complex than dumbing
really?
it down to it's moving. I can't see anything in the center, therefore black holes. Like it's not that simple.
So,
So
correct me then. What else do they do to verify black holes?
Though I'm not a cosmologist, you could, search it up if you want. I couldn't give you the full complex system.
Oh, well, you were speaking with so much clarity, like it's obvious, and of course it's validated, that I actually thought you
No, the
you knew
idea
knew a
for
bit
you
more
to
about it.
say we don't see black holes, therefore they're not real is very dishonest.
No, no, no. What's dishonest is you assuming black holes exist and that they work with dark matter and gravity when you have no experience or experiment or citation for any of this actually existing in reality. It's all theoretical science, my friend.
It's not just theoretical science. I mean, have you flown into whatever you believe and seen the Earth being flat?
Have I observed the Earth and measured the Earth and taken my own observations? Yes. The Earth
Okay,
is
give me your
measured
observations,
flat.
give me your research. I would love to see it.
Well, if you look in the chat, Kembo, did you want to say anything before I go to the Black Swan?
No, nothing crazy. I just want to clarify with him, right? That what he has is just a belief system. That's it, right? And flat Earth is not a belief, man. It's your everyday experience, what you can see, what you observe, what you can
It's a
prove,
belief.
right? So, it's a big different from a belief system, right? Because this is not a religion. This is not a belief. Heliocentric model, right, or cosmology is a religion because it requires a lot of belief after belief. Same thing that they claim they do. They hijack the word science, right? But what they've been teaching us is just a bunch of pseudoscience, right? Because you cannot prove it, you cannot test it, you cannot measure it, right? So it's way different from the natural science. So yeah, man. Go ahead, Wood. I'm sorry, I'm ranting.
That was good. That was what I was going to say. Pseudoscience, by definition, literally.
Yeah.
It's not
Yeah,
like
it is the definition of pseudoscience. And DJ, thank you for putting the definition of pseudoscience here: a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded to be based on the scientific method. So claiming that it's science when there is no experiment or there is no actual scientific method adhered to
there
is
is. Like
literally
you're just being
is literally the
dishonest here.
definition of pseudoscience. Well, what then? We're
You're
asking for
just
you
being
to.
dishonest here. Like you don't know how black holes work, therefore they're not real. Like have you ever tried to search it up, tried to educate yourself with it?
Of course, we've been in this for years. So exactly how have
Check
you
this link out.
exactly how have you validated that there are experimentations on black holes?
Not directly, but there is observations where you could conclude yes, such things as what we call black holes exist.
Okay, so that's funny. Ethergrass has just posted a really interesting post here. So a researcher from the scientific community shows that black holes do not exist. Black holes have long captured the public imagination, because that's what it is, and been the subject of popular culture from Star Trek to Hollywood, and that's where the ideas become popular. They are the ultimate unknown. So we know nothing about black holes, unlike you said. The blackest and most dense objects in the universe that do not even let light escape. And if they weren't, and as if they weren't so bizarre enough to begin with, now add this to the mix. They don't exist. Okay, so there's a physicist who agrees that black holes don't exist as well. So this isn't settled, and this is not science. This is theoretical science. But if you claim it is science, you're actually pseudo for saying that. You're pseudoscience. That claim is a pseudoscientific claim. Now, I'm not saying that disproves the theory. I'm saying you're mistaking science for belief.
only in that statement on black holes. So we're not trying to have a go at you, or we're not trying to like attack you, or frustrate
Yes,
you. We're just
I
trying
do
to.
understand you. What I'm saying is, right, you could observe something, conclude that something is happening because of something else, and you could give that something else a name, right? We're not claiming that we know how black holes behave altogether. We're just saying they exist because of X and Y, and we gave it a name and called it black holes. We're not saying, okay, so there is this thing that does this thing, and we're just gonna say it exists, right? We're saying something exists that makes matter behave this way in the universe, and we call it black holes. We do not know how they behave completely yet, though.
So you agree then? You agree that it's not a scientific claim; it's theoretical science. Yeah.
So, like, that's where you're wrong, though. We're not claiming to know what it actually is. We're just claiming that it is real. It's not theoretically real. It is real, but well, we are
How do you
like.
validate it's real? You keep saying it's real. How do you know and
Yeah, I
validate a
just
black
gave
hole?
a bunch of reasoning. I sent a link in the chat. I gave you a simpler explanation to it. I mean, what more do you want?
Well, you tell us because we, like at the moment, since you sound like the expert, to explain this thing the whole time. You're talking about
Yeah,
like it. So
not
explain to us like what it is. Go ahead.
I'm not the expert, and neither are you. And the simple explanation that I can give you, right? So when something is happening, right? Let's say a bunch of matter is being moved irregularly in the universe, right? And we cannot observe the object that it's moving. So like we come up with some ideas, right? And say maybe this, maybe that. And we come to a conclusion to where sorry, not that. So basically, right? Let's say matter is moving in the universe. We can observe that it's moving very non-regularly, right? And we say something is moving, that something is because of that. We can measure how it's moving, why it's moving, but the object, right, that is causing that effect, we do not know the full effects of. We know it exists, but not how it works.
Well, just to respond to what you say earlier, right? I don't claim to know everything either, and especially I don't claim to know what a black hole is. Yes, we can agree. Yeah, we see whatever in the sky, right? But to know what it is, yeah, I don't know none of that stuff at all, right? See, in
Yeah.
my worldview, right, the sky is above us. In your worldview, the sky it's bottom on the bottom of your feet. So we have two different worldview, my friend.
There is no up and down. There is no objective up, down, right, or left in the universe. There's only up and down relative to you.
That's another theoretical claim that you're
That's not a
making and
theoretical
assuming is
claim. That's
knowledge.
how dimensions work. That's how
No.
dimensions.
Yeah, okay. Theoretically, yes.
Not
Theoretically.
theoretically. So if you're on space, there is no up and down because there is no force.
Listen,
Like
you haven't
pulling you up.
validated
Space.
Listen, my friend, you have two ears, one mouth, right? I understand you've learned, listen, I understand you've learned the arguments and I commend you for doing your research. But the only claim we're making here is that what you're claiming is science is not science. What
It
you're
is.
claiming, no, you're claiming about what's happening in the sky. Okay? Can you do an experiment on any of the claims you've made? Can you validate anything you've said in this conversation?
Me personally, no. If you go to space, you
No.
can test it though.
Yeah, and nobody can go to space, and I would argue nobody has ever been to space, and you can't even prove.
And you can't prove nobody has been to space. You can prove that because you personally can't go to space. It makes
Yeah,
my
but you
argument
can't prove that
invalid.
we have. You can't prove
So,
that we have.
so you,
So,
okay,
no,
okay.
listen, let
So
me finish.
you
Let me
you
finish.
come
Let me
to
finish.
this.
So the only claim we're making here is that although you've got the theory, you know, some of the theories you're saying is the correct heliocentric model, they haven't been validated against the scientific method, and there is no experiments that we can do to prove anything what you said is true. It's a belief.
It's simple logic. If there is no
That's
force,
not logic, my friend.
okay, okay.
Logic. Do you know
Let
what
me,
logic is?
okay,
Listen,
let me give you
listen.
a
No, no, no,
logical
no, no. Listen. You
explanation
keep
to
shooting
why.
your. No, listen. You keep shooting yourself in your foot, and I'm not trying to be hostile to you, bro. But you said it's simple logic, right? Logic doesn't involve fallacious reasoning. Now, you believe in these ideas due to an appeal to an authority. You believe that other people have gone out and validated things, and I keep asking you how, and you're not answering. But by saying that it's logic, you're committing a fallacy because there is no. You are using fallacious reasoning to back up your arguments, my friend. That is not logical. That is belief.
Yeah. Let me think. Sorry. Yeah. So let me give you a logical do not interrupt me, by the way. Let me give you a logical explanation to why there is only the fuck. I'm gonna mute her. But yeah. So basically, why I'm saying there is only up and down relative to you is because in our planets, let's say hypothetically, because you really seem sensitive to gravity existing. Hypothetically, gravity exists, right? It pulls you down to the core of the
It
Earth,
doesn't.
and if
No,
you
it doesn't.
jump, you're going against it, right? You're
No, it
going
doesn't.
up,
Gravity doesn't
and you're
pull.
going down.
Gravity doesn't pull. There is no pulling force. There is no force.
Okay, what is it then? I mean,
It
what
is
do you
an
think it is?
apparent force. It is an apparent force.
I'm
But
giving you
it's
a
not a force.
hypothetical where it exists, so you don't pull this bullshit ass. Okay, but you don't know if it exists. For the sake of argument.
You're missing the whole point to this. The whole point is
Okay, okay, I'm giving you a
you've gone to
hypothetical.
another example saying that gravity pulls you down. There is no pull down. In your mainstream model, they don't claim a force. So there is no
There
pull.
literally is. There literally is. That's the reason you fall down when you jump up. What do you think? Why do you think you fall down when you jump up?
Because you're more dense than the air. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to post some citations from Yale, from MIT.
Okay,
I
but
think
like
it
we're
is,
going off
as well.
topic here. I'm giving you a
Okay.
hypothetical for the sake of argument.
No, no,
Like
no.
y'all don't know
This
what
is not off topic.
argumentation is, right? I'm trying to
Yes, we do.
prove
Okay.
something
Look,
logically here, and you.
kid. Listen for a second. I'm going to post some citations that directly refute what you just claimed in your own model. Okay, so I'm just going to post them in the chat for you. I recommend you go over them so you know how to parrot the correct pseudoscience next time.
The gravity does pull you. Gravity pulls everything, right? Do you all know how gravity behaves, by the way? Do I have to like explain third grade science to y'all, or?
I promise you, you're the one who's here to learn.
I mean, y'all just keep interrupting me and don't know what I.
You're basically, all right, well, you're making a childlike assumption, assuming that we don't know what you're talking about and you have to teach us, but we know full well. We've been doing this for a very long time. You're the one who's failing to understand where we're coming from with your cocky, arrogant little attitude. It's kind of cute. It's funny.
If I'm cocky, why do you keep interrupting me when that's not even the entire point? I'm giving you a hypothetical.
I'm not trying to insult you. I'm making an observation based off of your attitude. You don't have the humility to listen. You're not humble. You're arrogant and you're making assumptions. It's basically a form of bigotry. You have a bias against flat earthers.
I don't have a bias. I'm trying to prove something here logically, and you just keep interrupting me. Yeah, but gravity doesn't exist. Gravity
You're not
doesn't
even
exist.
explaining the current model of gravity in the way that you're explaining things. You're still saying gravity's a force. Have a look at what I just posted in the side chat. Just read a little bit of that quickly now before you respond.
Okay, I will read it.
Don't worry, brother. When I was your age, I thought I knew everything too.
I don't think I know everything. I'm just trying to prove a point using logic here, and your friend here keeps interrupting me, saying, "Oh, okay, but gravity doesn't exist. Prove that gravity exists." I'm giving you a hypothetical.
But go read. Go read it, bro.
Someone please
Go read
give
it.
me a likely basis
I'm
as
reading
to
it.
why gravity doesn't exist. Confused.